Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is the final part of Remnant's Maelstrom Shinobi. Summary: a school that teaches kids how to fight and kill monsters? Check. People walking around with crazy, gravity-defying powers and customized weapons? Check. A shady group of villains operating in the shadows with an unknown, sinister goal? That's a check. As Naruto Uzumaki looks around this strange new world, he realizes one simple truth. Maybe this place isn't so different after all, Ichiraku? Mysteriously transported to the world of Remnant, the blonde shinobi finds himself surrounded by huntsmen, huntresses, and soulless creatures known as the Grim. But as a storm brews just beyond the horizon, the world of Remnant is about to learn that fighting Grim is child's play compared to the tactical, lethal skills of a true shinobi. Watch as the Ninetales Jinchuriki crashes into Beacon Academy and changes the fate of Team RWBY forever. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto and RWBY. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by MothBallz, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 31. Break their legs, guys! Nora cheered loudly, cupping her hands in hopes of being heard over the rest of the massive crowd. Naruto grinned, his eyes glued to the fight between his friends in Team RWBY and Team ABRN from Haven. Careful, Nora, Yam might take that advice a little too literally. Nora frantically grabbed her captain by the shoulders and began to violently shake him. But this is so exciting! You can't not be pumped! Noticing that Naruto was quickly growing more and more sick, Rin pulled his childhood friend away while Pira steadied her slightly dazed boyfriend. Shaking off the stars in his vision, the blonde turned his view back to the field below just in time to see Blake literally kick the green-haired member of the enemy team out of the field. Oh, trust me, Nora, I'm just as excited as you are. None of these guys stand a chance against us. The two more excitable members of Team NNPR shared a quick high-five, though Pira was quick to interject. While confidence can be key, we must be careful that we don't overestimate ourselves. Naruto gave his partner a deadpan stare, quickly darting his eyes to the fox wrapped around his neck as a sign. Realizing just what the blonde was getting at, Pira's sweat dropped. Oh, right. The two turned back to watch the match just in time to see Yan deliver a final punishing blow that sent the remaining three members of ABRN hurtling out of the ring. And Team RWBY wins their match with a dynamite three-man knockout. Team NNPR broke into loud cheers alongside the rest of the crowd, having enjoyed watching the match just as much as everyone else. Stretching as he got up from his seat, Naruto grinned. Come on, let's go congratulate them on their win. Declined. But what? Hearing the shock and distress in the Shin'era's voice, Naruto strode up along with his teammates. How about we treat you guys? Blake instantly turned her head to the blonde with her eyes wide and shining with unshed tears of hope. Really? Knowing how much she loved her seafood, Naruto grinned. Think of it as our way of saying congrats on your win. You guys have come a long way. Yan grinned. Oh? Is that a challenge, Whiskers? Naruto stared his fellow blonde down. Maybe it is, Firecracker. Before the two could start with their usual antics, Pira intervened. Let's leave that to tournament and eat for now, okay? Seeing the massive bowl of noodles sitting before them, the two blondes agreed to focus on the more important things in life. A few dozen in Naruto's case bowls later saw the two teams of four wearing extremely content looks on their faces while the old shopkeep grinned at the amount of lean he had just earned from feeding bottomless pits like Nora and Naruto. Ren, always the logical one, raised a good point as he cleaned his teeth. Was it such a good idea to eat so much before our match? Pyrrha stretched as she answered. Of course, it will give us energy. Naruto rolled his neck. She's right, now I'm all pumped and ready to kick some ass. Speak for yourself. All I'm pumped for is a nap. Blake yawned. With a smile, Pyrrha added. I'm just glad that, for once, we'll have fights with actual guidelines. Blake nodded. True. Between your team's mission track record and everything that happened within the last few weeks, it's nice to actually not have to fight with our lives on the line. Roman Torchwick, the White Fang, Dr. Merlot Grimm, that Kagaya lady, and leftovers from this idiot's past? Weiss listed off. An actual sanctioned match is definitely a nice change of pace. As Naruto was about to retort, he was distracted when he felt his scroll begin to vibrate in his pocket. Pulling out the small white device, Naruto smacked his own head. Oh crap. We gotta go, guys, or we're gonna be late for our match. Yang grinned. You guys ready? Nora pumped her fist in the air. You bet we are. I can bench 5 of me. We have an actual ninja/magician, a world-renowned fighter, and a kung fu master. Those other teams don't stand a chance. Well, good luck anyways, guys. We'll be watching and cheering you on from the stands too. RWBY smiled. With the last few parting words, Team NNPR was off racing back towards the tournament grounds. Naruto grinned as he observed the group of 4 standing across from him and his team. They looked formidable enough, but looking at each of their weapons and how they stood, it was pretty easy to figure out their plan of attack. The single female member of the team was clearly a sniper of sorts, and would no doubt take the first chance to set herself up somewhere where she could help pick off her team's opponents. The other 3 were just simply brawlers with differing weapons, nothing too special there. Naruto's grin grew even wider when he saw the 2 biomes that the spinning hologram had chosen for their battlefield. With Hi-No Ishi in hand, the blonde called out, You guys ready to win us a tournament? Each of his teammates held tighter to their respective weapons and nodded, Nora just as eager as her captain. You betcha! The members of Team BRNZ frowned, their captain stepping forward. I wouldn't be so cocky just because you've got Pyrrha Nikos on your team. Naruto seemed to ignore the comment, glancing at his orange-haired teammate and his second-in-command. Nora? Pyrrha? If both teams are ready, let the match begin in 3, 2, 1. Professor Oblek yelled out over the PA. Queen's Quake! I Captain Whiskers! Right. As Team BRNZ was about to put their own plan into motion, they were all thrown for a loop when the energetic hammer wielder was launched into the air via the redhead's shield. Ren, keep em pinned! Got it! As the team from Shade Academy attempted to regain their bearings, they were forced into a defensive position as Ren and Naruto both began to unleash a storm of bullets at them. Panicking, Bronze called out, May! You need to get to the tree dash! The dark-skinned youth was interrupted when Nora landed between the 2 teams, her hammer hitting the ground with enough force to lift chunks of the stadium floor into the air as well as throw the 4 teens from vacuo off balance. Trying to regain their footing as the ground continued to shake, Team BRNZ could do nothing as the other 3 members of Team NNPR came hurtling over the chasm Nora had created, weapons at the ready. Bronze saw stars as Naruto delivered the sole of his boots straight to the other captain's face. Roy, the teen with cornrow-style dreadlocks, was equally stunned when Pyrrha rammed Akio into his abdomen, robbing him of all the air in his lungs. Ren meanwhile dealt with May, using a harsh palm thrust to her abdomen. Nolan had the unfortunate luck of having Nora bull rush him, slamming her shoulder straight into his chest. As one, the 4 members of Team BRNZ were sent tumbling into the forests behind them, each gasping for air and already feeling their bodies scream in pain even as their auras worked to numb them. And Team NNPR leads the match with a successful shock and awe-style team attack, dealing some heavy damage to their opponents in Team BRNZ. Professor Port excitedly called out over the loudspeakers. With a powerhouse like Miss Valkyrie on their team, destructive and landscape-altering attacks like that are sure to be an integral part of Team NNPR's strategies. Dr. Oblek added. Taking a quick glance behind himself to see the brewing storm overtop the highest peak of the mountain biome, Naruto grinned. Hey Nora, let's show these guys some real shock and awe. Seeing the dark clouds and hearing the telltale crackle of an impending storm, Nora saluted her captain. You got it! Without a word more, the hammer wielder was racing back towards the mountains. Let's keep these guys busy in the meantime. Naruto finished, already sprinting towards the small forest. Ren and Pira didn't even say anything, already having figured out their captain's plan. Wincing as he rubbed his extremely sore jaw, Bronze shakily got to his feet and took a quick glance at his team. Damn it, we can't lose this early in the tournament. Taking deep gulps of air, May used her weapon as a crutch and got to her feet. Guys, they're headed our way and fast. Seeing the rushing 3 members of the team from Beacon, Bronze began to bark out orders. Stick with the original plan. May, get some distance and back us up. Roy, Nolan, you're with me. Despite their injuries, Team BRNZ quickly collected themselves and moved to start their own plan, May leaping into the treetops while the 3 males readied themselves. Seeing the sniper girl leap into the trees, Naruto grinned, bad move. Without pausing, the blonde Jinchuriki called out. I'll keep the sniper distracted, you 2 take care of the other 3. Ren and Pira said nothing as they watched their captain easily launch himself into the trees above them without even breaking his stride. Glancing at her long-haired teammate, Pira asked, Rose Petal? Grasping one of Stormflower's guns, Ren nodded. As one, the 2 stretched out an arm and launched their respective weapon, a ko and 1/2 of Stormflower spinning through the air like a pair of buzzsaws. Shit! Nolan moved and batted away the spinning shield with his baton only to leave himself open to a slash from Milo that sent him reeling back. Without looking back, Pira ducked under a swing from Bronze and his clawed fists. Spinning while still crouched, the red-headed huntress swiped the dark-skinned teen's legs out from under him. Rolling with the rotation, Pira kicked out with her other leg and slammed the still airborne teen with her armored shin. Rising to her feet in one fluid motion, the redhead brought up Milo to block an attempted hit from Nolan and his baton. Without pause, Pira planted her foot straight into the attacking pink-eyed teen, sending him into a nearby tree with a harsh thud. However, the red-haired beauty was not allowed any reprieve, quickly having to bring up her left hand to stave off a clawed strike from Bronze, using the single piece of armor on her arm as well as her semblance to bat aside the swipe. Extending her right arm forward, Pira extended Milo into its spear form. Caught off balance, Bronze took the jab straight to the chest. Anyone else kinda feel bad for these poor saps? Yang asked as she watched Pira utterly decimate her 2 opponents. Ruby winced as Bronze was sent tumbling from Pira's spear jab. Yeah, Pira's really not holding back. Neither is Ren. Weiss added. Ren flipped over Roy, delivering a quick kick to the darker teen's exposed back. Landing without much fanfare, the long-haired member of Team NPR caught the other half of his weapon on its return trip. As was his usual style, he wanted to keep this fight as quick as possible. That in mind, Ren sprinted towards his opponent, rolling under the 2 saw blades that Roy had tossed at him without breaking stride. Coming out of the roll, Ren batted away the 2 punches the teen with cornrows had attempted, spinning and coming back with a kick straight to the jaw. Holstering one of his twin pistols, Ren followed up his kick with a palm strike to Roy's chest while aiming the other handgun to the side. A quick pull of the trigger, and a few flashes of green ended with Roy's returning saws being shot right off the air. Sliding under an attempted grapple from his opponent, Ren grabbed the dark-skinned teen's arms and used the momentum against him, sending Roy flying straight into his other 2 teammates. I feel bad for that May girl. Blake shook her head in pity. Her teammates nodded in agreement, realizing that going up against Naruto alone wasn't exactly a favorable situation. May's single visible eye was wide open as she frantically searched for the blonde that had followed her into the trees. While she wasn't exactly great at one-on-one combat, she was confident she could hold her own well enough. However, the blonde Beacon student was able to seemingly vanish into the trees without leaving any kind of trail, something that should have been damn near impossible with his bright hair. What made it worse was that he was abusing this ability in tandem with guerrilla warfare tactics, landing a few lightning-fast hits before disappearing from sight. Not only was it extremely frustrating, but the blonde hit pretty damn hard, her thighs and back already bruising from the punches and kicks she had suffered. Now here she was, backed against a tree, her weapon raised and ready to fire at anything that so much as moved near her. Hearing the leaves to her left rustle, May spun around as fast as she could and unloaded a full clip of ammo into the tree top. Her chest heaving as the rush of adrenaline wore off, May kept scanning the forest, hoping for a sign that she had managed to even tag the elusive blonde. Her heart leapt into her throat when a deep baritone whispered in her ear, "Don't let your enemy get behind you." Before she knew what was even happening, May found herself in a heap of limbs and agony alongside her teammates, her entire spine feeling like it had been bent in a way that it shouldn't have been. Rejoining his team outside the forest, Naruto glanced up to the mountain top to see Nora clamber onto it. Crossing his arms, the blonde cockily declared, "Well guys, looks like we got this one." Shakily rising to his feet, Bronze barked out, "We still got some fight left in us, you cocky asshole." The whiskered captain didn't say anything, merely jabbing a thumb in the direction of the mountain. Both Team BRNZ and the audience turned to watch as a Nora hefted Magnhild into the air as a bolt of lightning crashed down onto her, accompanied by the loud clap of thunder. "What the dash? It seems like Nora Valkyrie is using her semblance to charge up," Professor Port declared over the PA. Again, the audience and Team BRNZ watched, mouths dropped and eyes wide as Nora emerged from the bolt of lightning with pink sparks dancing around her form and her eyes literally glowing. "Nora, smash!" Naruto called out. Leaping from the mountain top, Nora came down onto the field with all the force of a meteor, impacting the ground with a flash of pink and a thunderclap. The next few seconds were utter chaos as the tournament field was utterly decimated as the initial strike alone created deep chasms and formed new, jagged mountain-like structures. The forest was not spared the destruction either, seemingly swallowed up by the earth itself. The aftershock of Nora's attack hit just as violently, audience members having to hold onto their seats or the railings as the stadium was rocked by an earthquake. The explosion of air that accompanied the attack ripped the remaining trees right out of the ground and sent them careening into the barrier walls where they exploded into splinters. Team BRNZ, while not at the epicenter of the massive cataclysm-like attack, was just close enough to be hit by all of its aftereffects. Already on bad footing thanks to the beating from Naruto, Ren, and Pira, Team BRNZ could do nothing as they were tossed around by churning earth. Battered and bruised, the team from Shade could do nothing as they were thrown out of the field, what was left of it, and pummeled into the barrier by the violent winds. The buzzer sounded, signifying that Team BRNZ had been defeated by both ring out and aura depletion, but no clapping or cheering came, everyone still reeling from what they had just witnessed while still more regained their sense of balance. Eventually, as the dust cleared and revealed Team NNPR standing triumphantly atop a newly made plateau, Professor Port announced, "And Team NNPR takes the victory with an unbelievable display of teamwork, skill, and sheer power." For a moment, still no applause came. Eventually, the silence was broken when the girls of Team RWBY and their friends in Team CFVY began to loudly cheer, stirring the crowd into a thunderous roar of approval. Team NNPR looked at each other with wide and triumphant grins, Nora being the first to speak. "We did it, guys!" Naruto looked at his team and nodded. "First round done! Now if everyone could please vacate the arena. We will need some time fix the field after Ms. Valkyrie's display." A black boomed over the PA. Looking at the wasteland that the tournament field had become, Nora took a move from Naruto's book and grinned sheepishly while rubbing the back of her head. "Whoops! So what do you think, Jester?" A smooth voice asked in a somewhat formal tone. Moving a candy cane to the side of his mouth, Jester answered with a wide grin. "What do I think, Trey? I think that was a hell of a fight." The now named Trey, a silver-haired teen garbed in mostly blues and grays, rolled his eyes at his captain's antics. "I mean, do you think they'll pose a problem for us?" This time, their dark-skinned and hulking teammate answered. "It depends on if the randomization process even pits us against them. Clearly we won't be fighting them this round, but looking at the numbers, there is a chance we could go up against them in the doubles round though." The three teens turned their gaze to their fourth and final member, his face hidden by both a dark maroon scarf and a matching wide-brimmed hat, when he tapped Jester on the shoulder. Though no words came out of his mouth, his teammates seemed to understand him perfectly fine, Trey nodding his head. Sin is right. They're strong enough to make it to last round, so we'll eventually bump into them at some point. Glancing at his taller teammate, the coat-wearing teen asked, "Who do you think they'll be sending to the doubles Eisen?" The taller teen grunted. "They're more than likely gonna be sending Pyrrhikos and that blonde captain of theirs, seeing as they're the strongest of the four with a name to themselves." Jester finally spoke up again, a wide grin on his face. "The invincible girl and the blonde Maelstrom, huh? Fingers crossed we fight them then." "Well, that was pretty one-sided," Yang remarked offhandedly as Team RWBY began to vacate the stands. Weiss rolled her eyes. "Of course it was. Naruto being what he is isn't exactly fair." "True, but he's also helped the rest of us grow much stronger as well," Blake pointed out. "All I'm hearing is that we're all badasses and this tournament is gonna be a cakewalk." Yang grinned. As Weiss opened her mouth to respond, her eyes were drawn to something that was quickly approaching the stadium. She's here?" RWBY turned to follow her partner's gaze, only to end up confused as she saw what appeared to be an Elysian ship decorated with several trailing flags. Shivu? The Shni-heiress, still seemingly enraptured by the flying ship, only whispered, "Winter." Quick pause, guys. If you are enjoying this story, please take 1 second to check if you are subscribed. I am trying to hit my first massive milestone of 1,000 subscribers, and every single one of you joining the community means the absolute world to me. Alright, let's see what Naruto does next. Chapter 32. Weiss! Why are we running? RWBY cried out, jogging to keep up with her partner who seemed to be in some sort of trance, having rushed out of the stadium and back to Beacon's campus at speeds that could match the former's semblance. Surprisingly, a certain blonde interjected, "I just want to know how I got here." As the three came to a stop at Beacon's airfield, RWBY opened her mouth to answer her fellow captain, only to realize she had no answer to his question. That's a good question. How did you end up with us, Naruto?" Before the two captains could really question the oddity of Naruto's sudden appearance, they were interrupted as the ship that was the cause of Weiss' odd attitude touched down, followed shortly by its doors opening and allowing a small handful of Elysian knights to step out and assume formation. Following that, out stepped someone both RWBY and Naruto had only heard briefly about, Winter Shni. Upon seeing Weiss' older sibling and the way she carried herself, the similarities between the Shni-heiress and his former teammate were now borderline creepy. From the strong yet regal and cold demeanor that the elder Shni exuded, Naruto couldn't help but liken her to Sasuke's older brother, Itachi. The ensuing conversation between the two did nothing to dissuade him from believing that the Shni were somehow linked to the Uchiha. "Winter! It's so good to see you!" Weiss cheered. Seemingly realizing what she had just said though, the Shni-heiress reverted to an attitude more fitting of her status. "I mean, your presence honors us." Naruto and RWBY stayed quiet, only raising a brow each at Weiss' erratic behavior. Though they both shared a giggle at how flustered the usually reserved Ice Queen was being. "Beacon, it's been a long time," Winter stated, seemingly ignoring her sister's greeting. "The air is different." RWBY shrugged. "I mean, it is fall, so it's probably colder." Weiss glowered at her captain, though Naruto only grinned and slipped his fellow captain a not-so-well-hidden high-five. Fake coughing into her hand, Weiss continued, "So, what are you doing here?" "Classified." Nonplussed by the cut-and-dry answer, the younger Shni went on. "Oh, right. Well, how long are you staying?" "Classified." "Of course." Naruto and RWBY momentarily stared at the two, both trying to understand the relationship between the siblings before the blonde muttered, "And I thought my friendship with Sasuke was messed up." Having heard bits and pieces of that story, RWBY whispered, "Didn't he stab you in the chest, twice?" Naruto simply nodded. "Yup." And just like that, Weiss let go of all of her normal composure, letting words fly in a very RWBY-esque manner. Winter was apparently having none of it though, sharply cutting off her rambling sibling. I'm more than familiar with how this kingdom runs its bureaucracy. But that is not why I came here. Weiss was by now looking rather sheepish. Right. Sorry. Winter was far from done, though. Nor did I come here to watch my own blood fail so miserably in battle. But it appears I have no choice. Naruto, his face set into a frown, had to hold himself back from stepping into the conversation at this point. However, Winter genuinely surprised him with her next few words after dismissing her guard detail. How have you been? Weiss perked up instantly, prattling on about her achievements in her classes. This was apparently not the answer Winter was looking for, interrupting her sister yet again, this time with a resounding smack to the head. Silence, you boob! While Naruto and RWBY giggled childishly at the elder Shini's word choice, Weiss pitifully rubbed at her now throbbing skull. I don't recall asking about your ranking. Taking a short breath, Winter sighed and suddenly her face conveyed a much softer and more caring expression. I asked how you've been. Are you eating properly? Have you taken up any hobbies? Are you making new friends? Still rubbing her head, Weiss lamely gestured to the two standing next to her. Well, there's Naruto and RWBY. RWBY continued to giggle as she poked Weiss on the forehead. Hee hee boob. However, Winter gave a passing glance to the young teen, her gaze shifting to the whiskered teen before her. So, you are Naruto Uzumaki. My sister has told me a lot of interesting things about you and your abilities. Especially one that seems uncannily similar to our family's semblance. Naruto shrugged lazily. My parents were both renowned for their prowess in Fuinjutsu. Winter nodded, still examining the blonde. So I was told. The art of sealing is definitely an extremely intriguing branch of skills. I'd be very much interested in discussing it with you in depth, and maybe even seeing if it's possible to combine your seals with our glyphs. Actually, Naruto started before gesturing to Weiss. Me and Ice Queen have already created a few glyphs that borrow some symbols and such from my seals. Winter seemed genuinely interested now, so much so she seemed to skip over the blonde's nickname for her sister. Well, if you wouldn't mind, I'd love to see these new glyphs in action. With a simple gesture of her head, the eldest Shini sibling had both Naruto and Weiss trailing after her, the former with a far more casual gait. Naruto looked back though when he noticed RWBY not following. I'm just gonna stop off at the dorms real quick, the silver-eyed teen explained. With a smile and a wave, the red/black-haired teen was off. Shrugging, Naruto moved to catch up with the two Shini siblings, however a flash of movement caught his eye. The blonde was surprised when he caught sight of an older man using his bare hands to quickly and silently dismantle a pair of Elysian knights in a blur of speed. If it wasn't for the nagging feeling of familiarity, the whiskered teen would have moved to attack the mysterious man. That, and while he had mercilessly decapitated the androids, the gray-haired man had ignored everyone else around him, making it clear that he had some sort of beef with Atlas specifically. The red cape-wearing man called out in a raspy baritone. Hey! When the two Shini siblings, along with almost the entire courtyard of meandering students, turned their gaze to him, the man continued with a sarcastic grin. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Ice Queen. Naruto had to use all of his willpower to not fall over in laughter. Whoever this man was, the former shinobi could already tell that they'd get along just fine. Weiss, being herself, marched right up to the man and jabbed him in the chest with a finger. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? The man, clearly drunk, covered up the Shini heiress face, shushed her, and shoved her to the side. Shh. Not you. Straightening up, the man stared down Winter from across the courtyard, a frown stretching across his face. You. The onlookers watched with bated breath, the tension palpable as the two stared each other down with a steely look to their eyes. Already, Naruto could hear the mutterings of the crowd as they tried to figure out what was going on. After all, it wasn't exactly the smartest choice to openly go against another kingdom so boldly. Saw that gaudy ship of yours in town, guess you're here too? The still unnamed man continued. I'm standing right before you, Winter snarkily replied. Squinting, the man leaned forward, seemingly trying to verify Winter's claim. So it would seem. Naruto had to hand it to the man. He was really playing up the whole incapable drunk guy routine. Had he been anyone else, the half-blood Uzumaki may well have fallen for it like everyone else seemed to. But making your opponents believe that you were far less capable than you actually were was what had gained Naruto his moniker of most surprising shinobi. That and knowing people like Kaka-sensei, Ero-sennin, and Bushy Brows, each of whom had used the same tactic in their own way, made you intimately acquainted with a person's tells. Looking closely, Naruto could see that the man was clearly prepared to react to anything as quickly as possible. His muscles were tense, his eyes would flicker every few seconds, and his hand never strayed too far from the weapon he kept strapped to his lower back. This is gonna be interesting to watch, Naruto mentally concluded. Winter sneered. You do realize you've just destroyed Atlas military property? Oh, I'm sorry. The red-eyed man began in an over-the-top manner. See, I mistook this for some sort of sentient garbage. Clearly fed up with the man's antics, Winter snapped. I don't have time for your immature games, Crow. Hearing the man's name, Naruto did a double take, a picture of the silver-haired sensei of Team 7 flashing through his mind. You two know each other? Weiss asked her sister. Crow simply rolled his eyes. Geez, you Atlas specialists think you're so special, don't you? Winter was clearly growing even more frustrated with each second. It's in the title. Well, you know what you really are? Crow asked rhetorically. A bunch of rats, just like your boss. That seemed to really set Winter off, her face now contorted into one of rage instead of irritation. I'm not sure what you think you're implying, but I've heard enough. Crow frowned. Oh, I've heard too. I heard that old Ironwood finally turned his back on Ashbin and tried to rat him out to the council. By now, Naruto, like everyone around them, was extremely interested in the conversation. Sure, he had his own rather negative opinions regarding Atlas General and Headmaster, due in no small part to their less than stellar past interactions, but even the blonde was shocked to hear that Ironwood would stoop so low as to try and sell out his supposed friend. Naruto clenched a fist, remembering the few stories Jiraiya had told him of the relationship between the Sandaime and his old teammate, Danzo. The old Warhawk had outright went against the third on almost every matter that concerned Konoha, going so far as to go behind Hiruzen's back and do what he considered necessary to make Konoha great again. How the man had never been executed for outright treason was a mystery to the Jinchuriki. Still, the parallels between the two relationships was far too similar for Naruto's liking. However, while the onlookers were very much so curious, Winter was anything but. Unsheathing the rapier at her side, Winter brandished the weapon as she practically snarled. If you won't hold your tongue, I will gladly remove it for you. Crow grinned cockily as he raked a hand through his hair. All right then. Come take it. In a burst of speed that surprised even Naruto, Winter closed the gap between them and made to stab the gray-haired huntsman. Crow, still grinning, simply leaned to the side, narrowly dodging the strike. With the same lackadaisical and cockily casual attitude, the caped huntsman continued to dodge Winter's flurry of jabs and swings. Growing even more frustrated with the man, Winter briefly abandoned her usual grace and poise in favor of reckless overhead strike. Crow simply bowed, allowing the blade of Winter's rapier to meet the broadside of his own sword. Using her surprise to his advantage, the red-eyed man grabbed the handle of his sword and easily pushed her back, twirling it with practiced ease. Hefting the large sword out in front of him with one hand, Crow grinned wolfishly as he tapped his sword against Winter's. Apparently that was all the invitation she needed to get serious. Without any more sort of preamble, the two were flashing across the courtyard, sparks and brief blasts of air echoing after each clash. Having never seen a fully trained huntsman in live combat, Naruto couldn't help himself as he eagerly watched the two literally tear up their surroundings. While it looked like some of the other students were very much so struggling to keep up with the unreal to them speeds the two were displaying, Naruto was having no trouble at all. Heck, to him, this was what was normal. Think I can get either of them to spar with me? Naruto asked with a feral grin. With a yawn, Kurama replied, it would be one of the first times you wouldn't have to hold yourself back all that much. Pira has been getting better though. I usually have to resort to some stronger jutsu to bring her down, Naruto added. Kurama cracked an eye open, lazily watching as the still fighting Winter and Crow took their fight to the top of the courtyard's arches. True. She and the others have all improved by leaps and bounds, but these two are veterans. They've each seen and been involved directly with combat where one wrong move means death. They are far more like the shinobi of our time. The two living remnants of the shinobi era were torn from their conversation when RWBY joined them. Whoa! What's going on here? No clue, Weiss answered. Some crazy person started insulting General Ironwood, and then started a fight with my sister. Oh no! Hual dash. RWBY's eyes widened as she apparently realized just who said crazy person was. That is my uncle! Kick her butt, Uncle Crow! Naruto took a quick glance at Crow, then back to his fellow captain before nodding. Well, that explains a lot actually. His comment went ignored as Weiss huffed before shouting. Teach him respect, Winter! Naruto casually crossed his arms behind his head as he watched Winter jump out from her shroud of smoke armed with two blades now, the second one a much smaller rapier held in her other hand. Crow seemed to have expected this, bringing up his own large blade to block the strike. However, Winter's somewhat petite and regal appearance did a very good job of hiding her strength, as she was easily able to barrel through the older huntsman's guard as well as the thick stone pillar he was stood on. With a resounding explosion, the two slammed into the courtyard with enough force to send chunks of stone flying. Still, this didn't stop either of the two fighters, both of them already up and exchanging blows before the dust had even settled. More and more Naruto was itching to join in as he watched the two. They haven't even used their semblance or anything yet. This is all just them, the blonde prattled. Kurama huffed, not true. The red-eyed one has been using his semblance the entire time. That seemed odd to Naruto. From what he had seen so far, almost every semblance had a very pronounced tell, a sort of sign that made it obvious that someone was using their semblance. Hell, even with as sneaky as she was about it, Naruto had spotted Pira's tell. Already knowing what his container was thinking, the chakra beast elaborated, I don't know exactly what it is or even what it does. To be honest, the only reason I noticed anything was because of my ability to sense negativity. Even then, he isn't putting off any negative emotions himself. It's almost like some sort of aura around him. Taking a moment, Naruto briefly entered Sage mode to enhance his own sensing abilities. Focusing on RWBY's uncle, the blonde Uzumaki furrowed his brow, as he too felt what his fuzzy tenant was talking about. While he couldn't exactly put his finger on it, he could tell that there was indeed something there. To his and Kurama's surprise, whatever it was suddenly acted out, lashing out at the ground under Winter's feet. To their further shock, they watched as a small crack in the ground fractured just a little more, opening enough to catch the elder Shini's heel, causing her to stumble. To her credit, Winter quickly righted herself just in time to avoid Crow's swing. The hell was that? Naruto bluntly asked. I do not know, Kurama replied, clearly just as confused as his container. Before either could really ponder what they had just seen, Winter used her two blades to parry a strike from Crow. With a cry of effort, Weiss' older sibling pushed back and sent RWBY's uncle skidding across the courtyard. Stabbing his sword into the ground, Crow managed to stop himself from sliding too far. However, Naruto's eyes instantly flickered back to Winter as a glyph came to life under her. To his shock, a flock of small, white Nevermore emerged from the glowing circle of runes. The ethereal grim copies briefly circled the Shini before flying at a still recovering Crow. Did she just summon? Naruto mentally bellowed, having to hold himself back from running over and examining the glyph under Winter. Kurama peered at the fake grim for a moment, watching as Crow was battered by them before commenting, it seems to be some bastardized version of a summon and clone jutsu. Without a closer look though, it's hard to exactly say what this is. Naruto tore his gaze from the eldest Shini when he saw Crow's face stretch into a frown. Hefting his large blade up, the red-eyed huntsman swung downwards. What followed had even Naruto surprised. Winter's eyes widened as she hastily dodged to the side, canceling her glyph just in time to dodge a pure white crescent that flew past her and destroyed the nearby fountain, spraying water and rubble everywhere. For a moment, the two veteran warriors stared the other down. Despite the havoc they had wrought on the courtyard, either seemed all that winded. If anything, it seemed like that they had only just begun to warm up. This of course excited Naruto to no end. Winter's next move only brought a bigger grin to his face. Still crouched from her dodge, Winter's face slowly morphed into one of pure concentration as a large glyph array blossomed directly behind her. This was apparently Crow's cue to get serious as well, the caped man grabbing the trigger of his sword. Naruto quirked a brow as the gears and cogs that made up the sword's hilt began to spin and whir. The blonde brow ascended even higher as the apparently segmented blade began to expand while also curving back towards its wielder. Before the blade could finish whatever it was doing, Crow seemed to do a complete 180, putting away his weapon and regaining that same casual cocky attitude he had at the beginning of their skirmish. This confused Winter as much as it did everyone else. However, any thought she may have given to canceling her own attack was thrown out the window when Crow taunted her with a "bring it" gesture. Snarling, Winter let out a war cry as she literally glided across the ground, her main rapier aimed straight for Crow's throat. Shni! The harsh bark of General Ironwood caught everyone by surprise, none more so than Winter, who quickly stopped her attack, her weapon mere centimeters from a still grinning Crow's neck. Quickly composing herself, the elder Shni's sibling turned on her heel with a salute. "General Ironwood, sir!" An irate-looking Ironwood ground out. "What in the world do you think you're doing?" Clearly caught off guard by her superior's sudden appearance, Winter stammered out. "He started the altercation, sir!" Crow threw his hands behind his head and rolled his eyes. "That's actually not true, she attacked first." A deep frown crossing his face, the Atlesian general turned to his soldier and asked, "Is that right?" Winter, knowing she couldn't lie to her leader, simply hung her head without saying a word. Ironwood's frown somehow deepened as he looked at the state of Beacon's courtyard as well as the stunned and unsure faces of the various students who had witnessed the fight. Turning his gaze to Crow, who was attempting to whistle, the general ground out. "And you?" Walking closer to the red-caped huntsman, the Atlesian headmaster continued in a whisper Naruto barely caught. "What are you doing here?" While Winter seemed to have been cowed by the intimidating general, Crow seemed to not give a damn. "I could be asking you the same thing." This seemed to catch Ironwood off guard. Now everyone," a familiar voice interrupted. "There is a sanctioned fight happening just around the corner at the Coliseum, and I can assure you they have better seats. And popcorn." Naruto's sweat dropped at the oddness that was Beacon's headmaster. Glinda, far less subtle in her mannerisms, called out, "All right everyone, break it up! We'll take care of this mess." In an attempt to regain some face, Ironwood tugged at his collar before ordering his men, "Let's go." While the Atlesian forces began to walk off, Ruby was quick to latch herself onto her uncle, screaming out, "Uncle Crow!" Literally hanging off of Crow's outstretched arm, the young teen rambled, "It's so good to see you! Did you miss me? Did you miss me?" With a smirk, the older huntsman answered, "Nope." The following affectionate head rubbing made it clear though that the man had indeed missed his niece. Seeing the two interacting, Naruto smiled. It was clear as day that the two shared a close relationship, which very much so explained where Ruby got a lot of her mannerisms and even sense of style. But it was also nice to be reminded that, even though Ruby had been bumped up a year and made a team captain, she could still act her age. "Oh!" Ruby exclaimed, the proverbial light bulb going off in her head. "Uncle Crow, I'd like you to meet Naruto." The older man sized up the blonde-haired teen with a raised brow, somewhat caught off guard with how much the blue-eyed teen resembled his other niece and brother-in-law. Not taking his eyes off the teen, Crow not so discreetly whispered to his niece, "Is it just me or does the kid look a lot like Dash?" "Dad and young?" Ruby finished with a giggle. "I think it's the hair and whiskers." Naruto sighed. "You know I can hear you guys just fine, right?" The two scythe wielders shared a look before chuckling. Nice to meet ya, kid. Name's Crow, the red-eyed huntsman stated with an outstretched hand. Naruto grinned and took the offered hand. Uzumaki Naruto. Crow! Ajpin interrupted. A word, please. Seeing the less than pleased look on his boss' face, Crow grimaced. I think I'm in trouble. Gee, I wonder why. Naruto sarcastically answered. Hey, you know, kid, we might just get along. I'll catch you both later. The raven-haired swordsman finished, bumping fists with his niece before nodding at Naruto. And suddenly your recklessness makes sense. Weiss interjected as she walked up to the two captains. RWBY disregarded the thinly veiled insult and nudged her partner in the side. You're just mad he kicked your sister's butt. The Shiny heiress huffed. That was a draw at best, right, Naruto? The two turned expecting to see the whiskered captain only to find the spot where he was standing empty. What were you thinking? Winter demanded. If you were one of my men, I'd have you shot, Ironwood declared. Crow, exiting the elevator alongside Glinda and Ajpin, rolled his eyes. PFT, if I was one of your men, I'd shoot myself. Sighing and already feeling a migraine coming on, Glinda added. While I wouldn't condone his actions, retaliating the way you did certainly didn't help the situation. He was drunk, Winter rebutted. He's always drunk. Feeling the four sets of eyes boring into him, Crow decided that it may be in his best interest to put away his flask of whiskey. Really hope that RWBY doesn't pick up that habit from him. Please, the girl can probably handle her liquor as well as that bowl-haired nutcase, Kurama groused. Hey! Drunk Lee needed the entire Konoha 11 and our senseis to hold him down, and that was after a sip of sake. Naruto exclaimed. Kurama rolled his eyes. My point still stands. Naruto huffed through their shared connection, whatever. I still say this is a bad idea, though. You are a shinobi first. Espionage and getting into places you shouldn't be are what you were trained for. Now shush. An exasperated Kurama pointed out. The two tuned back into the conversation happening below them in time to hear Ironwood, excuse, Winter from the room. Your little infiltrator isn't just another pawn, they're the one responsible for Autumn's condition, Crow explained. This seemed to catch the room's occupants by surprise, Glinda being the one to actually vocalize it. What? Crow took a swig from his flask. Despite what the world thinks, we're not just teachers or generals or headmasters. The people in this room? The leaders of the other two academies? We're the ones who keep the world safe from the evils no one even knows about. Turning a heated glare to Ironwood and marching up to the man, Crow continued. It's why we meet behind closed doors, why we work in the shadows. So you tell me, James, when you brought your army to Vale, did you think you were being discreet or did you just not give a damn? Even hidden, Naruto could feel the tension in the room as the Atlesian general met Crow's irate stare. Seconds ticked by before Ironwood shook his head and pulled out his scroll, placing it on Ajpin's desk. Almost instantly a hologram of Vale surrounded by Atlesian airships flickered to life in the middle of the room. Discreet wasn't working. Gesturing to the hologram, the general continued. I'm here because this is what was necessary. Naruto mentally scoffed. You're here because Ajpin wanted you here. Crow spat. He made you a part of this inner circle and opened your eyes to the real fight that's in front of us. And I am grateful. Ironwood interrupted. Again, Naruto couldn't help but to scoff, which Crow unknowingly mirrored. Oh, well, you've got a real funny way of showing it. Ironwood frowned at the jab, but continued. The people of Vale needed someone to protect them, someone who would act. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the general visibly puffed up in pride. When they look to the sky and see my fleet, they feel safe and our enemies will feel our strength. A moment passed as the room took in the sheer bravado Ironwood had just spoke with. Though Crow apparently only found this amusing as he chuckled and shook his head. You think they're scared of your little ships? I've been out there and seen the things she's made and let me tell you, they are fear. That little tidbit caught both Naruto and Kurama's interest. You don't think he's talking about Kagai, do you? As Ajpin finally deigned a time to throw in his own 2 cents, Kurama shook his head. Hard to say. Kaguya was said to be just as capable of creating matter, and even life, as her two sons. Going off of what Tusama said, that thing she made, Zetsu or whatever, was what orchestrated her resurrection, so it wouldn't be too far-fetched to believe that she is responsible for the Grimm. Naruto frowned. From what we learned about the Grimm from that crazy bastard, Dr. Merlot, they are scarily similar to you and your brothers and sisters. Kurama sighed. At this point, the smartest plan would be to assume that Kaguya is the one responsible for all of this and proceed with that in mind, like we have been doing. We cannot let her get the drop on us, as she is more than likely looking for us so that she can resume her full strength, and that is something we can't let happen. So more sitting and waiting, huh? Naruto groused. Knowing how impatient his container was, the nine-tailed Biju simply rolled his eyes, yes and no. We will be waiting but not just sitting around doing nothing. As it is, we've gotten extremely close to perfecting that, and have already seen it benefit us even in our base forms. We are only going to get that much stronger from here on out. You know, Mr. Uzumaki, most would consider eavesdropping on our conversation to be a punishable offense. Naruto's eyes widened as Ajpin moved his gaze to the ceiling, brown eyes pointedly staring at the exact spot the blonde was hidden. Seeing as it was now just the two of them, Naruto dispelled the Maiseigaku Jutsu, hiding with camouflage technique, released the chakra that held him to the ceiling, and allowed himself to fall to the floor. How'd you know I was there, Professor? Ashpin took a sip from his mug. I have my ways. Knowing he wasn't going to get much else out of the enigmatic headmaster, Naruto shook his head. So how much trouble am I in? The silver-haired headmaster seemed to ponder the matter for a few seconds before a gleam struck his eyes. Slowly a small, almost imperceptible, smirk came across Ajpin's face. Mr. Uzumaki, what's your favorite fairy tale? Naruto? The blonde shook himself from the reverie he had wandered into. Sorry, what's up, Pira-chan? Naruto chuckled. The redhead took a moment to send her boyfriend a concerned look. Seeing the reassuring grin on his face, Pira shook her head before asking. I was wondering what you think of the match. Switching his gaze to the field below, the former shinobi watched as the hulking member of Team Jess used his equally massive staff to meet the blade of Team SSSN's dark-skinned member. Watching the concussive blast of air that came from the pair's clash, Naruto was slightly impressed. Turning to see the swashbuckling members of the teams battling it out on the mast of a wrecked ship, Naruto again had to admit that they were good. As he continued to watch the match, the blue-eyed captain finally replied, Team SSSN is good, but Team Just has got this in the bag. Really? They seem pretty evenly matched to me, RWBY added. Naruto shrugged. Neither team looks to be taking this too seriously, but underneath that, those Just guys are actually doing it on purpose. They're trying not to show off what they can do this early. On the other hand, Team SSSN is literally just not taking this too seriously. Cupping her chin, Yang suddenly piped up. Hey Blake? Isn't that monkey guy the same guy who winked Ash? Yang. Shut up, the raven-haired faunus ground out. Looking like the cat who caught the canary, Yang poked her partner. Still holding out for another blonde dash. Yang! Said Blonde simply giggled to herself as Blake tried her hardest to control the blush on her face. And like that, Team SSSN is down a member! Professor Port bellowed out. By the way, have you guys decided on who you're sending to the doubles? RWBY inquired. Keeping his eyes on the match, Naruto replied. You gotta ask? We're sending the lovebirds, of course. Nora cheered. Aforementioned couple chuckled, already used to Nora's antics. I guess that makes sense, seeing as how you two are the most versatile out of your team. Weiss agreed. I think it's because they wouldn't let Nora participate after she pretty much destroyed the arena. Yang snickered. I still say that was totally unfair. Nora pouted. Ren chuckled as he patted his partner on the back. I'm confident Naruto and Pira will represent us well in the doubles. Like anyone will really cause either of them an issue. Blake pointed out. Yang bumped her fists together. I don't know, I think me and Weiss could pull it off. Seeing as how he is now pretty familiar with my glyphs, we'd be at a severe disadvantage. Weiss complained. Slinging an arm around her fellow blonde, Yan attempted to goad him on. Bah, forget them. You and me, Whiskers, mono y mono. Naruto rolled his eyes. When we do get sent to the singles round, I won't be the one going. It would be unfair to everyone else if you went on, RWBY admitted. Like it's any more fair if Pyrrha the invincible girl Nikos goes on, Weiss pointed out. With a strong combo from Trey and Aizen of Team Jest, Scarlet has been defeated by aura depletion. Naruto almost felt bad for the red-haired member of Team SSSN. He had managed to go toe-to-toe with Trey for a good long while, exchanging a fair amount of blows. But with Aizen taking out Sage relatively easily, the hulking teen was free to pair up with any one of his other teammates. Caught unawares, Scarlet could do nothing as he was pinned between Trey and Aizen. That just made the situation all the worse for the remaining members of SSN. As it was, the blue-haired teen was struggling to find Jest's sniper, let alone fight him. Then there was the two captains duking it out. While he had said that Jest was actually taking the fight more seriously than their opponents, Naruto had mentally omitted their captain. The guy had worn a smug, almost twisted, grin the entire time, easily goading his monkey-tailed opponent into slipping up every chance he got. Seeing the now free Trey and Aizen heading to back up their teammates, Naruto mentally called the match. With a double knockout, Team Jest has earned their spot in the doubles round, Professor Oblek announced. Ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude the 4-on-4 portion of this fine tournament. Tomorrow, we move on to the 2-on-2 rounds. The crowd roared with applause and cheers. Naruto and Pyrrha shared a look. They were ready. From the arena below, a triumphant jester spotted the two, his grin growing even wider. We're coming for you, Pyrrha Nikos and Naruto Uzumaki, just you wait. Chapter 33. Naruto sat with his arms crossed and an uncharacteristic frown on his face, his normally warm, electric blue eyes now like frosty glaciers. While he had so far enjoyed the vital festival and the tournament itself, this particular matchup had instantly soured his mood and served as a harsh reminder of the things going on behind the scenes of it all. Coco Adele and Yatsuhashi Daichi of Team CFVY versus Emerald Citri and Mercury Black of Team C-Many. As soon as the random selector had landed on the four names, Naruto instantly knew something wasn't right. There was no way that this was just pure happenstance. Team CFVY, one of the more popular teams and a crowd favorite, being matched against Cinder's henchmen? Even as oblivious as he was, Naruto could smell the foul play from his seat. If he was being honest though, the matchup itself wasn't even what he was really upset about. While he was worried for the well-being of his friends, he knew that both Coco and Yatsuhashi were formidable fighters and could handle themselves well enough. What was really eating at him was that, despite all of his training and growth these last 2 years, he was left sitting on his ass with his hands tied. It was like going back to the day of the Chunin exams with his current knowledge, only to watch it all go down the same. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Remember, thanks to that silver-haired headmaster, we are now even more prepared for what is to come. We now have the element of surprise, use it to our advantage, Kurama intoned. Shifting in his seat as he watched Coco literally mow down part of the battlefield with her Gatling gun, Naruto mentally nodded, true. Still hard to believe that there are apparently 4 super-powered women wandering around though. Really? An incredulous Kurama questioned. You met a lingering shard of the man who literally created the moon as a prison for his mother-turned-wrathful god, and 4 women with the power of chakra still being around surprises you. Naruto's sweat dropped, fair point. But we still don't know if what these maidens use is chakra. It really could be some kind of magic or something. The powerful chakra being rolled his eyes, they can wield the very elements like a weapon, and their power is then passed down to another container when they die. Sound familiar? I will admit that it does sound pretty similar to the whole transmigrant thing Rikudajiji talked about, but could there really be people out there who still use chakra? Naruto replied. Kurama took a moment to collect his thoughts, ruby red eyes absently watching as Mercury began to easily combat both Coco and Yatsuhashi. Honestly, it was harder for me to believe that chakra as a whole had disappeared. Tusama and his brother spread chakra far and wide, through both the teachings of Nishu as well as through their own bloodlines. For it to just simply not exist, even after millennia, seemed off to me. Energy, especially energy as potent as chakra, cannot simply disappear. It has to go somewhere. Seeing the point his partner was making, Naruto hummed in thought, so from what we figured out, chakra now exists in two different forms. A huge chunk of it has been turned into dust. The rest has stayed with both humans and faunas, but for some reason, people seem unable to combine its two aspects the same way we were able to. Because of the inability to unite yin and yang, they've learned to use each aspect on its own, giving rise to what they call their aura and semblance. However, they have also managed to make some form of bastardized elemental ninjutsu by igniting dust. Wincing as he watched Yatsuhashi take a boot to the face, Naruto continued, but these maidens are apparently the exception. From what Ashbin told us, they could very well be the only other people capable of using chakra the same way the people of our time did. Though that begs the question, who was the old man who gave them that power in the first place? Kurama pondered. Naruto shook his head as he watched Koko try to track Emerald through the thick forestry. Koko was not exactly suited for guerrilla warfare or stealth tactics. Her weapon was a sign of that. She was a front-lines fighter, period. Emerald was a different story. She was apparently extremely capable of getting around the treetops with little trouble. It almost reminded him of how most Konoha-trained shinobi fought. Could it have been Rikudajiji? I mean, you did say he was so powerful that he could continue to live on despite his physical body dying. Or it could have been another fragment of him like the one we met in the cave, Naruto finally answered. Kurama hummed in thought. It wouldn't be too far of a stretch for that to be the case. Before Kurama could expand any further though, Naruto's attention was drawn back to the field below. The heck's going on with Koko? The blonde muttered to himself. The whiskered teen was deeply confused as he watched the older, mocha-haired teen begin to talk to herself. Unfortunately, due to the constant chatter of the massive crowd of spectators, the blonde couldn't make out what was being said. Thankfully, Naruto was somewhat adept at reading lips. One had to be with Kakashi as a sensei, and was able to make out Koko speaking her partner's name. From there, putting the pieces together was easy enough. Yatsuhashi never made it out of the geysers though. Why would she think he's, unless dash? Naruto's train of thought was quickly derailed as Emerald stealthily emerged from a tree behind an unaware Koko, weapon raised high. A flash of green followed. In a startling upset, Emerald and Mercury handily defeat Koko and Yatsuhashi, Professor Port bellowed. Gritting his teeth, Naruto shook his head. That was no defeat. Emerald and Mercury destroyed Koko and Yatsuhashi. It was calculated and damn near flawless, Kurama added. The kitsune narrowed its eyes, and feeling how disheartened the audience is, this fight's brutality served a bigger purpose. Having seen enough fights for the day and his mood now properly soured, Naruto rose from his seat and made for the exit. But for what purpose? What does she get out of any of this? What's the end goal here? If we go off of what she's told you, the end goal is to reveal the dark truth of how the headmasters and those in power conduct their business, no doubt ending in some sort of coup in an attempt to give the power back to the masses, Kurama answered, though it was clear in his voice that he didn't believe that to be the case. When Cinder had attempted to recruit him near a year ago and revealed her grand plan, Naruto had briefly entertained the idea that she was being completely honest. However, her subsequent actions threw that notion straight out the window. There was a much bigger game being played here, and although he was probably way more informed and in the know than the general populace, there was still way too much he didn't know. As a former shinobi and apprentice to a shinobi infamous for his expansive spy network, Naruto knew all too well just how valuable information was. "Piranikos, right?" said red-haired Huntress, quirked a brow before turning to see who had spoken to her. She was met with the sight of a teen dressed in a purple hoodie with 2 yellow stripes going down the right sleeve, the entire left sleeve a contrasting black. Over the left breast of the coat was also the laughing visage of a court jester colored in purple and yellow. With a candy cane casually dangling from his lips, the guy wasn't what most would call intimidating. However, the wide grin that met her stare instantly put her on edge. Something just seemed off about this guy. Not in a malicious way, just in a way that made her slightly uneasy around him. Yes, that would be me. Sorry, I don't seem to know your name though, Pyrrha finally replied. Shifting the candy cane to the other side of his mouth, the purple/yellow-haired teen shrugged. Not many people do. Though I think that's something you could sympathize with, isn't it, Ms. Invincible? Frowning at the reminder of her status, something she had forgotten about after being surrounded by friends and a boyfriend who didn't care for it, Pyrrha decided she wasn't exactly a fan of whoever this guy was. Can I help you with something? Pyrrha finally replied, her tone making it clear she wasn't exactly keen on continuing the conversation any further. If the grinning teen picked up on the hint, he didn't show it. Someone offering a potential opponent help? How very odd of you. The hooded teen chuckled. Pyrrha was slightly confused at not only what had been said, but the way it had been said as well, her face expressing that pretty clearly. A dash? Then again, we're outside of the ring, so I guess we technically wouldn't be considered enemies. The hooded teen pondered. Shrugging, he stretched out a hand. In that case, Jester Asgard at your service. Pyrrha warily looked at the offered limb before cautiously returning the gesture. Pyrrha Nikos. As she took his hand, Jester's grin grew large enough to practically split his face. I look forward to facing you on the battlefield, Pyrrha Nikos. Without another word, the hooded teen turned and began walking away with a hop to his step. Thoroughly creeped out by the entire interaction, Pyrrha could only gaze at the retreating form of the teen with a confused frown on her face and an unsettling feeling in her gut. Interesting. So with the addition of this symbol here, you amplified the explosive power of the glyph without needing to actually funnel any more aura into it, Winter observed. Leaning back in his seat, Naruto nodded. Funnily enough, I'd borrowed the symbol from the seal that I used to store my weapon. Winter hummed in thought. I assume then that this symbol acts as a directional propellant in the language of your seals? Naruto grinned. You got it! I would be very interested to learn more about the language of this fuinjutsu of yours and see if it could possibly translate to our family's glyphs. Winter hinted. Fine by me. Naruto shrugged. Seeing the eager gleam in the elder Shini's eyes, the blue-eyed captain grinned as he continued. As long as you show me that summoning glyph you used in your fight with Crow. Realizing she had just been baited, Winter couldn't help but smirk and admire the teen's cunning. Though she had to admit that she was also curious to know just how the blonde teen was so easily able to identify what she had done. Is this how the others feel when they see me and him talking about this stuff? Because now I get why they say it looks weird, Weiss mentally gawped. For all of her life, the Shini heiress had seen her sister as the living definition of cold and impersonable. Sure, there were times where Weiss got to see what little remained of her sister's caring human side, but she had never seen Winter so animated. The young heiress was torn from her thoughts when Naruto rose from his seat and stretched out his arms. Well, you two have fun, but I gotta work with Pyrrha on some training for the doubles rounds. See ya! With a casual wave, the blue-eyed captain waltzed out of the gazebo the three had been sat in for the past hour or so. Taking a sip from her cup of tea, Winter turned her attention to her younger sister, a small grin and a gleam in her eye. After a few moments of this, Weiss finally caved and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? I can definitely see why you're infatuated with him, Winter calmly remarked. Weiss' jaw hit the floor. What? Winter quirked one of her delicate brows as she took in the shock on her sister's face. The few times we talked or messaged each other, you tended to mention him at one point or another. I simply figured that you had a crush on him. No! I would never fall for an idiot like him! Weiss cried out as she flailed her arms wildly. Seeing her sister's incredulous face, the snow-haired heiress calmed down and explained. Besides, he's dating Pyrrha Nikos. Interesting. Winter hummed in thought. Well, romance aside, talking with Naruto about our summons reminds me, have you been working on yours? Weiss sighed and visibly sagged in her seat. This was going to be a long day, she just knew it. Welcome back to another day of the Vital Festival Tournament, Professor Port exclaimed over the PA system. His declaration was met by a thunderous roar of applause from the massive crowd of students and civilians. Today will be the last day of the doubles rounds, which will be followed by a day's break in preparation for the one-on-one rounds. Oblek continued. Again the crowd cheered. Without any further delay, let's spin the randomizer to see which two pairs will be starting off our fights for the day. Standing off to the side, both Naruto and Pira watched as the screen rolled through the remaining combatants, the former donning a cocky grin while the latter put on a determined face. And we have Naruto Uzumaki and Pira Nikos of Team NNPR. Seeing their faces pop up on the screen, the couple shared a brief look and nod before walking out to the field. Absent-mindedly twirling his shakujo, Naruto grinned. You ready to win this, Pira-chan? Tightening up her ponytail, Pira nodded. Definitely. And facing the power couple of Beacon will be Jester Asgard and Aizen Blitz from Shade Academy. Taking note of the sudden frown on his partner's face, Naruto asked. Something wrong? Before the redhead could answer, the captain of Team Jest called out. Well, would you look at that, Aizen? We get to fight Ms. Invincible and her boyfriend. Standing next to the purple-themed fighter stood his much taller and muscled teammate. Wearing a sleeveless forest green trench coat that matched the massive staff he held in his other hand, the dark-skinned teen cut an imposing figure. The scars that crisscrossed his arms and the visible parts of his chest added to his strong presence, as well as making it clear that he had seen his fair share of battle. Peering at his opponents with pale orange eyes, the silver-haired teen simply grunted. However, Naruto ignored the taller of the two, focusing on what Jester had said. With one sentence, the apparent captain of the team had made it pretty clear why Pira wasn't exactly a fan of the guy. As the stage randomizer began to spin, Jester grinned. So how's it feel to be a trophy wife blondie? Naruto said nothing, but one could see his eye begin to twitch while Pira's frown deepened. Wow, this guy's a jerk, Yang blandly commented. Riling up your opponents to make them slip up is a tried and true strategy for many, Ren interjected. Yeah, but it's probably not a great strategy when your opponents are Naruto and Pira, Blake argued. I'd be surprised if those two lasted more than a minute against Pira and the dolt. Anyone ever tell you that you have a natural talent for insulting and complimenting someone at the same time? Yang chuckled. Humph. That's a yes, and why speak? RWBY giggled. Anyone else feel sorry for these guys now? Nora piped up. Taking note of the two fields that the randomizer had chosen for the match, Yang winced. Yeesh. It's like someone hacked into the system and decided to give Naruto the win. The rest of the group couldn't help but agree. Naruto's trademark foxy grin sprung onto his face as a massive forest rose up behind the pair from vacuo. Knowing that a ruined cityscape had risen behind him and Pira only made him that much more confident. The urban jungle and a forest. Well, this is going to be interesting, Jester pointed out, his grin still plastered across his face. Combatants, are you ready? The two pairs gave a simple nod in reply, either tearing their gaze away from the other. Then without further ado, begin! Pira buzzsaw! Naruto called out, already gathering chakra around the head of his shakujo. The redhead answered with a resolute. Got it! With a quick spin, Pira launched a ko with a grunt of effort, sending the bronze shield spinning through the air like a discus. Naruto followed behind his partner. Futon Rankuden, wind release, drilling air bullet. As the whiskered blonde swung his shakujo, a visible and condensed ball of air shot from the tip. Before anyone could blink, the jutsu collided with a ko, turning the already deadly shield into a veritable saw blade. Aizen! The still grinning Jester called out. The taller teen grunted and stupidly, to many of the onlookers, stood directly in the path of a ko. To everyone, even Naruto and Pira's surprise, the teen simply brought up his hand and batted away the spinning shield as if it was merely a fly. Pira frowned. Not wanting to show off her semblance just yet, the redhead raced to collect her shield that was now embedded in a nearby building. No shield for you! Jester called out, appearing directly in Pira's path, a pair of oversized yellow hooks in hand. Twirling one by the chain that attached it to his back, the hooded teen sent the weapon flying straight for the approaching redhead. Seeing the incoming hook, Pyrrha narrowed her eyes before bringing up Milo in its sword form. With a quick swing, the emerald-eyed teen swatted aside the offending weapon. As Jester moved to recall his weapon with a simple tug, he was shocked to feel some resistance. Looking up, his eyes widened when they met the smug grin of an airborne Naruto, yellow hook in hand. With a grunt of effort, Naruto twisted his body and tugged on the chain, pulling Jester from the ground and sending him flying into the forest. Before the whiskered teen could safely land though, the second hook came flying out from the forest, the chain wrapping around his forearm. Shit! Was all Naruto could get out before he was pulled down into the thick foliage. Knowing that Naruto was now in his home turf, Pyrrha continued on her path to recollect her shield. Right as she made it into the section of the arena that was littered with rubble and dilapidated buildings, she was blindsided by a flash of green and a tremendous war cry. Caught unawares, the redhead was sent crashing through several walls before landing in a dimly lit building, her side screaming in pain and a cloud of dust obscuring her view. Shakily getting back on her feet, Pyrrha was forced to quickly roll to the side, narrowly avoiding a strike that turned a nearby wall into chunks. Still not able to see clearly due to the low light, and now even thicker veil of dust, Pyrrha frowned as she realized her only way out would be to use her semblance. Taking a quick glance around, the redhead nodded her head. No one outside of here should be able to see this, and the cameras still haven't found us. And my opponent is in the same situation I am, so he won't realize what's happening either. Perfect. Gathering up her aura, Pyrrha's arms were covered in a murky mix of grays and blacks as a near inaudible hum reverberated off the walls. Aizen, having lost sight of his opponent amidst the cloud and poor lighting, perked up when he heard the hum. Quickly swiveling his head around in an attempt to find the source, the bulky teen caught the glow of something dark to his side, though it was now too late. The staff wielder grunted and screwed his eyes shut as something literally pushed him out of the building, forcefully sending him through a wall and back out into the light of the arena. The hell was that? Gravity dust? No, her weapon isn't outfitted to handle that kind of cartridge, and I didn't see any on her. She clearly favors fire and earth dust, though I did see a single cartridge of lightning dust as well. Still, none of those could have possibly pushed me like that. Her semblance? She never used it in the 4-on-4 round, and none of her tournament fights show her using it. But what kind of semblance could that have been? As the silver-haired teen attempted to recollect his bearings and figure out just what he had been hit with, he was forced to quickly bring up his massive staff, blocking Pyrrha's attempted slash. Using his superior strength, Aizen got to his feet and shoved his attacker away with a grunt. Pyrrha moved quickly though, giving him no time to adjust. The taller teen could soon do nothing but stand there and dodge or block what few swings he could, but seeing as speed wasn't his forte, a large majority of Pyrrha's attacks hit their mark. "It is not looking good for Mr. Blitz," Professor Port bellowed. "Indeed. It would seem that Ms. Nico's superior speed and agility has given her the upper hand in this bout," Oblek added. Naruto frowned from his spot hidden in the trees. Something wasn't right. After landing amidst the branches and leaves of the forest, he hadn't seen hide nor hair of his opponent. He could sure as hell sense the guy, but without going into sage mode, he couldn't pinpoint him. A sensor nin he was not. "Naruto!" Raising a brow, Naruto turned to see a familiar redhead walking around the forest floor, her signature shield and sword in hand. The blonde shook his head as a foxy grin spread across his face. "So that's the game he wants to play, huh?" As Pyrrha walked almost aimlessly around the forest floor looking for her captain, she couldn't help but feel like she was being watched. It was unsettling and putting her on high alert. Being paranoid worked in her favor though, as she felt something move just behind her. Quickly jumping to the side, Pyrrha barely avoided being slammed into by a massive yellow hook. Seeing the familiar weapon, the redhead turned and couldn't help but let her eyes grow wide. Standing before her was Jester, casually swinging one of his hooks by the chain. "Damn, didn't think I'd miss this time." "What?" Pyrrha cried out. Quickly bringing up her shield, the redhead blocked another attempted attack. "Why so surprised? We're in a fight after all," Jester called out, twirling his hooks before sending the two weapons hurtling at his opponent. The emerald-eyed huntress to be rolled out of the way of the two weapons' reach. Getting back to her feet, she rushed her still grinning opponent, lashing out with a wild cross slash. Jester simply recalled one of the twin hook blades and used it to block the haphazard strike. "But you can't be you," Pyrrha argued. Jester, easily holding back the redhead, suddenly looked confused. "What do you mean I can't be me?" Pyrrha grunted angrily before disengaging from the sword lock. "You can't be you, because I am." To the shock of the audience, Pyrrha's body began to change, her hair receding and changing colors while her clothing and weapons shifted to much darker tones. In the blink of an eye, Pyrrha had changed into Jester, an angry frown on his face instead of his usual grin. The apparent Jester copy only laughed before a plume of thick white smoke obscured him from view. While he hadn't expected the cloud of smoke, Jester fully expected his opponent to use the cover to his advantage. He wasn't wrong. Sparks flew as Naruto's Chikuto blade was blocked by Jester's twin hooks. "You're gonna have to do way better than that if you wanna fool the prank king," Naruto goaded. Struggling to hold off the much stronger blonde, Jester scoffed. "I'll show you who's prank king." Using his smaller frame to his advantage, the hooded teen disengaged from the sword lock and rolled away. As Naruto twisted around with a wide swing of his blade, Jester latched one of his weapons onto a nearby tree branch. With a simple tug, he was flying into the treetops, simultaneously avoiding Naruto's swing. Naruto wasn't about to let up though, easily leaping into the treetops after his opponent. While he had been prepared for any number of his opponent's possible attacks, he was not at all expecting to see a Beowulf waiting for him, crouched and poised to strike. Caught off guard by the sight of the grim, the whiskered teen grunted as he took a vicious claw swipe straight to the chest. Having endured far worse, the blonde Jinchuriki shrugged off the brief flash of pain, landing nimbly on the forest floor, weapons at the ready. "Banzai!" Jester cried out. Naruto blocked the attempted bull rush with his shikujo. Before he could shove his opponent away though, Jester twisted his body and launched one of his hooks. As quickly as he had appeared, the hooded teen was gone. Naruto hissed in annoyance. "Gonna play this game?" Any sort of plans for a counterattack were quickly shelved though when the speeding form of a Borbotusk came rolling out of the forest. Grunting, Naruto blocked the spinning ball of black and white with both parts of High no Ishi in either hand. "Suetun, Mizurappa, water release, water trumpet!" The Borbotusk was violently slammed into a tree by the ensuing blast of water. As the hog-like Grim began to shift back into Jester, Naruto dismissed the clone that had cast the water jutsu. "Well, that's just not fair," Jester mocked as he collected himself. Naruto rolled his eyes. "Thank Kami I'm not that much of a smartass." The echoing bark of laughter from Kurama through their shared connection caused the half-blooded Uzumaki's side to twitch. "Know what else isn't fair?" Without even giving Naruto any time to answer, feathers began to sprout across Jester's body. Realizing too late what was happening, the former Konoha shinobi cursed as a nevermore took to the skies above the tree line. Already figuring that the shape-shifting teen was more than likely going to help his teammate take on Pyrrha, Naruto was off racing through the trees. Pyrrha gave out a cry of effort as she lashed out with a vicious left kick, the strike landing square between her much larger opponent's ribs. Quickly swaying underneath a swipe from Aizen's large staff, the redhead put some space between herself and the taller teen. Lightly panting with a thin sheen of sweat covering her, Pyrrha couldn't help but to mentally cry in frustration. "I know that despite help from Naruto and Ren, hand-to-hand isn't my strong suit, but I'm not that bad. How is he still standing after all of this? How does he have enough aura to withstand all of the hits I've landed?" True to the emerald-eyed teen's observation, Aizen stood just as tall and fresh-faced as he had been when the battle started. For all intents and purposes she may as well have been tickling him this whole time for all the good her attacks had done. "My turn," the dark-skinned teen intoned. Pyrrha tensed herself in preparation to dodge whatever her opponent had planned, deciding to let him do the attacking for now. However, As she felt cold steel coiling around her legs, she knew that she had played into her opponent's plan. Her eyes quickly tracing the chains back to their owner, Pyrrha frowned, keeping track of the rushing Aizen out of the corner of her eyes. Actually, it's our turn, Jester quipped, keeping the chains taut. With a frown, she realized one of the only ways out of her predicament required the use of her semblance. Trying to be as discreet as possible, Pyrrha pulsed her semblance around her legs with just enough force to slightly loosen the chain's grip. Right as Aizen was only feet from her, Pyrrha jumped over the taller teen, slipping out of the chains with ease. Landing behind the bewildered teen, she proceeded to use her semblance once more to control the chains that had bound her, wrapping her silver-haired opponent with them. What? Jester cried out, everything having happened in the blink of an eye. Don't forget about me! Naruto called out. With chakra visibly covering his fist, the blonde came falling from a nearby building, landing a savage punch that sent the restrained Aizen flying. Having been forcibly attached to his teammate, Jester was pulled along for the ride. Naruto grinned as he watched the two crash through chunks of what used to be a building. The staff user is almost as tough as you, Pyrrha commented as she caught her breath. The smiling one is quick and can shape-shift, Naruto replied. Sharing a look, the couple nodded at the other, a plan forming. The pile of rubble that had fallen atop Jester and Aizen exploded, the taller of the two standing with a grimace on his face while the shorter one was clearly more banged up. Before either of the two Shade students could properly gather themselves, the power couple of Beacon was on them in a flash. Aizen was sent flying into yet another building by a harsh left kick from Naruto, the blonde chasing after him in the blink of an eye. Jester was meanwhile forced to throw himself to the ground, just barely dodging out of the way of a spinning Iko. Rolling to the side, he dodged Pyrrha's follow-up jab. Still on the ground, Jester rolled past the redhead, hooking his weapon around the redhead's ankles. As she felt her feet being taken out from under her, Pyrrha twisted her body around, a subtle use of her semblance allowing her feet to slip out of the grasp of the hooked blades. As she rose to her feet, Pyrrha quickly brought up Iko, the shield blocking a claw swipe from a Beowulf. Shoving the offending arm aside, the redhead lashed out with a quick series of jabs from Milo. Dazed by the speed of the attacks, Jester was left wide open to Pyrrha, then slamming Iko directly into his face. Geez, it's almost like Pyrrha's got something personal to settle with this guy, Yang commented. She's definitely not going easy on him, Blake agreed. Watching as Jester finally regained some footing and began to go toe-to-toe with their red-haired teammate, Nora and Ren nodded, the latter adding, she's being a little more aggressive in this match. I mean, the guy did say some pretty rude stuff, RWBY supplied. She's also trying to keep her ace in the hole under wraps, so she's relying more heavily on just her weapons and technique, Kurama pointed out, comfortably situated on RWBY's lap. I don't doubt that if she was making full use of her semblance, she would have already decimated either of these two. Same can be said for the blonde doofus too, Weiss admitted. Still, those two from Shade are doing a pretty good job keeping up with Foxy and Pyrrha so far, Yang noted. Seeing Jester actually manage to push Pyrrha back by sliding into the form of a small Nevermore then into an Ursa in quick succession, Nora grinned. But Captain Whiskers and Pyrrha are too badass to go down in this round. Aizen groaned as the speedy ball of sunshine that was Naruto landed yet another hit, this one thundering against his back. Despite the extremely durable shield of aura that normally coated him, the whiskered teen was hitting with enough strength that the dark-skinned teen actually felt each hit. While he wasn't by any means arrogant enough to believe his aura shields to be impenetrable, from experience, he knew that it took a lot for something to breach them. Bringing up his staff to block a strike from the blonde Shikujo, Aizen couldn't help but to let slip a curse as he felt himself being pushed back. How the hell is he doing this? I thought the hammer wielder was the muscle of their team. Naruto was meanwhile all smiles. Been a while since I've had to use chakra to pump up my hits. Still, he's taken quite a few and is still standing. Pyrrha was right. Guy is pretty damn durable. But let's see how he stands up against this. With a feral glint to his eyes, Naruto suddenly hopped away from his opponent, leaping into the nearby tree tops. Aizen was given no respite though, 4 copies of the blonde emerging from the ground around him. The first rushed him, landing a solid punch straight across Aizen's jaw, dazing the silver-haired student. You dash! A second appeared behind the taller teen, donkey kicking him into the air. Zoo dash! The third clone used the previous copy as a springboard, launching itself into the air below Aizen. Twisting its body, the clone used High no Ishi as a bat, viciously slamming the staff into the airborne teen's exposed sternum. Ma dash! The fourth and final clone used the previous 2 clones to follow after his target, lashing out with a harsh spin kick. Ki! In far too much pain by this point to really be able to control his form in air, Aizen was forced to turn his eyes skyward as a shadow blocked out the sun. With his signature foxy grin plastered across his cheeks, Naruto came down upon his vulnerable opponent with a savage heel drop. Naruto Rendan! Aizen's subsequent crash back to the arena floor shook the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and debris. Landing on his feet, Naruto grinned. Let's see you get back up from th-. Much to the shock of both the blonde former shinobi as well as the viewers, a silhouette could be seen emerging from the dust cloud. Haggard, no doubt bruised, and looking like he had just been thrown straight into a tornado, Aizen walked out of the crater he had made. Glancing at the board that displayed each fighter's aura levels, Naruto couldn't believe the guy still had enough to be just over the line of being disqualified. It was by the smallest of margins, but by all rights, the teen from Shade was still technically able to continue fighting. That was awesome! RWBY cheered. Foxy really let the big guy have it with that combo. Yang whistled in appreciation. Wonder if I could do something like that with my clones eventually? Blake pondered. While her semblance was eerily similar to the blonde's favorite jutsu, her clones were far more fragile and couldn't sustain themselves as long as the whiskered Jinchurikis could. Plus, Naruto could apparently summon them some distance away from himself. Her clones instead took up whatever space she had been occupying. Captain Whiskers could probably help you with it, Nora answered. Weiss nodded. He's helped me with my glyphs despite the small differences between them and his seals. He's also helped me relearn some facets of my semblance, Ren added. Knowing exactly what her longtime friend was talking about, Nora offered a small smile and squeezed his hand with her own. In turn, Ren smiled back at the hammer wielder, assuring her that he was okay. Think he could help me with mine? RWBY perked up with a smile. Ren shrugged. I think the only reason he was able to help Weiss, myself, and would possibly be able to help Blake, is because he has abilities that are pretty similar to ours. Wait, Nora interjected. Doesn't Captain Whiskers know that leaf swirl thing? Guys! Yang interrupted. Training talk later, that Aizen guy is getting back up. What? Panting, Jester grinned as he dodged another strike from his opponent and retaliated with one of his own. Guess you didn't earn the title of Invincible Girl for nothing, eh? Instantly a frown flashed across the redhead's face. Laughing to himself as Pyrrha grew noticeably more frustrated with him, Jester quickly put some distance between the two. Before they could continue their bout, their eyes were drawn to the sky as Naruto appeared over Aizen. Uzumaki Rendan! The following quake put them on uneasy ground. Well, looks like our time is up, Ms. Invincible. Without a word more, the perpetually grinning teen from Shade shifted into a Nevermore once more and was off. Pyrrha cursed under her breath before chasing after the black bird. Aizen! While his breaths came in short gasps as he collected himself, the teen from Shade looked up as his captain came falling out of the sky. Reaching a hand out, Aizen grabbed his captain, spun once and sent him hurtling straight for Naruto. The hooded teen's flight was short-lived though as Pyrrha rammed into him with the ko raised high. Seeing an opening, Naruto broke into a dead sprint with his target being the still recovering Aizen. However, as the blonde passed his partner and girlfriend, the two did something that caught everyone by complete surprise. Without even a word or a glance at the other, the couple seamlessly switched weapons, Pyrrha taking High no Ishi while Naruto grabbed Milo. Aizen had to quickly bring up his weapon, barely blocking an overhead swing from the red and bronze weapon. Continuing to shock the viewers, Naruto backed off and switched Milo into its rifle mode, firing off a few quick successive shots. Knowing he couldn't give his opponent any room to breathe, the blue-eyed teen shifted Milo into its javelin form. With a quick dash to close the distance, Naruto jabbed Aizen straight in the solar plexus, robbing him of the air in his lungs. The following swing to his side from the extended spear sent the teen from vacuo tumbling. Aizen snarled as he rose to his feet, arcs of green static suddenly dancing around his entire body. Naruto's eyes widened as the teen suddenly appeared directly in front of him. Caught off guard by his opponent's sudden jump in speed, Naruto found himself bent over as Aizen's fist crashed into his abdomen. The following backhanded fist to the jaw sent Naruto tumbling end over end. Without even sparing the teen a glance, the now enraged Aizen turned his sights onto the redhead currently duking it out with his captain. "Crap!" Jester cursed as he narrowly dodged a downward stab from Hino-Ishi. With the amount of strength that Pira had swung with, the staff was embedded straight into the concrete floor. Instead of wasting time trying to remove it, the redhead grabbed the Shikujo's leather-handled and tugged the hidden blade out. Without a hitch or a blink, the emerald-eyed girl batted aside one of Jester's hook blades with a kuo, quickly dashing into his guard following that. Jester could feel the rush of air across his face as he narrowly avoided Pira's sideswipe. Sparks flew as he hammered both of his weapons into a kuo in retaliation. Seeing his opponent simply shrug off the strike caused Jester to clench his teeth in frustration. Seeing as he wasn't going to outdo her in pure strength, the hooded teen jumped away to create some space so that he could gather the necessary momentum. That plan was quickly derailed though when Pira sent Hino-Ishi hurtling straight for him. Without missing a beat, the redhead then kicked out at the still stuck sheath/staff of Hino-Ishi. With a quick spin and a kick, the ebony piece of metal followed after its other half. Jester was so caught off guard by the fluid chain of actions that his hood was pulled down by the staff-turned-projectile as it just barely missed him. To his luck, his teammate's sudden appearance right in front of Pira caused her to quickly distance herself, narrowly avoiding a strike from Aizen's staff that turned the spot where she had been standing into a crater. "Looks like Blondie pushed Aizen to use his semblance," Jester noted with an uncharacteristic frown. "If we need to, we can still push it a step further, but that would mean broadcasting our full potential to everyone here." Cursing, the teen from Vacuo watched as Naruto suddenly appeared with his fist covered in what looked like a blue flame. As the blonde's fist met the side of Aizen's ribcage, everyone winced as the sound of something cracking filled the air. "So I was right, your semblance powers you up, but at the cost of your aura shield," Naruto noted with a frown. The captain of Team NEDPR's point was only further proven as Aizen's aura meter went from being just over the line of safety to far below it, being almost non-existent. As if to prove just how bad the situation was, the dark-skinned teen then dropped to the floor, unconscious. The sudden drop caught most off guard, Oblek hurriedly announcing the teen's loss via aura depletion. Jester shook his head with a rueful smile as both Naruto and Pira turned their eyes to him. Raising both his hands, the captain of Team Jess calmly stated, "I forfeit." The decision came as no surprise to anyone watching. While the pair from Shade had fought admirably against the power couple from Beacon, it was clear that they were coming up on their last legs. Meanwhile, despite having suffered a few hits from both Jester and Aizen, Naruto looked like he had barely started to break a sweat. Pira looked a little worse for wear in comparison, but it was clear she also had quite a bit of fuel left in the tank. Not wanting to really push themselves to their absolute limit, Jester made the smart call. Besides, this didn't mean he couldn't ask for a rematch later. In fact, a full 4-on-4 with their two teams going all out sounded like one hell of a day to him. Naruto turned to look at Pira with a foxy grin, tossing her a cheesy thumbs up. "Looks like we made it to the finals." Pira relaxed her posture, offering a smile in return. "Looks like it. By both aura loss and forfeit, Naruto Uzumaki and Pira Nikos have earned themselves a spot in the finals. A well-earned victory indeed." The couple laughed as the audience erupted into thunderous applause. "And why did you wait this long to tell me of this development, Cinder? I apologize. I wanted to see if I could handle this on my own." Foolish girl. The power of a Jinchuriki is not something to be trifled with so easily, as I am sure you are now aware of. Yes. I have felt the beast chakra. Enticing, isn't it? It made me feel small, weak, like I was a mere child. Of course it did. That is the chakra of the nine-tailed fox, no mere beast. The Biju are fearsome constructs, forces of nature unto themselves. Their creator made sure of that. What would you have me do then? We must alter our plans. We are dealing with not just a Jinchuriki, but Naruto Uzumaki. Through his veins flows the blood of gods among men. However, just like his forefathers, he too shall fall. I will make sure of this. Tell me what I must do. Chapter 34. As Naruto and Pira walked off the arena after exchanging a few parting words with Jester, they were greeted by a grinning Yang and Weiss. What are you guys doing here? The blonde captain questioned. Weiss rolled her eyes. Our fight is up next, you dolt. Naruto childishly stuck his tongue out at the heiress. Pira only giggled at the interaction. Well, good luck in your fight, you two. We'll be watching from the stands. Yang cockily bumped her fists together. No worries, we got this in the bag. Show 'em how we blondes do it, firecracker! Naruto cheered. With nothing left to say, the two pairs parted ways, the power couple of Beacon making their way to the stands while Yang and Weiss confidently strode out to the arena. Right as Naruto and Pira found themselves at the stairwell leading into the bleachers, the latter felt her scroll vibrate. Turning to see what had made his girlfriend pause, the blonde quirked a brow upon seeing the confused look on her face. What's up, Pira-chan? Pira could only shrug. It's a message from Professor Ashbin. He wants me to meet with him in his office later today. The blonde scratched at his chin. Maybe he wants to congratulate you on our victory? While she wasn't exactly sure her boyfriend was right, it was really the only plausible answer, seeing as she couldn't think of anything else that would warrant the headmaster wanting to talk to her specifically. Hearing Naruto's scroll go off in his pocket only confused the pair even more. Popping the little white device open to see that he had also received a message from the coffee-loving head of Beacon only gave the whiskered teen a sinking feeling in his gut. Accompany Ms. Nikos to my office later today. We must discuss the weather today. While the meaning of the message flew completely over Pira's head, Naruto knew exactly what was being said. Why is he going to tell Pira about the maidens? Naruto's brain was working overtime as he tried to figure out what reasons their enigmatic headmaster would have for wanting to tell Pira about the maidens, something that was clearly a well-guarded secret. He's going to make her into a maiden, Kurama answered through their shared mental link. While he was currently quite comfortable on a certain scythe-wielder's lap, he had easily sensed his container's unease and heard the thoughts racing through his head. What? Naruto couldn't help but shout aloud. While his red-haired partner looked worried by the sudden outburst and the shocked look on his face, Kurama maintained a calm facade. That is the only feasible answer I can think of. That man made it very clear that the maidens are specifically called that because only young women can inherit these powers. However, he never said exactly how these powers moved from host to host. I would have thought it'd either be completely random or hereditary like Hagoromojiji's sons. Naruto expressed. Kurama grunted, I thought the same, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Neither you or I have sensed anything out of the ordinary from Pira, and something like these maidens' powers would be hard to miss. This can only mean that the headmaster has a way of transferring the powers. Raking a hand through his wild mane of golden locks, Naruto couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the concerned look on his partner's face. What's wrong? I might know what Ashbin wants to talk to you about. The curious look on his partner's face coaxed the blonde into continuing. It's not something we should talk about in the open though, and I could be totally wrong, but if it's not what I think it is, I've got some big news to tell you guys. Okay, Pira answered simply with a smile, showing just how much she trusted her significant other. For once, Naruto found himself hoping that both he and Kurama were wrong, a sentiment the Bijus shared. Kami, you're a bitch, Naruto cursed. As soon as he and Pira had entered their headmaster's office, a silent crow waiting by the elevator, the blonde couldn't shake the feeling of dread that hung over him. When Ajpen inevitably asked, "What's your favorite fairy tale?" Naruto had to use all of his willpower to not grab the nearest piece of furniture and chuck it out a window. When the silver-haired headmaster then declared, "And we believe you are next in line to inherit the Fall Maiden's powers," the blonde Uzumaki felt his left eye develop a tick while the only thing going through his mind was, "You've got to be fucking kidding me." Now here he was with Pyrrha crammed into an elevator along with Ajpen, Glinda, Crow, and Ironwood headed to Kami knows where, his red-haired girlfriend shooting him confused looks and desperately clutching his hand as if it were her only lifeline. However, as the elevator passed the lowest floor and kept going, Naruto's displeasure with the situation was overshadowed as he sensed something very familiar suddenly begin to permeate the air. Nature chakra. Something or someone nearby was using senjutsu. As the elevator came to its final stop, several floors beyond what either Naruto and Pyrrha thought was possible, the couple found themselves simultaneously awed and confused. Flickering emerald flames cast just enough light so as to illuminate the finely polished marble floors and walls, the odd coloration of the flames bathing everything in an eerie green glow. Arches decorated either wall, the many openings leading to tunnels far too dark to properly see down. The back wall of the sparsely decorated vault had an odd runic symbol seemingly etched into it, giving the underground place a semi-religious motif. As the pair followed after the confident strides of Ironwood, Ajpen, and Crow, Glinda took in the deeply confused look of the students with a hint of concern. "You must have some questions." Despite the growing strangeness of the situation, Naruto snorted. "Some questions? More like a couple dozen." Crow chuckled at the blonde's sense of humor, though either Ironwood or Glinda seemed to find it appropriate. Ignoring her boyfriend's sarcasm, Pyrrha asked, "You said I was next in line to receive these powers? What did you mean by that?" Glinda sighed before explaining. "The maidens have existed for thousands of years, but much like in nature the seasons change. No two summers are alike." Naruto narrowed his eyes at that, suddenly paying rapt attention to his fellow blonde. "When a maiden dies, her power leaves her body and seeks out a new host, ensuring that the seasons are never lost, and that no individual can hold on to that power forever," the strict deputy headmistress finished. "So it's kind of like reincarnation," Naruto suddenly piped in. Ajpen glanced back at his blonde student. "Although it shares similarities with that idea, the way the maiden's powers chooses a host is entirely different." Naruto quirked a brow. Taking note of the fact that the power apparently chose its host, the whiskered teen asked the million-lean question. "And how does the power choose its host?" Crow scoffed. "Through a series of stupid and convoluted rules." Goodrich snapped her gaze to the cape-wearing huntsman, growling, "Crow." The crimson-eyed uncle remained unfazed by the stern blonde. "Hey, don't get mad 'cause I'm right." More than familiar with Crow and his mannerisms, Glinda sighed before turning to address the still confused couple. "At first, the only thing that was certain was that the powers were specifically passed on to young women. But as time went on, it was discovered that the selection process was much more intimate." Both Naruto and Pyrrha's eyes widened. Quickly glancing at her partner, the emerald-eyed teen gulped. Intimate?" Not realizing what her word choice had done to the two teens, Glinda nodded. "As we understand it now, when a maiden dies, the one who is in her final thoughts is the first candidate to inherit her power. Unless it's a dude or some old hag. Then the power goes to someone random, and our job gets a lot harder," Crow added. Finally fed up with all of the dancing around the topic, Naruto stopped where he stood, causing everyone to do the same and stare at him with questioning gazes. "This is a nice history lesson and all, but why is Pyrrha the one to inherit this maiden's powers? Why take the time to not only tell the both of us, but take us down to this secret bunker?" Turning his gaze so he stared at Ajpen directly, the blonde teen asked, "What's really going on here?" Each of the four adults took the time to look at each other, a silent conversation that neither Naruto or Pyrrha were privy to happening in a few looks. Eventually, Ajpen stepped forward. "You two are already exceptionally capable warriors and intelligent in your own rights. Your mission record says as much. Having spent so much time outside the bounds of our kingdom's walls, I'm sure you've noticed. The creatures of Grimm are growing stronger, more prevalent. Beasts that have slumbered for decades have suddenly awoken. New types of Grimm are appearing. It was here that Ironwood finally spoke up. Although everything seems to be business as usual on the surface, tensions are running high. As much as it saddens us, we fear that soon, the peace we've worked so hard to build and maintain will come crashing down around us. Pyrrha gasped as she finally realized just what the two headmasters were hinting at. Shakily she asked, "You can't be talking about a war." Atlas General and Headmaster sighed. "Not a war between nations, no." Naruto frowned. "But a war nonetheless." Growing irritated with all of the talking, Crow took a swig from his flask. "Look, we can fill you both in on all the gritty details later, but right now all you need to know is that one of the maidens was attacked and, for the first time in history, part of her power was stolen." Realizing that they had eventually arrived at the back wall of the bunker, Naruto's eyes widened as he took in the source of the nature chakra he had felt earlier. Eyes closed and garbed in a pair of stark white undergarments, a mocha-skinned girl who looked to be roughly about their age lay inside of some sort of pod. The most shocking thing, aside from her putting off waves of nature energy, was the horrid burn scar that marred the left half of her face. Beyond shocked by now, Pyrrha could only ask, "Is that?" Ashbin, his face suddenly overcome with no small amount of guilt and shame, sighed. "Yes. This is Amber, the current Fall Maiden." Looking at all the machinery crammed into the area around this girl, Naruto had to wonder. How is she alive? By using state-of-the-art Atlas technology, Ironwood confidently explained. However, his shoulders sagged as the sight before reminded him just how grave the situation was. Still, there is a lot about this situation that is unprecedented. What do you mean? If, when she dies, Pyrrha interjected unsurely, won't her powers just move on to the next host? Probably not, Naruto intoned with a frown, catching the others off guard. More than likely, the power will look for its other half. Even if that wasn't the case, on the battlefield, your thoughts are usually focused on your opponent, so... Recalling his encounter with Sora, the young monk who had housed a small portion of Kurama's chakra, and the way they reacted to each other, Naruto was willing to bet that whatever this power the maidens had would act similarly. Despite the brevity of the situation, Crow scoffed before fake whispering. Wow, look who's been paying attention, these kids really are smart. Glinda pinched the bridge of her nose in a weak attempt to fight her usual frustration with the alcoholic scythe user. Naruto cracked a grin, enjoying the caped huntsman's sense of humor. Deciding to act like she hadn't heard Crow, Pyrrha instead turned to regard her headmaster. So unless something is done, whenever Amber dies, the powers go to her assailant. Exactly, and that does not bode well for anyone. Ashbin sighed. Pyrrha turned to stare at the unmoving form of the Fall Maiden who somehow lay on the line between life and death. Part of her wondered why, despite pretty much having her whole world turned upside down, and being forced to question everything and everyone she thought she knew, she felt so calm. That wasn't to say that it didn't terrify her to hear both Beacon and Atlas headmasters tell her that war was all but knocking on their doors. It didn't belittle the sadness she felt as she stared at the poor girl, who was undoubtedly only a scant year or so older than her, trapped between life and death with only one of those roads open to her. Feeling a warmth spread through her, Pyrrha turned to see Naruto placing a hand on her shoulder, a reassuring smile plastered across his face. Right. My boyfriend is a literal ninja from thousands of years ago, partners with what amounts to a literal force of nature, and is gearing up to fight his ancestor who was responsible for orchestrating the fall of his time despite being sealed away in the moon. My tolerance for all things odd has been set pretty high recently. Grasping the hand on her shoulder, Pyrrha returned the smile before turning to face the questioning gazes of Ashbin and his group. I'll do it, I'll become your Fall Maiden. The confidence in Pyrrha started to waver as she was met by a general sense of unease and wariness from the four adults. Confused by their reaction, she asked, Isn't that what you wanted? Ashbin shook his head. It is, but I'm afraid it's not that simple. Given Amber's condition, you won't be able to inherit her powers naturally. Just as confused as his partner, Naruto asked. We figured as much, but if you guys had already chosen Pyrrha to take the spot as Fall Maiden, wouldn't that mean that you already have another way to give them to her? Ironwood stepped forward. We do. You see, for the past few years, Atlas has been studying aura from a much more scientific point of view. How it works, what it's made of, and how it can be used. This intrigued even Kurama, who so far had been content to simply be a passive viewer through his connection with Naruto. The fox doubted even Kaguya had such an understanding of chakra. Then again, this was aura they were talking about, the purely young side of chakra, possibly meaning it must that much easier to study. We've made significant strides, Ironwood continued, and we believe we've found a way to capture it. Naruto had to resist the urge to groan at that. Really? Their civilization is so much more advanced than ours ever was, and they barely figured out what shinobi have known how to do since literally the birth of chakra? Kurama had to agree with his container. The way Ironwood had talked made it seem like he and his scientists could create an artificial life form with a soul or something. Irritated with all the beating around the bush, Naruto asked. So you can capture it? Then what? Ironwood frowned at the teen's brusque manner of speaking but nonetheless answered. We can't give you Ember's powers alone, but we can give you what they're tied to. Her aura, Pyrrha whispered in realization. Ajban nodded. Her soul would become intertwined with yours. The question is what's that gonna do to you? Crow finished, finally giving away what they had each been concerned about. Pyrrha gasped as the full weight of the situation finally landed on her shoulders. She could become far more powerful than she had ever dreamed of, making both her dream to do some immense act of good for the world and her goal to help Naruto combat whatever enemies he had, that much closer to reality. However, the cost of that power could very well be her very existence. Her identity as Pyrrha Nikos could be washed away by embers. Before her mind could continue on that train of thought, she was brought back to reality by the feeling of Naruto's arms circling her waist. Thankful for the small bit of comfort the gesture brought her, the redhead turned to her headmaster again as Ajban spoke again. You have an important decision before you, Miss Nikos. There's no guarantee this transfer will work, and there's no telling if you will be the same person if it does. I advise you to take time on this matter. But understand that before the vital festival is over, we will need your answer. Gazing at the suddenly imposing figures of the four adults before, Pyrrha shakily nodded her head. Seeing the shaken form of one of his precious students, the bespectacled headmaster turned a meaningful gaze to the blonde currently holding her. The assailant that attacked the Fall Maiden has made their first move, and there's no telling when their next move will be. Naruto understood the unspoken message loud and clear. As much as Pyrrha had a role to play in the coming events, so too did he. So did everyone. Sunset at Beacon was a sight to behold. While nighttime blanketed the campus in an ethereal and soothing aura, sunset likewise brought its own certain beauty to the school. Bathed in the setting sun's purples and reds, a certain couple found themselves quietly seated atop a roof, enjoying the final rays of the sun. How much of that did you know? Pyrrha asked curiously. There was no accusation in her words, she was simply curious to know how much of what they had just learned was Naruto privy to. Raking a hand through his hair as he stared at the setting sun, Naruto sighed. Ajban had only told me what the maidens were and that they were still around. Everything else is new to me. Absent-mindedly playing with a stray lock of her hair, Pyrrha had to ask. What should I do? Naruto grinned. We take option C. Now fully focused on her boyfriend, the redhead of Team NNPR stared questioningly into the grinning blonde's eyes. There's an option C? While Ironwood thinks his kingdom's discovery of containing aura and putting into something else is this great breakthrough, we shinobi have been able to do that literally since the beginning. Naruto practically ranted in excitement. Recalling the story of Kaguya and her two sons, Pyrrha realized what the Jinchuriki was getting at. You're talking about the jutsu used to bind a biju to a human. Naruto nodded rapidly in agreement. There's tons of different fuinjutsu out there that do it. Heck, I heard that each of the villages had their own way of doing it. Suddenly growing even more giddy, the whiskered Uzumaki grabbed Pira's shoulders. You know what the best part is? It was at this moment that Kurama decided to join the conversation. The scroll we took from Konoha contains a copy of the sealing array the brat's parents used as a basis for the one that binds me to him. Naruto pouted. Spoil sport. Slowly it all clicked into place for Pira. There was a way to gain the maiden's powers without sacrificing who she was. There was a way for her to help the world as Pira Nikos. Flooded by a sense of relief and joy, the redhead did the only thing she could think to do. She kissed her boyfriend. Caught off guard by the sudden action, it took Naruto's brain a moment to catch up. Needing to breathe, the couple pulled apart, a blush prominent on both their faces. Oh sure, he gets the kiss for telling you even though I'm the one who helped him figure it out, Kurama groused. Laughing at the sight of a pouting Biju, Pira grabbed the shrunken Kyubi and pulled him in for a hug, gently kissing the top of his brow. Thank you for your help and concern, Kurama. Pira giggled. Stunned, Kurama needed a second for his brain to reboot, unable to believe what had just happened. As he recollected himself, the sentient force of chakra grunted. I didn't ask for your validation. Neither member of Team NPR could take the fox's reply seriously, considering they could easily see the deep red stain on his furry cheeks. Shaking his head, Naruto rose to his feet. Well, we should get back. I want to look into this whole sealing a maiden's powers thing, and Nora said something about helping you get ready for the one-on-one rounds. Pira's face was suddenly torn between abject terror and what may have been an attempt to smile, though it looked far more painful than a smile should have. Oh, Nora wants to help train me? How wonderful! Naruto could only sympathize with his partner. While he took his training regimen pretty seriously, Nora could sometimes take the cake. If he didn't know that the hammer wielder was actually pretty well versed in fashion, he'd be worried about her suddenly donning a tight green jumpsuit and shouting about the springtime of youth. Remembering Konoha's two taijutsu specialists, Naruto had to repress a shudder of disgust. Thank the Kami Jiraiya had put his foot down and stopped him from ever even trying to wear one of those horrid green monstrosities. The hell was I thinking at the time? The blonde wondered. Any further pondering on his formerly bad fashion sense was halted when he felt the now familiar feeling of Pira interlacing her fingers with his own. Come on! Like you said, we've got a lot of work to do. Looking at the smiling visage of his girlfriend, something he didn't think he'd ever get tired of saying, the whiskered teen decided then and there he was going to make damn sure that she continued to smile like that. Ladies and gentlemen, meet the 8 individuals who have proven their strength and skill and now stand as this year's Vital Festival finalists. Naruto grinned as he watched Pira demurely wave at the cheering crowd while Yang basked in the glow of the spotlights. This was it. The final leg of the Vital Festival tournament. From here on out it would be one-on-one battles fought on a completely vacant field. The combatants had no teammates to fall back on and no terrain to use to their advantage. To win these matches, the fighters would have to rely solely on their own skill and tenacity. Part of Naruto wished that he was up there competing as well, but he knew how unfair that would be. Hell, he was pretty sure he could take all 8 of the finalists on by himself. After all, one needed a pretty specific skill set to combat a Jinchuriki, let alone one capable of tapping into their Biju's power. And the 2 fighters kicking off the one-on-one rounds are Yang Xiaolong and Mercury Black of Beacon Academy. Instantly Naruto's grin fell and a pit of dread formed in his stomach. Fists clenched so hard that his hands were near pure white. The blue-eyed Uzumaki stared across the field to the bleachers opposite him. Glacial sapphires bore into mischievously dancing ambers. The next move had been made. Chapter 35. Yang panted, a sheen of sweat covering her, as she stared down her opponent. Minutes into their match, and it seemed like she and Mercury were both equals and opposites. Both favored a more personal approach to fighting and seemingly matched each other in terms of speed, raw physical strength, and durability. However, where Yang used her fists and dual-ranged shot gauntlets endearingly named Ember Celica, Mercury fought with his lower half, both of his feet outfitted with a weapon none too dissimilar to her own. None of this information was new to her though. While Team Siamani had gone out of their way to keep their abilities hidden throughout the school year, Yang had seen his fights in both the 4-on-4 and doubles rounds. Still, finding out that he fought using a mix of several different styles, all of which centered around kicks and misdirection, had made Yang less than hyped to fight him. Despite that though, the blonde had been prepared. She knew she struggled against opponents like Mercury. That had been made clear to her back when she fought Junior's twins. While she had easily taken care of the twin who used a pair of claws, the sister who wore a pair of bladed heels had given her some trouble. This was something she strove to fix during her tenure at Beacon. Thanks to her team and Team NPR, more specifically her fellow blonde, Yang had done just that. Mercury apparently hadn't been expecting that if the look of frustration on his face was anything to go by. She shouldn't be pushing me this far. I need to get back in control of this or the plan is going to take a serious hit, Mercury huffed. The respite the two had taken through some unspoken agreement came to an end with Yang sprinting towards her opponent, arms held close to her chest. Mercury rolled around to the blonde, quickly rising with a sweeping kick aimed for her back. Pivoting, Yang tanked the harsh kick with her left and lashed out with a hook from her right. To the surprise of many, the silver-haired teen used his open hand to redirect the attempted strike before rolling out of the way of Yang's boot that she had attempted to plant into his stomach. With a quick handspring, Mercury was back on his feet, a cocky smirk on his face. Yang growled. "Wow, this is a really close match," RWBY noted with no small amount of surprise. Sure, she had caught glimpses of what Mercury could do, but she had grown up with Yang. She knew her training regimen, her style, and just what her older sister was capable of. Thusly, RWBY knew quite well that, while the blonde was a formidable force, there were still many more who could beat her. However, the captain of Team RWBY could easily count the number of people who could match Yang at her own game and win. Sure, Nora was just as physically strong as Yang, but the orange-haired girl rarely used that strength with her own two fists, preferring Manghild. Pyrrha could no doubt outmaneuver and outplay her sister, but RWBY highly doubted the redhead would want to get into a fist fight with the busted brawler. The only two people RWBY knew of who were just as good at close combat as her sister were also blonde, being their father who had taught Yang in the first place and Naruto, who was just unfairly overpowered. The silver-eyed teen shivered as she recalled seeing the two blondes go at it. How the two didn't walk out of that training field with the bones in their arms turned to dust was a slight against nature. Still, watching as Mercury spun on his back to dodge an overhead kick from Yang, only to come back around with a kick of his own, was putting RWBY on the edge of her seat. "Something wrong?" Pyrrha asked, catching Naruto as he got out of his seat. The whiskered teen chuckled nervously. "Just gotta use the restroom is all." Pyrrha blinked owlishly. Her boyfriend was a terrible liar, even more so to her. But she trusted him above all else, so instead of grilling him, the redhead simply smiled and nodded. "Hurry back." As Naruto entered the nearly empty halls of the floating arena, his smile dropped and his eyes gained a cold, glacial tint to them. All too casually, the Jinchuriki walked into the shadows, vanishing from sight. It was only thanks to her years of experience that Cinder was able to nimbly avoid having a kunai lodge itself in her upper thigh. In one smooth motion, she spun around, flames engulfing her hands. Sparks flew as a familiar Chikuto-class blade clashed against her twin blades of obsidian. Arctic blue glared into shocked ambers. "Call off Mercury, now!" Despite her arms shaking under the amount of force the blonde was exerting, Cinder somehow managed one of her trademark smirks. "Whatever do you mean?" That smirk was quickly wiped off her face when a fist was plowed directly into her cheek. The lithe raven-haired woman was sent tumbling by the unexpected attack. Emerging from the cloud of smoke his clone had left behind, a Rasengan held in either hand, Naruto growled out. "Enough games. I told you from the beginning that if you ever even tried to hurt one of my precious people, I would put an end to whatever plans you had." Without so much as hitch in his breath, Kurama's chakra enshrouded him, the pair of Rasengan now glowing an almost sinister vermilion color. "This is your final warning, Cinder. Call off whatever scheme you have involving Yang, or I will show you why we Jinchuriki were so feared." Rising to her feet, Cinder bore an almost uncharacteristic frown as she gazed at the blonde. Why? Why would you choose to side with the men who are far more concerned with their own little games? It was Naruto's turn to frown. The only side I've chosen is the one that keeps my precious people and the innocents safe, the former shinobi declared. Cinder shook her head. She was right about you. Without giving the teen any time to ponder what she had said, Cinder knocked 3 of her signature arrows. However, Naruto was not going to give her the time to use them, vanishing from sight in a blur of speed. Rolling to the side, Cinder narrowly avoided having the business end of a Rasengan introduced to her abdomen. Quickly coming up from her roll into a kneeling position, the raven-haired schemer fired her trio of arrows point blank. Cinder cursed under her breath as the arrows pierced flesh, only for their victim to go up in smoke. In one quick motion she dismantled her bow, switching it back into a pair of blades. Sparks flew once more as Hino Ishi's blade was blocked by Cinder's own 2 swords. Unlike last time though, it was the amber-eyed femme fatale who took the initiative. As flames coated Cinder's obsidian blades, forcing Naruto to disengage, the blonde's eyes widened as his senses were overwhelmed by an all-too-familiar feeling. It was you! You're the one who stole part of the Fall Maiden's powers! The raven-haired woman's response was a condescending smirk, as her right eye was encircled by a ring of flames. So they told you about the maidens. I can only imagine why they would choose now of all times to reveal such information to you. Naruto's grip on his weapon tightened till his knuckles were white. Before any more banter or blows could be exchanged, Kurama chimed in, "Something's wrong." There was a huge spike in negativity, and it's already started attracting hordes of Grim. It took Naruto only a fraction of a second to realize just what that meant. The ground exploded in a shower of dirt as Naruto roared over the sound of his Rasengan. What did you do to Yang? Having yet again just evaded being eviscerated by the spinning ball of chakra, Cinder held one of her blades to the angry Jinchuriki's throat. Despite having the business end of a weapon held to his jugular, Naruto continued to glare venomously at the woman. I can assure you Yang Xiaolong is fine. However, her chances of winning this tournament have all but vanished, Cinder revealed. Fearing the worst, Naruto had to make a decision. Of course, being who he was, there was hardly any doubt in his mind what his choice was. Friends came first above all else. Without even a moment's hesitation, the blonde used his bare hand to grab a hold of Cinder's blade. Caught off guard, the older woman could do nothing but allow herself to be dragged closer to the blonde. Sinister rubies attempted to bore a hole into wide ambers. You better hope Yang is unharmed. If even a hair is out of place on her head, there will be nowhere on Remnant you can hide. With barely a grunt of effort, Naruto shattered the obsidian blade in his hand, reducing it to nothing but shards. As quickly and silently as he had appeared, the blonde was gone, leaving behind a still stunned Cinder. Quickly shaking off the daze, the raven-haired seductress spared one last glance at the floating stadium. Her mistress had been right. They would need to go with their contingency plan now that Naruto was actively going against them. Leaning on the wall, silently watching on as Yang's teammates attempted to console her, Naruto mentally promised that he would help his fellow blonde give Mercury what he had coming to him. Pushing any thoughts of revenge to the background though, the blue-eyed Jinchuriki instead turned to his furry partner. Enough is enough, Kurama. I can't stand seeing Yang like this. She deserves to know, they all do. Knowing just how much his container valued his friends, the kitsune-themed Biju could only gruffly sigh. While I may disagree, at the end of the day it is your decision to make. You care more for these Ningen more than I do. If you think they can handle it, then tell them. Having known the chakra construct for his entire 17 years, Naruto knew that was as much of a go ahead as he was going to get from the grouch. Yang. Seeing that he had her attention, as well as the rest of Team RWBY's, the blue-eyed teen stared directly into the lilac eyes of his fellow blonde and continued. I believe you. Yang blinked. You do? Pulling up a chair, Naruto attempted to imitate either Ichiraku or Sakura when they went into lecture mode. Back during the Shinobi era, there were 3 main branches of jutsu, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Casually holding up his hand, Naruto created a Rasengan. Ninjutsu are techniques like my Rasengan or any of the other elemental attacks you've seen me use. Taijutsu is pretty much what you guys call martial arts these days. Dismissing the glowing blue sphere of chakra with ease, the blonde then focused back in on Yang with a purposeful gaze. Genjutsu was the branch of techniques that used chakra to create illusions. Some illusions were as simple and subtle as making your opponent think he was standing a little bit further back than he actually was, all the way up to making someone think they were seeing their worst nightmares come to life, driving them to insanity. Weiss arched a delicate eyebrow. Are you trying to imply that someone, possibly Mercury, used an illusion on Yang? Naruto flashed the heiress a foxy grin. Got it in one, princess. Blake shook her head. But that would mean that not only did Mercury, or some unknown person working with him, have the ability to create something so convincing, but that they also planned it. Yeah, RWBY chimed in. I mean, who would want to do that and why? It's not like Yang has someone out to get her or something, right, sis? Said Teen sheepishly chuckled. I mean, aside from a few perverts who got a little too handsy, or maybe Junior and his boys, I don't think I have enemies who'd be willing to go to such lengths. Naruto sighed as he realized it was finally time to drop the truth bomb again. You don't, at least none who are after you specifically. The only person who has the means and motivation to pull this off is Cinder. What? You mean the chick who's always trying to get you in her bed? Yang questioned. But what does she get out of it? RWBY added. And how are you so sure it's her? Blake queried. Deciding to answer the questions in order, Naruto listed off. Yes, that same Cinder, and what does she get out of it? Unease, distrust, anger, fear. She's planted a seed and made this whole tournament a giant buffet for all the negative emotions that the Grim are attracted to. As for her ultimate end goal? I'm honestly still not entirely too sure, but me and Kurama have some good guesses. Leaning back into his chair, Naruto sighed before admitting. And why am I so sure she's the one pulling the strings in all of this? She's been trying to recruit me for almost a year now. Wait, so you've known about all of this for a year and you're barely telling any of us now? Weiss exclaimed. Before Naruto could so much as defend himself, he was sent sprawling to the floor thanks to a clobbering from Yang. What the hell? That's for keeping secrets from us again, Yang answered. Rubbing his throbbing head, Naruto sulked. I guess I deserve that. The busted brawler crossed her arms under her bust and smirked. But you know, I think there's someone else who would love to hear about all of this too. It took all of a second for the blue-eyed Uzumaki to realize what Yang was planning. Wait. No, Yang, please dash. Oh, Pirara. Soon after, Naruto was forced to remember how convincing his girlfriend could be. Recalling some of the stories he had heard about his mother, the whiskered Jinchuriki realized that the two redheads had far more in common than he first thought. Huffing in frustration, Naruto raked his hands through his mane of wild locks. It seemed like only yesterday his biggest worry was trying to acclimate to this new time period. Now, here he was working on unraveling the inner workings of the Hack no Fuenshiki, 8 trigram sealing style, so he could hopefully use it to seal the power of a seasonal maiden into his girlfriend, all while a full-scale coup, helmed by a woman who had stolen part of the same maiden's powers, loomed just beyond the horizon. To make matters worse, the threat of his apparent ancestral grandmother, a woman who had been hailed as a literal goddess and had orchestrated her own revival and the downfall of his era despite being literally sealed in the moon, was also a looming specter. Shaking off those more serious thoughts, the blue-eyed teen was thankful that his precious people were safe at least. There had been a brief moment of panic concerning Yang, but those were washed away when he found that she was physically okay. Her mental state had been a different matter altogether though. However, with the unconditional love of her friends and family, she had been pulled out of that state rather quickly. Her private talk with Professor Ashben had also seemed to do her some good. It was still utter crap that she had been disqualified from the tournament and vilified by the ignorant majority, but Yang wasn't someone to put much stock into what others thought of her. Still, Naruto had to wonder who was the one who had cast the illusion. He knew Neo's semblance allowed her to create something akin to illusions, but they were nowhere close to being as convincing as a genjutsu. Actually, after closely examining the petite teen's semblance, Naruto had found that Neo's semblance actually allowed her to create miracle, not illusions. The difference was that Neo's mirages were only visual projections. It was still possible to smell, sense, and hear what the pint-sized umbrella wielder was actually doing. Seeing as Yang had described hearing Mercury speak to her, as well as the feeling of his bones breaking under the force of her counterattack, Neo was out as the perpetrator. Since he and Cinder had been chatting at that time, that meant the culprit was either Mercury or Emerald. But none of that mattered right now, especially seeing as how the entirety of Team C-Many had apparently vacated Beacon entirely, which could not mean anything good. All things considered though, the group of teens had taken the revelation of not only Cinder's betrayal well, but they had also been somewhat underwhelmed when he told them that the story of the seasonal maidens had some truth to it. Most of them seemed to agree that it was hard to top being a time-traveling shinobi with a force of nature bound to him by death itself. That all aside though, they had all agreed to keep an eye out for Cinder or any of her cronies while also buckling down on their respective training even more so. If Cinder was really going to attempt some sort of coup, then they were going to put up one hell of a fight. Tusan Ka-chan, this insane! Naruto muttered in exasperation. Sure, he had made significant strides in his understanding of the sealing arts, even more so after putting those scrolls he had taken from Uzushio to use, but the sealing matrix before him was completely beyond anything he had seen before. The worst part was that he wasn't just trying to use the seal, he was going to have to modify it heavily to better fit Pyrrha and Amber's unique situation. At least this is also helping you to better understand the seal that binds us, Kurama intoned from his spot beside his container. Naruto nodded. True, but it means that not only do I have to tweak the hack no Fuenshiki to fit Pyrrha, I also have to create an entirely brand new key for my seal if I ever want to fully be able to use all of your chakra without dying or something. The kitsune-themed Biju hummed in agreement. Looking back now, I can better understand what it is your father did that night. I can only assume he gave the original key to your pervert of a godfather. But any chance we have of getting that key is gone now that we're thousands of years in the future, something I doubt anyone could have predicted. Naruto groaned aloud before falling on his back, the sound echoing throughout the massive underground bunker that housed Amber. This is so frustrating! Kurama, already used to his container's childishness, merely huffed. I would say focus on tweaking the seal as that is the more pressing matter right now. As it stands, you can at least safely use up to 6 tails in our new mode. While Kaigaya or whatever shades of her remain are no doubt lying in wait, 6 tails of my chakra is still more than enough to handle most anything. Yeah, and with you free to roam outside of the seal and use a huge chunk of your own power, I doubt Cinder has anything that could challenge you. Naruto agreed. Again Kurama huffed before none too gently smacking the blonde with his tail. Don't think that because I've allowed you to focus on your little girlfriend, I'll allow you to slack off when it comes to loosening our seal. While having most of my power available to me is better than what I've had with either your mother or Mito, I would still like to one day have all of it back. Naruto grinned as he jabbed the shrunken Biju in the side. Don't act like you're not worried about Pyrrha-chan too, Fuzzbutt. She is tolerable, I will admit. Far better suited to you than that pink-haired banshee you chased for so long. Or even that pale-eyed heiress who stalked you from afar. Kurama groused. At the mention of the Hyuga heiress, Naruto unintentionally recalled one of his last encounters with her. Unfortunately, it wasn't exactly a happy memory. Seeing Hinata futilely try and fight pain to try and save him had been shocking considering her normally shy demeanor. To top it off, she then openly confessed not just her admiration for him, but her desire to always be by his side, because she well and truly loved him. Watching helplessly as pain literally threw her around like a rag doll hurt. Watching as he then mercilessly killed her had pushed Naruto past the edge. It was the only time Naruto could recall willingly and knowingly giving in to his darker emotions. He had wanted nothing more than to tear pain to shreds, to make him hurt as bad as he was. It had also been the closest he had ever to come fully unleashing a then still hate-filled Kurama. Shaking himself out of his trip down memory lane, Naruto wondered for a brief moment what would have happened had he not been sent into the future. After he had beaten Pain and Nagato had used the last of his energy to revive all of the people he had killed, there had been a brief respite. In that time of celebration, the blonde had thought about Hinata and had even pondered asking her out on a date. Obito's sudden invasion of Konoha and Kakashi sending the Uzumaki Jinchuriki into the future put a bit of a damper on those plans. No use pondering what-ifs, Kurama interjected, already knowing what his partner was thinking. Naruto gave the Biju a small smile in return. Right as usual, fuzzbutt. Kurama grinned in return. I always am. Naruto stretched and yawned as he sat on the edge of his bed. Glancing at the digital clock on the nightstand next to his bed, the blonde was only somewhat shocked to see that it was already going to be 7 p.m. While he wasn't exactly a morning person, waking up so late was unusual even for him. To be fair though, he had been pulling several all-nighters in order to tweak the hack no Fuin Shiki, and seeing as how he had finally finished it, he felt like he deserved a couple hours of sleep. Hearing his scroll begin to vibrate, Naruto checked the screen to see it was a call from Nora. What's up, Nora? Get your butt over here, Captain Whiskers. It's finally Pira's turn to fight. In a blur, the blonde cleaned and dressed himself before running out of the dorm. Who's she up against? The thing is still deciding. As the blonde finally left the dorm building, he was barely able to dodge out of the way of an arrow that had been aimed at his head. Seeing the familiar obsidian arrow lodge deep into the concrete, a pit of dread built up in his stomach. Oh! It looks like Pira is going to be fighting Penny. Cinder smirked as her left eye was engulfed in a ring of fire. Naruto frowned as Kurama's Biju cloak sprung to life. Omake number 8, of First Dates PT1. Rin couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. His friend and captain, someone who almost literally oozed confidence and bravado, was nervously pacing their room while muttering to himself. Briefly, Rin wondered how he always ended up as the so-called straight man in every situation. It seemed to be his role to play in life. Deciding to save his pondering for tea time later, the long-haired teen grabbed his blonde friend by the shoulder, stopping him from possibly digging out a groove in their floor with his pacing. It's going to be fine. This isn't the first time you two have spent time alone, so treat it just like any of those times, Ren sagely offered. Naruto couldn't help himself as he finally broke down. Yeah, but that was when we were just friends. Now she's my girlfriend. What if it's awkward? What if I totally mess this up and she never wants to speak to me again? All of my male role models have been huge perverts. I don't know how to handle this. Ren massaged the bridge of his nose in an attempt to fend off the incoming headache. Normally I'd say it'd be best to go in with some sort of game plan, but I know that you do better when you wing it. Just be you, and try and show Pira how much I know you care about her. If you can do that, then you'll do fine. Realizing how right Ren was, Naruto calmed down and gave his friend a foxy grin. You're right. You always know just what to say. Pulling out a bouquet of flowers, seemingly from nowhere, Ren shook his head in exasperation. I also know you're just as likely to put your foot in your mouth, so take these. Ignoring the look of betrayal on his captain's face, the pink-eyed teen continued. I've also gone ahead and made a reservation at a fairly high-end restaurant in Vale in your name. If you can at least make it there, you should be fine. Before Naruto could sulk, Nora burst into the room with a grin. May I present to you, Miss Pira Nikos? Naruto's jaw hit the floor while all higher brain functions came to a screeching halt. Red was undeniably Pira's color. Even Naruto, as lacking in fashion sense as he was, knew this. However, he was now realizing that his red-haired partner, now girlfriend, could wear the hell out of black too. Strapless and backless, the black dress that reached to just above her pair of matching black heels fit her flawless figure like a glove. The slit up the right side of it revealed even more of her porcelain skin while also allowing her a little more ease of movement. Instead of her normal pair of brown opera-style gloves, her hands and arms were covered up by a pair of black ones. Her vibrant emerald orbs were accented by the barest amount of purple eyeshadow, contrasting nicely with both her eyes and soft skin. Possibly his favorite part of the entire look was the fact that she had let her hair down, the soft red tresses perfectly framing her face in slight waves. Fiddling with her fingers, Pyrrha offered a nervous smile as she took in her date for the evening. The white dress shirt that did little to hide his lithe yet taut muscles matched with a well-pressed pair of dark gray khakis brought a blush to Pyrrha's cheeks. Wow! Naruto finally managed to breathe out. Pyrrha's blush intensified. Same to you. Anyone else worried neither of them will talk the entire time? Yang stage whispered to her friends as the two continued to stare at each other. Weiss rolled her eyes. Knowing the dolt, that might not be a bad thing. Watching the two walk off hand in hand, Yang Fake sniffled out. They grow up so fast. For a minute after, no one spoke, admiring the sight of the couple disappearing around the corner. Spy time! Yang grinned. In a blur of motion, Nora was suddenly dressed in a form-fitting all-black, stealth outfit. Definitely. Any sort of rebuttal died in his throat when Rin turned, only to see the rest of Team RWBY, even Weiss, wearing matching get-ups. Why do I even bother? Come on, run! We have to make sure this date goes perfectly. The pink-eyed teen resigned himself to a night of hijinks and shenanigans with an all-too-often used shake of his head. Chapter 36. Sparks flew as obsidian clashed against chakra-treated metal, concussive blasts of air following each blow. Sapphire bore into amber as Naruto and Cinder clashed once again, the resulting explosion carving yet another trench into the ground below them. As a result of the two warriors' battle, the area around Beacon's dormitories, once decorated by plenty of greenery and well-made walkways of stone, was now an unrecognizable mess. Deep trenches had been gouged into the earth by both wind and water, the plant life had been consumed by flames, the concrete of the walkways was now indiscernible from the dirt and debris, while deep craters pitted the area. In short, what had once been a spot where many of Beacon's students took time to rest and relax was now nothing but a war zone. And for once, there was either a smirk or grin plastered on Cinder's face, only a thin line. Even as sweat dotted her brow, even as she continued to push her body to fight an empowered Uzumaki Jinchuriki, Cinder couldn't help but feel amazement as Naruto's power kept on climbing. Any time she thought she had the upper edge, he would get that much faster, that much stronger. Any and all of her flames were simply drowned out by a water jutsu. The cutting edges of her glass storms were met by blasts of wind-natured chakra, tearing them asunder. Even her twin obsidian blades chipped and cracked under the pressure of the blonde's powerful swings, forcing her to constantly have to sharpen them. That was nothing to say about the nearly suffocating pressure of the angry orange shroud of chakra the blonde was cloaked in. The only reason she hadn't buckled under its malicious aura was thanks to the stolen half of the maiden's power she was now constantly using. Even still, the stolen power of the maiden was doing nothing to even the gap between them. The only reason she was still alive was thanks to her own years of experience and skill. Despite being years older than him though, Naruto's ferocity and power had let him score several hits that still stung. If it wasn't for her aura shielding her, Cinder was sure that the slash that had cut into her thigh would have otherwise lopped off the limb entirely. The same could be said about the various other cuts that littered her form. Suiton, Suiden no Jutsu, water release, water bullet technique. Rolling out of the way of the highly pressurized stream of water, Cinder came up on a knee, 3 arrows already knocked into her bow. Naruto dodged out of the way of the 3 obsidian arrows, only to be engulfed in the explosion of flames that followed. The flames and smoke were cleared away as a wall of wind exploded outwards, revealing Naruto, a single tail of chakra now swaying behind him. Cinder frowned as she knew that the fight just got that much harder for her. Without so much as a grunt of effort, a clone of the blonde popped into existence, although it lacked the sinister cloak of chakra the original donned. Knowing what it was created for, the doppelganger rushed off, making its way towards Amity Coliseum, scroll in hand as it tried to call any of Naruto's friends. Cinder did nothing, simply watching the clone run off with a smirk. It won't help, she mocked. The smirk was quickly ripped off her face when a fist was plowed into her abdomen, robbing her of all the air in her lungs. With an almost casual palm thrust to the face and a satisfying crunch, the blonde Jinchuriki sent the raven-haired woman flying. "I'm done talking, Cinder. I warned you several times." Using the back of her hand to wipe off the blood leaking out of her no doubt broken nose, Cinder shakily got to her feet. Before he could rush the downed woman, Naruto raised his hand, catching a boot in his hand all too easily. The ensuing shot from said boot caused the half-blood Uzumaki to unhand the attacker. Looking at the familiar head of silver hair, Naruto growled. "Mercury!" The teen said nothing, assuming a ready stance instead. Seeing the one who was partially responsible for Yang's being booted from the tournament, a second tale formed. "Revenge was usually Sasuke's thing, but I'm pretty sure Yang wouldn't mind if I kicked your ass for her," was all Naruto said before blurring from sight. Mercury cried out in pain as Kurama's Jinchuriki palmed his face, plowing him straight into the ground with enough force to form another crater. Without even turning around, one of the Biju cloak's tails lashed out, deflecting an arrow aimed for Naruto's back. Turning his crimson eyes back to Cinder, Naruto snarled. In another blur of movement, the blonde lashed out at Cinder with a clawed strike. While the raven-haired woman just barely avoided having her abdomen cut open, she still received 4 shallow lacerations to her stomach, her maroon dress being likewise cut in 2. As the amber-eyed schemer grimaced in pain and quickly moved a hand to apply pressure to the wounds, Naruto was forced to turn his sights back to Mercury when the silver-haired teen began to fire off a barrage of shots. Despite the speed and accuracy of each individual shot, Naruto was easily able to weave around them. The barrage came to an abrupt end with the now crimson-eyed teen plowing his knee straight into Mercury's jaw. He was given no respite though, the blonde Uzumaki grabbing the silver-haired teen by his feet as he was lifted into the air. With a quick spin, Cinder's henchman was sent careening into the side of a nearby building as if he was launched out of a cannon. Blurring through the necessary hand seals, Naruto was ready to make the rubble Mercury lay in his grave. "Katon Endin, fire release, flame bullet!" As the ball of flames was just about to engulf the downed Mercury, Cinder erected a wall of her own fire. Seeing as how he hadn't pumped all that much chakra or used a lot of oil in the jutsu, it was promptly overtaken by the stronger flames. Watching the two recollect themselves, Mercury bleeding steadily from his mouth and head while Cinder's previously flawless porcelain skin was now dirted and covered in her own blood in several places, Naruto felt something begin to nag at him. That little voice in the back of his head that said something wasn't right was proven correct when the memories of his clone came rushing back to him. The last thing the clone had seen was a pair of heterochromatic eyes and a mocking smirk. With that, it all finally clicked for the blonde. Cinder saw the look of realization as it visibly dawned on Naruto, and she smirked. "Like I said, it's too late." Yet again, Naruto was faced with a decision. Finish off Cinder and Mercury, or attempt to save his friends. Hell, who was he kidding? Friends came first. In a blur, Naruto was gone, hoping to stop whatever plan Cinder had set in motion. Pyrrha panted, taking advantage of the brief respite she had been given. Despite her very innocent and childish appearance, Penny was proving that she was indeed combat-ready. Since the start of the match, the ginger-haired girl had kept Pyrrha on her toes, forcing the redhead to pull out all of the proverbial stops. Hell, she had even been forced into actually using her semblance some time ago, a feat only her boyfriend had previously been capable of. Taking a breath to calm her nerves and recenter herself, Pyrrha sprinted at her opponent, eager to resume their match. The redhead of Team NNPR twirled out of the way of a vertically spinning blade. Ducking under the one that followed it, Pyrrha leapt upwards, landing on the third blade. Using the spin of the weapon, Penny was sent skipping backwards from a devastating kick to the head. Executing a well-timed backflip off of her pseudo-platform, Pyrrha landed and took a knee, aiming down the sights of Milo now in its rifle form. Penny was able to not only defend herself from the incoming bullets by forming a shield out of her swords, but also keep advancing by causing them to quickly spin. Just as the Atlesian girl was but a few yards away, Pyrrha switched up her tactic, sending a Ko flying at Penny. What followed caught almost everyone watching the match by surprise. Although Penny easily deflected the spinning shield, she quickly found herself on the defensive as Iko made another pass at her, then another, and another. Many couldn't believe their eyes. It looked like Pyrrha's shield had suddenly gained some form of sentience, relentlessly attacking Penny from all angles. Although the younger Elysian was able to defend herself from the seemingly crazed buzzsaw of a shield, she was having to focus all of her attention and swords on doing so. Seeing an opening, Pyrrha recalled Iko, launching Milo in spear form. To the redhead's surprise, she missed. Sure, it was by a few inches at best, but still, she rarely if ever missed. Shaking her head, Pyrrha decided to ponder on it later. Up in the stands, Ren frowned and leaned forward in his seat. Seeing the look on his face, Nora asked, "What's up, Ren?" "Pyrrha, miss," he answered simply. The other stared at him questioningly. "Sue?" Yang asked, hoping to get Ren to explain. Explain he did. Even before we were put on a team together, Pyrrha was a master marksman. Being who she is, Pyrrha obviously wasn't content with just that and continued to better herself. Even Naruto has admitted that she outclasses him in accuracy with both thrown weapons and guns. Nora nodded along, adding, "Didn't she also ask Captain Whiskers to train her on how to use those knives and stars he uses?" Ren simply nodded. "Are you saying something or somebody made her miss?" Weiss asked. Ren narrowed his eyes. "With everything going on right now, and after what happened to Yang, we'd be stupid to not suspect foul play." Realizing just what Ren was getting at, the others turned their eyes back to the fight below. Though it appeared they had gone back to normal, they all sat that much straighter and kept their eyes roaming, looking for any sign of Cinder or her group. Pyrrha mentally cursed. She had missed, again. This time she had overextended a sword swing, aiming for where she had thought Penny's abdomen was, only to strike air. It was a costly mistake, and the Emerald-Eye teen had barely managed to avoid being blasted by one of Penny's lasers because of it. Something wasn't right, she knew it, but in the heat of battle, there was little time to ponder on what that something could be. Once more, Pyrrha chose to focus on the fight at hand. RWBY fidgeted in her seat as she watched Pyrrha catch Penny with a shield rush, sending the ginger-haired Elysian tumbling off the edge of the floating arena. While she very much so cared for Penny, she wished that the android girl would have lost the match then and there. Instead, the team leader of Team RWBY watched as Penny cleverly used the lasers from her swords to boost her back onto the arena. Pyrrha gave her no time to rest either, already waiting for her. Watching as the two continued their bout, RWBY couldn't help but clench and unclench her hands. There was pit in her stomach, a foreboding feeling that told her something wasn't right. The original reason for that had been the fact that she knew what Penny was. RWBY also knew, and had seen firsthand, what Pyrrha's semblance could do to metal. While she knew that Pyrrha was possibly one of the nicest and most caring individuals she had ever met, the silver-eyed teen was also aware of just how easy it was for accidents to happen, especially since Pyrrha herself had no idea about Penny's secret. Ren's observation from earlier only added fuel to the fire. Glancing at the scoreboard that displayed both of their aura levels, RWBY took some solace in seeing that the two of them were coming to the ends of their proverbial rope. Feeling her paranoia peak, RWBY glanced around the arena. Just as she was about to look back at the match, she saw it. Across the way, she saw a familiar head of pink and brown hair with an even more familiar head of spiky blonde hair. Her heart dropped as she saw Neo slide her hidden blade into the blonde's back. However, before she could scream in terror, said blonde went up in a cloud of smoke, meaning it had only been one of Naruto's clones. Neo then looked RWBY directly in the eye and smiled, pointing back down at the match below. This time, there was no scream of terror. In fact, RWBY felt nothing. Her entire body simply went numb. Sure, she could hear the screams of horror, the gasps of shock, and the crying. She could feel her team wrapping her in a group hug. She could even feel the cold wetness of the tears cascading down her face. But it was almost as if the entire world around her had become dull and muted. And then the sobs came, her body violently shaking as her mind finally processed the scene below. Milo clattered to the ground, echoing across the otherwise silent arena. Dropping to her knees, Pyrrha felt herself begin to shake as hot tears bubbled around her eyes. How had this happened? Her mind replayed the last few seconds over and over again, attempting to figure out just where it had all gone wrong. Annoyed by Penny's swords, she had sought to take them out of the equation. Using Milo to test the durability of the wires that connected the various swords to Penny, Pyrrha figured that the cables were a little stronger than the wires Naruto used. Knowing how much force it would take to cut through such durable material, the invincible girl had sent a quill flying, a blast from her semblance meant to help push the bronze shield through the cable. Inches away, the image before Pyrrha blurred away, revealing that she hadn't been aiming for one of Penny's cables. In a raw display of brutality, a quill cut clean through sword, cable, and wielder alike. Like a puppet with its strings cut, the swords clattered to the ground. In an almost poetic way, Penny followed suit, innocent eyes wide with shock as a quill bisected her. Pyrrha could feel herself begin to shake, unable to tear her eyes away from the sight before her and unable to stop the tears that followed. It was almost as if her own mind was forcing her to behold the atrocities she had wrought with her own two hands. What had she done? And why did her heart hurt so much? Was it for Penny? Or was it for herself? No. Shock and horror. It hung in the air like a fog. Naruto hadn't even made it to the airfield, instead having to watch on screen as his girlfriend brutally bisected Penny. Shaking in pure rage, a new name had just made it to the top of his shit list. Emerald. He was sure of it now, she was the one responsible for tricking Yang and had now done the same with Pyrrha, this time with a far more grievous outcome. Learning Penny was some sort of man-made android was shocking, sure, but it did nothing to diminish her loss of life. And that was it. Despite her not appearing on Kurama's radar, Penny had a life. She had friends, she could experience what it meant to be alive, and could make her own choices. Penny had been a living being and was viciously taken away from those friends, not by Pyrrha, but by Emerald. And he was going to make sure that she along with Cinder and Mercury got what was coming to them. Revenge plotting later. Gaki. Massive amounts of Grim are heading towards Vale. Kurama roared out. Looking at the screen as Pyrrha sat there, nearly catatonic, Naruto knew what he had to do. Tajikage Bunshin no Jutsu, multi-shadow clone technique. Suddenly, the courtyard Naruto had been standing in was covered in a massive cloud of smoke. As the cloud dissipated, it revealed several hundred copies of the blonde Jinchuriki. As one, the mass of blonde-haired doppelgangers rushed off to Vale, the safety of her citizens their only concern. Any Grim met along the way was to be disposed of. Sightings of Cinder or any of her henchmen were to be reported back to him. Naruto himself turned his gaze back to the Colosseum floating in the air above Beacon. Kurama was right. Any plans for revenge would need to be put on the back burner. All of his friends, as well as possibly hundreds of civilians and students, were all but trapped up there. Kurama? The chibified Biju turned a questioning gaze to his container. I'm gonna find a way up there. I want you to stay down here though. The grin that stretched across the Kyuubi's maw was downright vicious. With pleasure. With a leap, the small fox kit was engulfed in a ring of flames. Emerging from the inferno was the far more terrifying form of the nine-tailed fox, now as large as a stallion. Letting loose a war cry that shook the surrounding area, Kurama bounded off into the city, ready to bring havoc down upon the invading Grim. Naruto turned his gaze to the tower that was Beacon's namesake. Briefly he wondered what Ajban would do with all of this going on. He had felt it before. The unassuming headmaster held a wealth of power in him, the likes of which Naruto more closely likened to that of the shinobi during his time. He highly doubted it was chakra, but whatever it was, Ajban kept it under tightly bound wraps. Deciding to ponder on what other secrets the enigmatic headmaster still kept, Naruto instead made for the airfield as Vale's sirens sounded off. There would no doubt be ships leaving to the Colosseum to ferry the innocents to safety. That was his ticket up there. What had once been a stadium filled with laughter and smiles, was now a prison to many. It had all happened so fast that almost everyone was still trying to process just what in the world had happened. Seconds after Penny's fall, a voice came over the intercom, a black chess piece being displayed along with it. The following speech only served to further entrench the people in their shock and horror. The real kicker was the almost hard-to-argue truth many of the civilians saw before them. They clearly knew little to nothing of what was being taught to the children they entrusted to the academies. The feminine voice had also raised several points many had been wondering quietly to themselves. Why had Atlas all but invaded Vale with its armed forces? Why did it look like they were gearing up for an all-out war? What was really being kept hidden from them by the powers that be? When the broadcast ended and the jumbotrons went dark, a shocked and stunned silence filled the arena, many unsure of what was happening around them. The blaring horn of Amity Coliseum's defense system was a jarring wake-up call for many. The automated voice that followed it, however, filled everyone with dread. Alert! Incoming grim attack! Threat level 9! Screams of terror and panicked cries filled the air as the reality of what was happening set in. People quickly began to vacate their seats and rush towards the exits, pushing and shoving in an act of self-preservation. Ladies and gentlemen, please, there is no need for panic. General Ironwood's voice boomed over the intercom. Whatever semblance of calm Atlas leader tried to invoke was instead met with far more panic as an ear-piercing shriek shook the arena. Perched above them, angrily pecking at the stadium's barrier, was a massive avian monstrosity. While the group of Team RWBY plus Nora and Rin were still struggling to come to terms with what they had seen, their sense of duty quickly overrode their horror. That Nevermore is almost as big as the one we fought in Yuzu, Nora cried in alarm. And it was true, the Nevermore above them was almost large enough to completely obscure their view of the sky above the Colosseum. It's not alone either, Blake added in horror, watching as several dozen smaller Nevermore began to circle the stadium. To everyone's further horror, thanks to the aid of its smaller flock, the Nevermore came plummeting down into the stadium, smashing right through the weakened barrier like it was a pane of glass. The remaining onlookers watched as the porcelain-masked monstrosity lowered its head and glared straight at a still immobile Pyrrhanikos. Opening its beak, it let out a horrifying screech and charged forward. Pyrrha! The group cried out, all of them leaping over the railing and racing towards the still catatonic redhead. However, with a single flap of its pitch-black wings, the massive Nevermore created a blast of wind that sent each of them tumbling backwards. As they collected their bearings and made for Pyrrha again, they were stopped yet again, this time by the dozen or so smaller Nevermore that had accompanied the much larger one. Horrified, the others watched as the Nevermore opened its beak, ready to swallow a vulnerable Pyrrha whole. Right as the avian monster was upon her, a blur of rose petals slammed into the charging Nevermore, a shriek of pain following the collision. Wide-eyed, the others watched as a still puffy-eyed Ruby brandished one of Penny's swords. "Leave her alone!" the young teen cried out, her voice still raw and broken from all that had happened. The Nevermore shrieked in defiance of the small human before it. Its defiance was met and returned tenfold as a hail of gunfire was unleashed upon it. Crying in pain, the massive bird-like Grimm took to the air. Shocked, both Ruby and Pyrrha turned to see all of their friends and former opponents from the tournament armed to the teeth, the flock of smaller Nevermore now lying at their feet and quickly fading away. "Let's bring this oversized birdie down to our level." Jester Asgard grinned around his signature candy cane. With a quick dash and help from both his teammate Aizen as well as Yatsuhashi of Team CFVY, the leader of Team Jest was sent barreling at the airborne Nevermore like a cannonball. Unfurling himself from a ball shape, Jester continued to spin, his twin hook blades following his rotation. With a satisfying squelch, the blades lodged themselves deep into the back of the Nevermore, causing it to cry out in pain. Using his weapons like reins on a horse, the hooded leader of Team Jest began to guide the Nevermore back towards awaiting Nora and Aizen. Using his semblance to generate an electrical charge, the taller teen bumped fists with a grinning Nora, sparks dancing between them. As the form of a still screeching Nevermore came barreling towards them, the two powerhouses readied themselves. With a flash of pink and green, Aizen and Nora swung their weapons straight at the Nevermore's mask. The ensuing blast of concussive air almost knocked several of the others onto their butts. The damage done to the Nevermore was far more grievous though. The feathered beast's once pristine mask was now all but shattered into pieces, some of those fragments having been forced into its skull by the force of Aizen and Nora's strike. However, that wouldn't be enough to down such a massive grim. Blood dripping from its now visible face, the Nevermore shrieked and attempted to take flight once more. Whatever flight plans the twisted creature had were harshly interrupted as lengths of chain and cloth began to encircle it. Arslan, Blake, and Jester gritted their teeth as they used their respective weapons to bind the massive grim. The thing shrieked as it struggled to free itself from the bindings. Weiss! Up! The Shnieras simply nodded, weaving a set of glyphs to act as platforms. Yang led the charge, ascending the platforms with ease. Following behind the blonde were Aizen and Nora. Reaching the apex of the glyph-made platforms, the three teens leapt at the still struggling Nevermore. The ensuing unified attack caused the arena floor to split, cracks spider webbing outwards from the point of contact. The others were sent skidding backwards as the blast of air slammed into them. At the center of it, the Nevermore couldn't even let out so much as a dying screech as the top part of its skull was harshly and quickly pulverized and joined to the bottom half, the crunch and crack of bones shattering echoing loudly across the vacant arena. Letting self-satisfied grins stretch across their faces, the three powerhouses shared a quick fist bump before rejoining their friends. Despite the destruction around her, Pyrrha couldn't help but to focus on the bit of cloth she gingerly held between her fingers. Looking into the silver eyes of RWBY, the redhead couldn't help but choke out a sob. RWBY, I'm so sorry! For a moment, RWBY's eyes misted over in unshed tears before she steeled herself. Without any sort of hesitation, the shorter teen engulfed a still crying Pyrrha in a hug. So am I. But it wasn't your fault. Pyrrha only sobbed harder, clutching onto the younger girl. RWBY's right. Everyone turned, surprised to see Naruto walking up to them with his face set into a frown. Picking up Akko and Milo, he held them out for Pyrrha. Cinder, Emerald, Mercury, and Neo did this. They're the ones to blame for all of this, and it's our job to stop them. Looking into her boyfriend's glacial sapphire's eyes that held an untold amount of love for her, sorrow for what had happened, and resolve to stop the ones responsible, Pyrrha gathered herself before accepting her weapons. Briefly, Naruto's eyes softened as he gently wiped away the remaining tears on her face. Pyrrha offered a small smile, enjoying the moment and what it meant. The dry roar and flapping of wings interrupted the moment, and drew everyone's attention to the top of the Colosseum. Perched atop the stadium were griffin, monstrous creatures who resembled the unholy union of several different animals. Naruto frowned at the sight of them. He had heard of them and seen descriptions of them in several books, but had never actually seen them in person, which, with his mission track record, was surprising. Hell, he and his team had faced down an ancient and massive Nevermore that could use chakra in its rawest form. Suddenly, what Ashpan had said to him and Pyrrha down in the bunker came to mind. I'm sure you've noticed, the creatures of Grimm are growing stronger, more prevalent. Beasts that have slumbered for decades have awoken. New types of Grimm are appearing. Narrowing his eyes even as the griffin made to attack, Naruto couldn't help but to think that something else was going on. There's no way any of this is a coincidence. Someone else is pulling the strings here, someone who can somehow control the Grimm in some way. Big question is, who are they and what do they want? Deciding to shelve those thoughts for later, the blonde stepped forward, already speeding through a set of seals. A clone popped into existence next to him, already going through its own set of seals. Futon, Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Katon, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Dragon Flame Technique. While the other teens who had never seen Naruto use a jutsu could only stare in awe, his own team and Team RWBY were once more reminded of just how powerful their friend was. Gale force winds fed and directed the searing inferno, engulfing the dozen or so griffin in a tomb of blistering heat and concussive winds. The only sound heard was not the sound of anguished roars, but the crackling of fire and the howling of winds. Stopping his chakra flow to the technique and dispelling his clone, Naruto released a breath. Holy shit, man! Sun Wukong of Team SSSN called out, his jaw near the floor. "Suddenly I'm glad you didn't go all out against us," Jester joked. His teammates could only nod in agreement. Taking a quick glance around and stretching his senses further out, Naruto was glad to find that everyone was now on the outer edges of the Colosseum waiting to be ferried to a safe area. "Gaki! The White Fang is airdropping even more grim in. I've taken a few down, but it looks like some are headed your way." Naruto nearly snarled. "You guys head to the docks and keep the civilians safe." As the others moved to follow the blonde's orders, he gently grabbed Blake by the arm. "The White Fang are here and they're releasing even more grim into the school and the nearby areas of the city. A few are headed this way as well." A brief flash of sadness crossed the raven-haired girl's face before she looked into Naruto's worried eyes. Neither said anything for a moment. Then Blake reached up and tugged, undoing the ribbon that she used to hide her furry black ears. Naruto only grinned and nodded his head, perfectly understanding what Blake was trying to say. The two shared a brief hug before Naruto turned his eyes to the top of the Colosseum. Grinning, an idea started to form in his devious brain. In a burst of speed, the blonde took Pira by surprise when he scooped her into his arms and began to hop his way up to the top of Amity Coliseum. Although she was caught off guard by her boyfriend, a single glance at the smirk on his whiskered face was enough to let her know that she was needed for one of his crazy ideas. "Why the hell did you stop?" an angered White Fang member yelled to the Bullhead's driver. Said driver was beyond confused as he fiddled with every button and switch available to him in an attempt to get the Bullhead moving again. "It's not me. Something stopped us dead in the air. These doors aren't going to hold the Grim much longer. We need to drop this cargo or we're dead. I'm trying, man." As the two went back and forth, trying their damnedest to get the Bullhead moving again, either noticed the gargantuan form of an opaque dragon head rushing towards them. The gaping maw of the chakra-born dragon slammed into the flying vehicle with all the force of a speeding train, causing it to crash into another bullhead that had been likewise stopped in the air. The ensuing explosion lit up the night sky. Pira panted and took in some much-needed gulps of air as sweat dotted her brow. While she had recently taken to training her semblance on a much grander scale, holding two bullheads aloft, even for short periods, was not exactly the easiest thing ever. "Knew you could do it, Pira-chan!" Naruto cheered with a grin. The redhead blushed under the praise. "Now you rest while I take care of the rest." Pira all too happily obliged, knowing just as well that she was going to need all the aura she could gain back for what was to come. "Katon, carrier endin, fire release, dragon flame bomb." Looking on as her partner let loose a stream of white flames in the shape of the mythic beast of fire, Pira was sure that any of the White Fang that escaped the attack would no doubt turn and run. Meanwhile, down below the couple, the rest of their friends and fellow students were making quick work of the few Grim and White Fang members that had managed to get past Naruto and Pira. General Ironwood looked on in pride as he watched RWBY and Weiss make quick work of an alpha. Turning, he frowned as a small handful of creeps slipped past the group of teens. The Elysian general reached into his coat. In one swift movement born from years of experience, Ironwood leveled a gleaming revolver at the rushing Grim and pulled the trigger. 5 gunshots were heard and 5 Grim fell. Without even blinking, the general then pointed the barrel of his gun straight up, jamming it into the mouth of the Beowulf that had tried to sneak up on him. Blood splattered across the roof and floor of the Colosseum as the body of the now headless Grim flopped to the floor. Holstering his gun, Ironwood regarded the teens before him with no small amount of pride. "The last of the civilians are currently being ferried to a safe zone in Vale, and no Grim or White Fang member remains here. You've done your kingdoms proud this day." With a flawless about-face, Ironwood began to board a waiting ship with an entourage of Elysian knights. "Now I must go reclaim my ship from the vagabond who has captured it." "What about us? What should we do?" RWBY inquired. Before the Elysian general could answer, a blur of red and yellow landed next to them. Gently putting his girlfriend back on her feet, Naruto answered. "Simple, we head back to Beacon and do our jobs and put down this invasion." Bright sapphires met cold blues as Naruto stared Ironwood down. After a brief moment, the elder huntsman nodded his head. Without a word more, the general boarded his ship and flew off. Come on, guys, there's still one last ship waiting for us. The gathered group of students nodded and followed after the blonde without hesitation. Ren gazed at the sight below him with shaking fists. Looking out from the large glass windows of the transport ship they were on, all he could see were decimated buildings going up in flames as Grim and White Fang laid siege to Vale. Grinding his teeth, the long-haired teen couldn't help but let his mind compare the sights before him and the one he had seen as a child. Ren! Feeling a familiar arm grip his, Ren allowed his muscles to unclench as he stared into the worried eyes of his longtime friend. It's just so similar to what happened back then. And just like back then, I'm just as helpless to stop it. Nora smiled sadly as she perfectly understood the turmoil Ren was going through. After all, she had been there that day too. You're right, it is similar, but there's some big differences too. Nora pointed to a father clutching onto his 2 children atop a destroyed building. Ren's eyes widened in horror as the poor man could only hold his children as Beowulf surrounded him, each salivating at the mouth. As the magenta-eyed teen made to look away, Nora forced him to watch. Before he could scream at his friend, several blurs of orange attacked the Grim. As the Grim fell, the blurs were revealed to be copies of his blonde captain. The clones then approached the crying family before helping to ferry them away. Again Nora moved her finger, this time pointing at what seemed to be a massive gathering of various Grim. The monstrous creatures were so clumped together, it was hard to tell where one began and another ended, creating a somewhat repulsive blob. Curiously, Ren watched as the mass of black and white began to writhe and undulate. In the blink of an eye, the entire area erupted into a hellish inferno, the flames of which reached high into the sky. As quickly as it had come, the pyre was gone, revealing the grinning visage of Kurama. The voice of his friend and Captain Jared ran from his thoughts, and the sight of the QB happily tearing his way through hordes of Grim. And it's not just me and Kurama. Our teachers, fellow students, and veteran huntsmen are out there fighting for our home, and, as soon as we land, the rest of us will be doing the same. Ren gave a firm nod, taking in the faces of his teammates, as they offered him their support. With a grin, Naruto held up a closed fist. The long-haired male of Team NNPR bumped fists with his captain, Nora and Pira joining to show their solidarity. A nearby explosion tore the 4 teens from their heartfelt moment. Wide-eyed, each of the teens on board watched as the ship that General Ironwood had been manning was engulfed in flames and sent plummeting to the ground below. Not so surprisingly, it was RWBY who was the first one to react, already racing to the bay doors. Just as unsurprisingly, Weiss was the one to reach for her partner and captain. What do you think you're doing, you dolt? Abashed, RWBY sunk into her cloak and squeaked out. Going to help reclaim General Ironwood's ship? Weiss stared at her sheepish captain for a moment before shaking her head with a sigh. Not without me you aren't. RWBY cheered, causing Weiss to groan at her childish captain. Hey! Jan shouted, catching both RWBY and Weiss off guard. For a moment, the blonde stared at her sister and teammate with concern before offering a determined nod. Be safe out there and come back to us. Watch each other's backs, Blake offered. RWBY and Weiss shared a grin. We will! And just like that, the two leapt out the back of the transport ship. Naruto placed a reassuring hand on his fellow blonde's shoulder. RWBY is strong on her own, but her and Weiss together are a force to be reckoned with. They'll be fine, I promise you, Naruto said with all the confidence he had in his friends. Yang gave the whiskered teen a nod and a grin. Looking back at the approaching sight of Beacon, Naruto turned to address the rest of the teens on board. We're almost there, guys! Taking a tight grip on Hino Ishii, the blonde slammed the butt of the staff onto the floor. Let's show these team just how strong we are together! While the foreign slur flew over most of their heads, the message came through loud and clear. A thunderous cheer shook the ship as each of the students took up their own weapons, preparing themselves physically and mentally for the literal war zone they were about to drop into. Pira felt a frown cross her features as she watched her fellow students and teammates race off to fight the enemy. She wished she could join them now, to lend her strength to both her comrades and her kingdom, but the sight of a waiting Ashbin served to remind her that she had her own unique role to play in all of this. "Have you made your decision, Ms. Nikos?" the silver-haired headmaster asked all too casually. "About that," Naruto interjected. Reaching into his jacket, the former shinobi turned huntsman revealed a scroll, scrawled on which was a complex series of symbols, squiggles, and lines. While it might look like a mess of black ink to some, those in the know would be able to recognize the similarities between the seal on the piece of paper and the one on Naruto's lower abdomen. However, as many similarities as there were just as many differences. The most glaring of which was the obvious incorporation of some of the Shini family's glyphs. "I think I know of a better way to give Pyrrha the Fall Maiden's powers," the blonde continued. For a moment Ashbin said nothing, intently staring at the parchment before him. Finally, a small grin broke out across the habitual coffee drinker's face. "A seal created by combining the shinobi art of Fuin Jutsu and the glyphs of the Shini family. Truly an impressive work of arcane arts, both past and present." Naruto and Pyrrha were gobsmacked. "You know about the shinobi?" Turning, the elder huntsman began to lead the two teens to the waiting elevator. "A tale for another time, we have more pressing matters. Would it be possible to create a shadow clone to perform this ritual? As much as both Ms. Nikos and myself would like to have you present, you would be far more valuable to veil out on the front lines with your partner Kurama." Naruto felt his jaw nearly unhinge itself. Yeah, I can do that." Ashbin nodded gratefully. "Worry not, after this ordeal is dealt with, you and I will be having a long talk, Mr. Uzumaki." Shaking off his shock, the blonde former shinobi turned to his girlfriend, taking her hands in his own. The pair shared a wordless moment, simply staring into the other's eyes with all the passion and love they could muster. "Be safe out there," Pyrrha finally said. Naruto offered a foxy grin in return. "They won't know what hit 'em." The couple parted ways after a chaste yet tender kiss. As soon as the elevator door closed, Naruto's normally warm blue eyes froze over. In a burst of flames, Kurama appeared next to his container and partner. "I've managed to clear out areas of both Grim and White Fang alike. Plus, it seems the Grim are also able to sense chakra to some extent, at least my chakra, seeing as how they now refuse to go anywhere near where it lingers." Walking out of the tower, Naruto easily bisected the creep that attempted to ambush him. In the same motion, the blonde sheathed Hai no Ishi and transformed it into its rifle mode, blowing holes into the pack of Beowulfs that followed. "That makes sense seeing as how your chakra is pretty toxic to anything that isn't you or me." Casually keeping pace with Naruto and without breaking stride, Kurama sent one of his tails tunneling through the skull of an attacking Ursa. At the same time, another of his tails slammed into the chest of an alpha mid-leap. The last sound it made was a pathetic whimper as its entire chest cavity was forcefully expelled from its body. The two only paused in their walk as a small army of various Grim came crawling out of the surrounding buildings. While Naruto had no outward reaction to the mass of black beasts, Kurama allowed a predatory grin to stretch across his maw. "Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu, water release, giant vortex." Having poured a hefty amount of chakra into the jutsu, it came as no surprise to Naruto when the gargantuan wall of water rose to the height of some of the nearby buildings. The resulting wave all but decimated both the Grim and the surrounding area. Seeing some of the Goliaths that survived the torrential jutsu rising to their feet, Naruto chained together another set of hand seals. "Doton, Yomi Numa, Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld." Using the water left over from his last attack, the blonde captain of Team NNPR turned several blocks of Vale into a dark and mud-filled swamp. Kurama simply sat and watched as the remaining Grim struggled to free themselves from the chakra-infused mud only to find themselves sinking further in. The Kitsune-themed Biju chuckled darkly as he could sense what was happening to the Grim that now found themselves fully buried beneath the surface. Death by suffocation or being slowly crushed by the sheer weight and pressure of the chakra-infused mud. Definitely not a pleasant way to go. As the two turned to leave, they were met by an approaching regiment of the new Legion Knights. The two shared a confused look at the appearance of the robotic soldiers. Admittedly, the pair had very little interaction with the Elysian forces, though they now found themselves somewhat put off by them. Technology had never really been something Naruto really paid all that much attention to, and that was during his time where the Land of Snow's trains were considered high-tech. Being faced with human-like automatons that held no emotion, no chakra, and no sense of self was not something Naruto nor Kurama were comfortable with. It was all just wrong to the two who were so closely tied to nature. Whatever reservations they had about the robots were forgotten when the knights raised their rifles at them. Looking at the glowing red visors on the mechanized warriors' helmets gave Naruto all the info he needed to figure out what was about to happen. "Oh, you've got to be shitting M-." Gunfire echoed throughout the streets. Chapter 37. "That's number 23 for me. Gonna have to do better to keep up with me, Nora," Yang called out with a wolfish grin as she punched the head of a knight clean off its shoulders. The blonde's grin fell when she saw Nora unleash a full round of shells upon a group of Grimm. The creatures could do nothing but roar in pain as they were engulfed by the earth-shaking explosion. Glancing at the fading bodies of the nature-born monsters, Nora counted on her fingers. "That's 41-3, a 47 for me." Yang felt her eye twitch even as she brutally elbowed the white fang member who attempted to sneak up on her. Turning on her heel, she sent the poor fool sailing with a boot to the chest. 24 for me then. The two destructive teens carried on with their carnage-fueled game. However, they weren't the only ones taking out scores of Elysian mechs, Grimm, and White Fang members. All around them their fellow students were working their respective asses off to turn the tide of battle. Working in sync with each other, Team Jest had made quick work of various Grimm of all sizes. They had even managed to put down two of the attacking paladins thanks to Aizen's raw strength and Jester's ability to dance around them. Team CFVY was quickly racking up their own body count. Swathes of enemies fell to Coco's Gatling gun. Any of the poor sods who managed to survive her rain of gunfire found themselves on the receiving end of the Fox, Velvet, and Yatsuhashi trio. Already, the older team had managed to fell a handful of Goliath. Teams SSSN and ABRN were carrying their own weight just as well. Arslan Altan and Sun Wukong teamed up to create a deadly pair of close-range fighters capable of toppling even a paladin. Meanwhile Blake and Ren, left to their own devices, were proving their own mettle. Utilizing their dexterity, they became a rapid response unit. They were always where they needed to be, always ready to fight. Blake still had some qualms about fighting against members of the White Fang. Here they were, though, threatening all she had come to hold dear. That was all the reason she needed to quash those feelings. She'd found a new family, she wouldn't let them fall to her old one. Using the broadside of Gamble's shroud, Blake knocked a Fang member unconscious. Doing a quick scan of the battlefield, she then caught sight of an Alpha heading back towards the lunch hall. Knowing that some people were still being evacuated from Beacon's campus, Blake chased after the Grimm. Rounding the corner, the sound of an all-too-familiar voice stopped her dead in her tracks, the threat of the Alpha forgotten. As she turned her head to confirm it was who she thought it was, Blake prayed with every fiber of her being that she was wrong, that he wasn't here. Any doubts she had were washed away when she caught the gleam of Wilt's angry crimson blade as it was plunged into the sternum of a wide-eyed Elysian student. Blood splashed against the floor as Adam Taurus ripped his sword free of the student's rib cage with all the delicacy of a butcher. "No!" Blake whispered out in morbid horror as her former partner turned his gaze to her. Adam could only grin as he laid eyes on the partner who had left him stranded on a Schnee-loaded transport train almost 2 years ago. Without tearing his gaze away from her, he used Blush his scabbard-rifle to knock another Elysian student to his feet. With a vicious grin on his face, the horned Faunus planted his boot firmly onto the struggling student's face, grinding it in. "Hello, my darling!" A shiver of disgust crawled along Blake's skin, as she unconsciously took a step back. "What's wrong? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time apart, my love?" Seeing the amber-eyed Faunus shakily begin to back away, an ugly frown crossed Adam's face. "Running away again? Is that what you've become? A coward!" Still struggling to get her body to listen to her, Blake could only ask, "Why are you here? Why are you doing all of this?" Adam sneered in response. "You and I were going to change the world, remember? We were destined to the light fires of revolution." Switching his grip on Wilt, Adam made to plunge it into the crying Elysian student's body, just as he had done to the previous one. Consider this the spark. The faces of her teammates, and the friends she had made during her stay at Beacon flashed through Blake's mind. However, the image of a pair of cerulean eyes stared back at her. The will and determination that they carried served to remind her of the reason she now fought for. An inner fire roared to life inside her. Blake exploded into a flurry of motion, Gamble's shroud clashing against Wilt, the blades' respective owners glaring into the other's eyes. "I'm not a coward and I'm not running, not anymore," Blake all but growled out. Adam looked into his former partner's eyes, ready to find the frailty and indecisiveness that was usually there. What he found instead was cold determination glaring back at him. With a cry of effort, Blake shoved Adam back, quickly lashing out with a flurry of swipes from Gamble's shroud's blades. Still thrown off by the difference in Blake, Adam quickly found himself on the defensive as he tried to regain his footing. "Enough!" Adam roared out, using his superior strength and blush to swat aside one of Blake's slashes. Having put her off balance, he plowed his foot into Blake's sternum, sending her stumbling backwards. Brandishing Wilt with a sneer of disgust, the bull fauna stalked towards his former partner. "I don't know where you found this courage, but I'll make sure to hunt down whoever gave it to you, and strangle the life out of them." Still recovering, Blake gave a half-assed swipe to buy her some time. Adam was having none of that. Easily batting the sorry excuse of an attack away, he then moved in close. Blake found herself gasping for air as Adam wrapped a hand around her throat. "I will hunt down and destroy everything you love with my own 2 hands. Then, you'll be all mine once again, my darling." Blake refused to back down, though. She stared straight into the eye-holes of Adam's mask with an intense defiance and rage, one that was quite unlike her. "I won't let you." A knee to his abdomen forced Adam to release his grip on Blake. Gulping in some much-needed oxygen, the teen fauna steadied herself and brandished Gamble's shroud. "At one point in my life, I loved you, Adam. I thought the world of you and would have followed you anywhere." Finally gaining back her footing, Blake stood tall. "But now I see you for who you really are, a monster whose only goal in life is an endless pursuit of revenge and a world where everyone bows to your every whim. You don't care about fauna's rights or about equality, you only care about yourself." Adam said nothing as Blake shouted at him, as she attempted to verbally tear him a new one. Once she was done, the bull faunus shook his head. "I don't know who filled your head with this nonsense, but I'll be sure to help set you straight when this is all over." While she had long since accepted how twisted Adam had become, Blake could only stare aghast at how delusional he sounded. That shock cost her. A horrid crack was heard as Adam quickly closed the gap between them and smashed Blake across the head with blush, sending her sprawling to the floor. Yang panted as she caught her breath, finally getting a small respite after her little game with Nora. The two of them had managed to take out a bulk of the enemy forces. The others could now take over while she and Nora took a moment to rest. Yet as the blonde bombshell watched her friends and fellow students put down more enemies, she felt something off. Scouring the courtyard, Yang realized what that feeling was. Blake was missing. "Hey, Nora." Catching her attention, Yang continued. "Have you seen Blake around?" Nora took a moment to think to herself. "The last time I saw her, she was headed towards the lunch hall. I think she was chasing after an alpha." Yang knew Blake was a formidable, experienced warrior. However, her instincts were whispering to her that something was wrong. With a furrowed brow and a concerned frown, the blonde set off towards the burning lunch hall. "I'm gonna go check on her, be back," Yang shouted to Nora. So concerned for her partner, Yang didn't wait to see if Nora even heard her. Yang weaved around the few straggling Grimm that remained in a bid to save some energy. She could feel the voice of her instincts growing louder till it was all but shouting at her to find Blake. The sight she came upon stopped her dead in her tracks. Peering through the shattered window pane of the lunch hall, Jan saw Blake sprawled out on the floor, parts of her wavy locks now dyed a deep crimson from her own blood. Looking up, she saw the one responsible as he pinned her partner with a foot on her chest and a blade held high, looming over the cat Faunus like a guillotine. Before the logical part of her brain even knew what was happening, the instinctual part of her had activated her semblance, and began to fire off a barrage of shells from Ember Celica. Get the fuck away from her! Despite the gravity of the situation as well as the literal war going on around them, Pyrrha couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. Here she was, laid out on the cold floor of the Academy's secret bunker, clad only in her skirt, boots, gloves, and her chest bindings as her boyfriend's shadow clone painted an intricate array of glyphs and symbols onto her lower abdomen. While this was far from the first time Naruto had seen her in such clothing they did train together near every day, it didn't help that she also had the scrutinizing gaze of her headmaster on her as well. Looking to her immediate right, any sense of embarrassment died when saw the still form of Amber. The comatose Fall Maiden already had what the shadow clone referred to as a new and highly modified version of the Hack no Fuin Shiki, inscribed on her abdomen as well. While she had no idea what any of the symbols meant, or the intricacies of the process, her boyfriend's clone had explained the basics of what was supposed to happen, and what the end result would be, mostly to assuage her worries. Still, it was comforting to know that she could gain the power of the Fall Maiden while retaining who she was. Amber would even get to live on, albeit as a spirit inside of Pyrrha. The catch to this would be that she technically would not become the Fall Maiden herself. This meant that wielding the seasonal maiden's powers would not come as easily. She would have to put that much more effort into training to use them while cooperating with Amber. Thankfully, Ashbin assured the both of them that there should be no issues in gaining Amber's cooperation. In a fit of childish jealousy, Naruto's clone muttered something about her having it easier than he did. Pyrrha let go of the breath she was holding as the clone leaned back, heaving out a sigh. Finally done! Ashbin took a moment to survey the two ceiling arrays, verbally noting the differences between the one on Amber and the one on Pyrrha. The clone answered as it began to draw up the necessary chakra for the ritual. Well, the seal on Pyrrha is way closer to the one that keeps Kurama tied to the boss, but the one on Amber is actually closer to the Shiki Fujin, dead demon consuming seal, and Edo Tensei, impure world resurrection. At the mention of the two kinjutsu, Ashbin glared at the clone. Explain. Now. The steel in the normally lax headmaster's voice caught even Pyrrha off guard and caused her to glance at her boyfriend's clone in concern. While the clone was surprised by the fact that Ashbin apparently knew what the two kinjutsu were, it quickly explained what it meant to put any of the silver-haired headmaster's fears at ease. Boss had to figure out a way to move Amber's soul into Pyrrha. There are a few jutsu he knew of that had to do with souls and stuff, but the only two he had access to were the Edo Tensei and Shiki Fujin. So, he tore apart the two jutsu to find out how it was they actually moved a soul into another vessel. The Shiki Fujin wasn't much help seeing as how the Shinigami was the one actually moving the souls, but the Edo Tensei was a little more helpful. Does he know how to perform either jutsu? Ashbin asked with a serious frown on his face. The clone grimaced. Well, theoretically? Yes. He had to dig into the two jutsu so he could understand how they worked, but the boss never actually used either of them, nor does he intend to. The bespectacled headmaster heaved a sigh as he massaged the bridge of his nose. If it were anyone else, I would fear the horror those two jutsu would bring upon this world once again, but I trust Mr. Uzumaki to keep to his word. It is his Nindo after all, isn't it? The familiarity and casual ease with which Ashbin mentioned Naruto's way of life made the clone pause in shock. Caught completely flat-footed, something that was happening pretty often tonight, the clone uneasily nodded. Yeah? Ashbin nodded and gestured to the two young women on the floor. Proceed. The clone nodded, stringing together several hand seals in quick succession before slamming both hands onto the ground between Amber and Pyrrha. An intricate array of seals flowed out from where the clone's hands touched the ground, forming a sprawling spiral of black ink. Out from the main spiral came a simple line of the same ink-like substance, connecting the two young women and their seals to it. With another burst of chakra and a grunt of effort, all 3 ceiling arrays began to glow a vibrant blue. A low hum began to ring throughout the room, growing steadily louder yet maintaining a gentle and soothing tone to it. Pyrrha's brow furrowed as her whole body was suddenly overcome by a strange feeling. The sensation was either comfortable or uncomfortable, simply odd. If she had to, she would be hard-pressed to find any words that described whatever it was her body was feeling. Meanwhile, for a brief moment at least, Amber seemed to awaken, her eyes fluttering open. The only one to notice it was Ashbin. The two stared into the other's eyes, an unspoken, but much-needed conversation taking place. The moment was made all the more heart-clenching when the young woman looked at him with eyes filled with curiosity and forgiveness, as if she knew what was about to happen to her. The next moment they closed shut as the seal on her stomach began to glow a dull yellow. Following that, the glow that no doubt represented Amber's soul and maiden powers began to make its trek across the ceiling array that Naruto still had his hands on and into the one on Pyrrha's lower abdomen. Ashbin's fascination with the entire process was ground to a sudden halt as his instincts alerted him to an incoming threat. In a move born from years of experience, the silver-haired headmaster spun on his heel and struck out with his cane, shattering an obsidian arrow. To his horror, though, he watched almost in slow motion as the obsidian dust that had made up the arrow reformed into a dozen smaller shards. They moved far faster than he was prepared for. Turning around, Ashbin's eyes widened. Naruto's clone stared down at the obsidian needles that littered his form before erupting into a cloud of smoke. A gasp of pain drew Ashbin's gaze to Pyrrha, who was grimacing and grabbing at her stomach as she was suddenly overcome with a less than pleasant feeling of something trying to fight its way out of her. Thankfully, the spike of pain was brief as the ethereal aura of the maiden's powers began to leak out of the seal. Once the entirety of it had gathered into an amorphous blob of energy, it lingered for a moment, seemingly debating its choices before racing to join its other half. In that moment, Cinder felt a euphoric grin stretch across her face as she was cocooned by the full warmth of the Fall Maiden's powers. Flames began to circle around her form, lifting her off the ground as both her eyes were lit with an inferno of power. Ashbin knew full well what had to happen now. The headmaster barked out at the still recovering Pyrrha. "Leave here! Go get Naruto, Crow, any of them! The tower must not fall!" Struggling to collect herself, Pyrrha spared a glance at the taunting smirk on Cinder's face before steeling herself. "I can help, though!" Before the redhead could even move to collect her weapons, Cinder fired off a beam of searing flames straight at her. Pyrrha could do nothing but stare in horror as the concentrated conflagration roared towards her. However, what followed made her realize just how out of her depth she was. A transparent and opulent green shield of pure energy formed around her as Ashbin slammed the butt of his cane into the floor with enough force to shatter it. The flames battered the shield, but were ultimately unable to break the aura-made structure. The marble floor around the headmaster and his student was not spared, though, turned into a liquid sludge under the intense heat of Cinder's attack. As the inferno finally died out, Ashbin repeated his orders. "Go! Now! You'll only get in the way." Pyrrha found herself at a loss for words, now realizing why her headmaster and general was calling for backup from someone like her captain. With only a nod, she used her semblance to collect her armored corset and weapons before racing towards the elevator. Cinder allowed the redhead to leave unimpeded this time, her eyes trained on Beacon's headmaster, who was attempting to bore a hole into her skull with a glare alone. "This whole time, right beneath our feet. She was right about you, such arrogance." When Ashbin didn't rise to her taunts, Cinder scoffed. "An arrogance that will now cost your students their lives." Ashbin's glare intensified as he switched his grip on his cane, now wielding it like a sword. However, the ground began to shake, causing him to stumble slightly. Confused by the odd tremor, Ashbin felt a cold pit of dread form in his chest as Cinder seemed wholly unperturbed by the quake. "She didn't," the headmaster whispered in horror. The new Fall Maiden shrugged as flames began to circle her again. "She felt that he's been asleep for far too long." Ashbin's grip on his cane tightened. "Naruto, do what you must. Futon, Shinkahal, wind release, vacuum wave." A compressed stream of wind cut clean through a dozen Elysian knights with ease, tearing the mechanized soldiers into scrap metal. Unsheathing the blade of Hi-no Ishi, Naruto spun in a circle with the blade held outwards. Futon, Kazakiri no Jutsu, wind release, wind cutter technique. The area around the blonde was torn to shreds. Invisible blades of wind sliced clean through the Elysian robots as well as the buildings behind them. Sheathing his weapon, Naruto surveyed the area around him, taking in the raw destruction he had unleashed. Needless to say, not a Grim or Elysian knight moved. Been a while since I've had to use so many jutsu like this. Kurama padded up to his partner and shared in the view of destruction. Probably been even longer since this world has seen jutsu of such potency. The brief moment of respite was ruined as the memories of a dispelled clone slammed into Naruto. Turning to look at the tower where he had just left Ajban and Pira, the blonde growled out, "Cinder!" Leaping up to the rooftops, the blonde Uzumaki began to race towards the tower. However, midway through his trek, he had to right himself as a tremor shook the earth. "Gaki, this can't be good," Kurama intoned as he felt his negative emotion sense suddenly overcome by what could only be described as a massive blight given sentience. Turning to look at what his Biju partner was talking about, Naruto stared in curiosity, as huge chunks of mountain glen began to fall to the earth with each tremor. Thanks to his enhanced vision, the former shinobi could just make out blotches of black and white moving around inside of the crumbling mountain. A string of curses slipped past the blonde's lips as Mount Glen all but exploded outwards. From within the bowels of the mountain emerged a horrid and twisted creature of nightmares, its blackened form and white bone-like armor making it clear that this was some ancient Grim coming out of a deep slumber. Even as far from it as they were, both Kurama and Naruto could sense the literal weight of its aura as it unfurled its wings and took flight. A horrid, ear-piercing screech echoed for miles as the grim wyvern opened its maw all the way down to its throat. Looking at the approaching behemoth of a Grim, Naruto simply asked, "Think you can take it, Kurama?" The Kitsune Biju licked his chops, crimson eyes alight with excitement. "I am the mighty Kyubi no Kitsune. Of course I can take this thing." Without needing any further goading, Kurama began to gallop across the rooftops, his form becoming progressively less corporeal and more chakra-based with each second. In the blink of an eye, the Biju had crossed the entirety of Vale and made it to its outskirts. With a mighty roar of power that echoed throughout the entire city, Kurama leapt into the air. The deep orange flames of the Biju's chakra lit up the night sky before they coalesced into the towering and gargantuan form of the Kyubi no Kitsune, fully unleashed. 9 tails whipped to and fro, slamming into the ground with enough force to cause earthquakes. Opening his maw, Kurama let loose another roar that was sure to be heard across the entire continent of Sanis. Without any sort of preamble, the unleashed chakra beast launched himself at the Grim Wyvern, tackling it out of the air. The ancient nightmare let loose its own screech as it beat its bat-like wings and attempted to sink its teeth into its opponent's throat. Kurama put a stop to that, using one of his many tails to bludgeon the pinned Grim across its gaping jaw. In answer, the twisted creature let loose a stream of green, gaseous flames, the acrid scent of which could be smelled from within Vale. The Kyubi roared in pain as the acidic inferno ate away at his form. Released from the 9 tails hold, the wyvern took to the air once more. Naruto spared one last glance at the battling titans before racing back towards the CCT tower. Whoa! RWBY openly gawked at the sight of Kurama duking it out with the monstrous Grim that had emerged from empty Glen. "RWBY, pay attention! We're approaching the airship!" Y snapped. Though, internally, she had to agree with her captain. Sure, Naruto had made it clear that Kurama was a force of nature unto himself, power and chakra given form and sentience. But to actually see what had once been a tiny fox kid take the form of a beast the size of a mountain, and literally shake the earth with each of his steps was as beyond belief as it was terrifying. Still, she and RWBY had their own mission to complete, while the 2 titans of raw power and destruction duked it out. Gripping the controls in her hand, the Shin'i heiress mentally thanked her sister for having given her a rough crash course on flying an Elysian ship. Sure, that had been years ago and she had never actually had any sort of formal training, but she had managed to get herself and RWBY airborne, so that made it okay, right? Oh God, they're rubbing off on me, Weiss gasped in horror. She really needed to spend less time with that blonde knucklehead and her captain after this. Bringing herself back to the task at hand, Weiss turned to her captain. Ready? RWBY looked outside the window of the ship they had commandeered, to see the last remaining Elysian airship to their side. Steeling herself, the silver-eyed teen nodded. Ready! Pressing a button, Weiss opened the bay doors of their ship, grabbed Murdenaster and leapt out, followed closely by the rose-petal form of her captain using her semblance. Using her GLPYHS, Weiss landed on the moving airship with all the poise and grace she was known for. RWBY landed just as easily next to her, Crescent rose at the ready. There should be an access hatch up ahead, Weiss called out over the roar of the winds. RWBY simply nodded her head and began to make her way forward. Much to the annoyance of both, a small flock of Nevermore accompanied by a single griffin swooped down, blocking their path. The partners exchanged a brief glance, wordlessly agreeing on a plan of attack. Weiss stepped forward, seamlessly weaving together a sizable glyph that burned in hues of red and orange in front of them. RWBY followed that up by transforming Crescent Rose into its scythe mode and using its blade to anchor it into the ship. The flock of Nevermore shrieked in pain as a volley of baseball-sized fireballs consumed them. However, the griffin easily shrugged off the small flames and charged forward, its bone-white beak opened wide. Without so much as a flinch, Weiss twirled, Murdenaster glowing a vibrant purple. Right as the griffin was only a few feet from her, the Shiny heiress touched the tip of her rapier to the ground, the gravity glyph she and Naruto had developed coming to life below the grim. Within the blink of an eye, the monstrous black nightmare was ground to a halt. The next second it collapsed to the ground, struggling in vain against the increase of gravity. What followed wasn't exactly pleasant. The creature roared in agony as it clawed at the ground in an attempt to escape the increasing pressure. As Weiss powered a little more aura into the glyph, the sound of bones being snapped echoed. A pitiful squawk left the Grim's beak before its insides were liquefied and its bones turned into a fine powder. Before either RWBY or Weiss could comment on the brutality of the glyph, a flash briefly stunned them. Blinking out the spots in their vision, the members of Team RWBY donned a frown. Standing before them with her signature grin and a scroll in hand was Neo, garbed in a no-doubt stolen Elysian military uniform. As if to disprove their theory on where the pint-sized teen had gotten the uniform, a wave of light rippled over her body, revealing the outfit she usually wore. The mute then winked at them. RWBY and Weiss gripped their respective weapons tighter. After Yan had been expelled from the tournament, and Naruto revealed that Cinder and her gang were pulling the strings, and after Pyrrha had disciplined him for keeping secrets again, the whiskered captain had given them the rundown on what to expect from the opposition. While he knew next to nothing about Emerald and Mercury's semblance at the time, he was intimately acquainted with Neos. Fighting against someone who could create very realistic mirages was not going to be easy, especially with as nimble as the diminutive teen was. Snowstorm! RWBY called out, already speeding towards Neo with Crescent Rose powering her forward. Weiss said nothing, creating a glyph array that glowed a bright white behind her. Neo easily slid under RWBY's swipe, expecting the Shiny heiress to be left wide open. Instead, a heavy gust of wind carried a veritable wall of snow and ice straight into her, sending the parasol wielder tumbling back towards a waiting RWBY. As Crescent Rose was about to bite into her, Neo exploded into so many shards of glass. The two members of Team RWBY were punished brutally for their mistake. Ramen suddenly appeared and smashed his cane into RWBY's cheek while Neo plowed her foot into Weiss' exposed back. Well, look what we have here, Neo, Little Red and Ice Queen trying to play heroes, Ramen taunted. Neo tilted her head, slowly approaching the downed teens with her parasol on her shoulder, silently mocking them. Weiss was the first to react, lashing out with a salvo of ice shards from a glyph. Her aim struck true only for Neo to seemingly go up in smoke. The Shiny heiress cried out in pain as the pint-sized girl appeared right in front of her and kicked her wrist, knocking Murdenaster out of her hand. A brutal snap kick to the jaw followed and sent the snow-haired teen tumbling. "Weiss!" RWBY cried out, already swinging Crescent Rose into motion. Neo used the handle of her parasol to hook herself onto the massive scythe and hitch herself a ride. Using the momentum of the multi-purpose weapon, the heterochromatic-eyed girl swung herself into RWBY. Crescent Rose clattered to the ground while its owner was sent skipping. Struggling to get to her feet, RWBY glared defiantly at the approaching forms of Roman and his sidekick. "Why? Why are you doing this? Without these ships the Grim and White Fand will overrun Vale." Roman shook his head in faux disappointment. "That's the point, Red!" RWBY ducked under a swing from the ginger-haired crime boss and made for Crescent Rose. Her rose petal sprint was halted by Neo coming at her with a harsh kick to the cheek. Flowing with the momentum of her attack, the pint-sized teen cartwheeled over the dazed RWBY, catching the cloaked captain with a kick to the jaw that lifted her several feet into the air. Stunned and in pain, RWBY was left wide open to a point-blank shot from Torchwick's cane. Rolling over and clutching her side that was currently screaming in pain, RWBY glared at the two criminals. "But why? What do you get out of it?" Again Roman shook his head in a manner none too dissimilar from a parent scolding a child. "You're asking the wrong questions, Red. It's not what I have to gain, it's that I can't afford to lose." Despite the pain she was in and the severity of the situation, the crime boss words caught RWBY off guard and left her confused. As far as she knew, Roman Torchwick seemed like a pretty straightforward criminal. For as many times as she had encountered him, he always gave off the vibe of someone who was in it for himself, a greedy man who was simply looking to get himself wealthy off of misdeeds. What did he have to lose that was so precious to him that he was willing to side with Cinder? Any further thoughts on the matter were quickly shelved after she saw said crime boss motion for Neo to take care of the still-down Weiss. The twisted grin accompanied by Neo's mismatched eyes sent a shiver down RWBY's spine. In a bid to help her down partner, the silver-eyed captain attempted to bum-rush Neo from behind, exploding into a flurry of petals. Despite this, Roman was easily able to catch the young teen by lassoing her with the tether hidden in his cane. With a quick tug, the effeminate crime boss simultaneously pulled RWBY towards him while recalling the head of his weapon. Team RWBY's captain cried out in pain as the butt of Roman's cane was jabbed right into her back. A blow to the back of her knee sent her to floor. Using his foot, Torchwick turned RWBY over before grinding his cane into her cheek. Peering down at the helpless teen, Roman shook his head in faux disappointment. "You've got spirit, little Red." As if to prove his point, RWBY grabbed his cane with both hands and tried to shove it off her face. She got a stomp to her ribs for her troubles. "But this is the real world. The real world is cold." Torchwick crouched down and gripped RWBY's face in his hands, forcing her to stare into his eyes. "The real world doesn't care about spirit, little Red." RWBY spat at his face. Torchwick, in turn, sneered before slamming her face into the hard metal of the Elysian airship. Wiping the spit off his face, he then grabbed a handful of her red and black hair. "I may be a gambling man, but even I know there are some bets you just don't take." RWBY could barely hear what Torchwick was going on about, her head still pounding from the previous blow. As her vision cleared, all she could see was Neo with her needle-like blade poised high above a still-down Weiss. Tears filled her eyes as she struggled with all her might to free herself. Despite her squirming, Torchwick managed to keep a firm grip on the teen. "Like it or not, the people that hired me are going to change the world. You can't stop them, I can't stop them, and you know how that old saying goes, if you can't beat Baku." Despite the roar of the winds, that one singular word was heard by every single person atop the Elysian ship. Having worked closely with a certain blonde on pranks, Neo knew exactly what followed that word, so she was slightly more prepared. Roman had no such luck. Under both Roman and Neo's feet, a glyph array spun to life, already glowing in shades of orange, red, and white. In the blink of an eye following that, two mighty explosions rocked the ship to its core. Adam mentally cursed as he narrowly avoided a heel drop that shattered the floor. Using blush, he then blocked a side swipe from Gamble's shroud. Using his strength to shove Blake off kilter, he attempted to go for a stab with Wilt only to have his blade clash against Ember Celica. The white-fanged leader growled in pain as he felt Gamble Shroud's smaller blade bite into his side. Lashing out on instinct, his blade met only air as the image of his former partner faded away. All too familiar black ribbons wrapped themselves around his arm, temporarily trapping him. Yang capitalized on this, acting quickly and lashing out with a savage right hook to the face that sent Adam flying into a pile of rubble. "Keep it up! It's going to take a lot more than that to keep him down," Blake called out, already unloading a salvo of shots from her weapon. Her busted blonde partner wanted to ask how she knew that, but decided that was a question for a later date. Cocking both of her shotgun gauntlets, Yan unleashed a firestorm of shells. "Shit!" The blonde cursed as she and her partner rolled to either side, dodging out of the way of a crescent energy beam. Rising to her feet, Yan was barely able to catch the sight of Adam smashing blush into Blake's abdomen, sending her to the floor gasping for air. The blonde growled as she leapt at the masked faunus. Adam dodged the initial strike, weaved around the follow-up kick, blocked a fist with Wilt, and then lashed out with blush. "Fuck!" Yan cursed as the crimson blade cut into her thigh. "I will be taking Blake back with me." Adam spoke for the first time in a while. Despite the pain in her thigh, Yang shook her head and grinned. "No, you're not, because I'm going to beat the shit out of you right here and now." Cocky words for a weak human who can barely stand. Glaring straight into the eye holes of Adam's mask, Yang cracked her knuckles. "Funny thing about that is, the more damage I take." Flames engulfed the blonde as her eyes turned a light shade of crimson. "The stronger I hit." With a war cry, Yang charged, her fist held back. "Yang! No!" Blake's cry came all too late. A flash of crimson was the last thing Yang saw before all she knew was pain. Adam calmly wiped the blood off his blade as he stared down at the crumpled form of the troublesome blonde. "Funny, I can do the same." The bull faunus took a step towards the unconscious teen, intending to finish her. However, a dozen hazy shades of Blake suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. "What?" the masked Fang member cried out, never having seen his former partner be able to produce so many clones of herself, even in such poor quality. With a swipe of Wilt, he quickly dismissed the illusions. A growl escaped his lips as he caught sight of a retreating Blake carrying Yang. "You will be mine again, I promise you that, my love." "Pirat-chan!" Naruto called out, leaping from a nearby rooftop as he caught sight of a familiar head of crimson locks. "Naruto!" the redhead answered back, throwing herself into his waiting arms. The couple's moment of comfort was brief though, both knowing there were far more important things going on. "Is Professor Ashbin alright?" Pirat bit her lip. "I'm not sure. This is the first time I've ever seen him fight, but he was able to easily hold back one of Cinder's attacks. He told me to find you, General Ironwood, and the others though." Closing his eyes, Naruto let his other senses take over. Much to his shock, he could feel two massive sources of energy clashing right beneath their feet. One was clearly Cinder's as it was heavily made up of natural energy, the telltale sign that she had gathered the rest of the Fall Maiden's powers. By process of elimination, that meant that the other energy source was Ashbin. Just as he had suspected as well, the headmaster of Beacon was unleashing huge amounts of some type of power. Whatever it was, Naruto wasn't sure as it contained trace amounts of both natural energy, as well as what felt like a bastardized version of chakra. Yet another thing he would have to ask the enigmatic headmaster after this was all over. Any plans to ask those questions were quickly erased though as he felt Ashbin's power take a sharp and sudden dive. The sound of Cinder ascending to the top of the tower could only mean one thing, a conclusion both he and Pirat seemed to share if their grim look was anything to go by. "I need you to go and do as Professor Ashbin said, find Glinda, Ironwood, and Crow. I'll take care of Cinder in the meantime." Pirat clenched her fists, wishing that she could argue against her boyfriend, that she could follow him into this battle. But she knew that she couldn't. Ashbin's last words to her rang in her head. "You'll only get in the way." It was a bitter pill to swallow. This all felt far too similar to what her life had been like during her days at Sanctum. However, there was now some sense of horrible irony seeing as she was now the weak one looking up to people who stood head and shoulders above her. She knew Naruto was far and away her superior in terms of combat, despite any of his words to say otherwise. Sure, she was able to push him further than most people, but even then, he was always holding back. Not because he worried that he would hurt her, she'd earned enough bruises from him to say otherwise, but because he was on an entirely different plane than her. The class of warrior that Naruto sat among were the stuff of legends, the monstrous entities that could shift entire battles to their favor. She'd seen it firsthand several times. With a single Raisin Shuriken, her boyfriend could level whole plains. That was also the type of combatant he would be going up against. Cinder was no thug or garden variety enemy. Even before she had gained the rest of the maiden's powers, the amber-eyed woman had handily beaten her without using her semblance or aura. Recalling the searing inferno Cinder had casually created to try and erase her, Pyrrha shuddered. Staring into the sapphires of her significant other, Pyrrha swore to herself then and there that she would get there someday. One day, she'd be able to confidently stride into a battle like this with him. Until then, she was going to do all she could to support him. Kick her ass. Following that up with a quick yet scorching kiss, Pyrrha left Naruto temporarily dumbfounded. Regaining his senses, the blonde nodded to his partner and girlfriend before launching himself up to the side of the CCT tower. Using chakra, he began to scale the building with practiced ease. Pyrrha spared one last glance at the tower before dashing off to do what she needed to. It seems the boy is capable of unleashing Kurama and a great deal of his strength, something I was not expecting. Cinder gazed out at the sight of the Biju currently tangling with the ancient Grim Wyvern, their battle having turned the remnants of what had once been Mountain Glen into nothing but flat lands. You mean this isn't the QB's full power? Her mistress' laugh caused her to turn and look at the jellyfish-like Grim that floated at her side. Foolish child, if the boy had allowed Kurama to truly unleash himself, half of Sanus would have already been nothing but ash. No, as he is now, it seems the child is either only capable of or okay with letting Kurama use up to 5 tails of power. Looking back out at the horizon, Cinder fought hard to repress a shudder of fear. A gasp escaped her though as the fearsome chakra beast let loose a hellish stream of blistering flames, literally lighting up the night like a miniature sun. Before the newly minted maiden could question if the Grim Wyvern had any chance of matching the Biju, her mistress spoke. The boy approaches. Prepare yourself and do not underestimate him. It will cost you your life. Remember our plan and the relic will be ours. Without a word more, the seer floated away, disappearing into the shadows of Ajban's office. Raisin Gan! Cinder rolled to the side, swinging her arm out to summon up a wall of flames. The fires were all but eaten up by the drilling nature of the ball of chakra, but the hastily thrown-up defense served its purpose as Naruto narrowly missed his target, instead boring into the marble of the floor. Rising to his feet, the whiskered blonde casually backhanded an obsidian arrow that had been aimed for his head. The next instant he vanished from normal sight. The next thing Cinder saw was a flash of fox-like, honey-colored eyes glaring at her. Then there was pain. Naruto was not content to let the raven-haired maiden gain back any sort of footing. Speeding through a set of seals, the blonde calmly intoned. Futon, Furyuden no Jutsu, Wind Release, Wind Dragon Bullet. A vacuum of wind condensed around the blonde, eventually forming into the shape of an opaque, serpentine dragon poised to strike. Letting out a dry, harsh roar, the beast surged forward. The woman cried out in pain as the jutsu slammed into her with all the force of a train. Again, Naruto was quick to not let up, already charging in with a Rasengan held in each hand. Thankful that her aura had managed to dampen the power of the jutsu, Cinder rolled to the side, the wall behind her being completely destroyed as the first Rasengan exploded. The newly minted Fall Maiden then swiped a glowing hand across the floor. Turning on a dime, Naruto used the remaining Rasengan to power through the wall of Cinder's glass needles. The brief second that took was all the maiden needed to conjure her signature bow, 3 arrows already knocked. Without needing to use any hand seals or even needing to verbalize the technique, the blonde shinobi pulled off a kawarimi, a chunk of what had once been the wall taking the arrows for him. Steel clashed against glass as Hai no Ishi collided against Cinder's twin obsidian blades. The sword lock was brief, Naruto having created a shadow clone that was now rushing towards Cinder with a Rasengan in hand. Although she saw the clone, the raven-haired woman had no other outward reaction to its presence. Instead, she stared her opponent down as her body was wreathed in flames. Naruto cursed as the flames then exploded outwards, threatening to consume him. Then again, having had an Uchiha as a teammate/rival meant he was no stranger to fire-based attacks. Thinking quickly, Naruto used the replacement jutsu yet again, sacrificing his clone to give him enough distance to escape Cinder's flames. Deciding to take a page out of both his girlfriend and Asuma Sarutobi's book, Naruto coated both halves of Hai no Ishi in a hefty amount of wind nature chakra. The blade portion was thrown like a javelin while the staff/sheath was launched by a chakra-powered kick. Naruto didn't end it there, creating another clone. Together, the pair of blondes sped through a chain of hand seals. Katan, Carrier Enden, Fire Release, Dragon Flame Bomb. Futon, Furyuden no Jutsu, Wind Release, Wind Dragon Bullet. Twin roars were heard, each resonating in a different key and timbre, causing an ear-aching dissonance. However, it was as one that the two jutsu moved forward, coiling around each other, and eventually melding into one monstrous behemoth. The ensuing explosion rocked the tower, and engulfed the entire office in a hellish pyre. For a brief moment afterwards, nothing moved, only the crackle of the remaining fires filling the void. Just as quickly as it had come, the silence was broken. Whatever flames remained from Naruto's combined attack were suddenly sucked into a single spot. Cinder emerged from a pile of rubble holding a highly compressed ball of fire. Using her control over the element, she split it in two. Holding a miniature sun in each hand, the raven-haired maiden took a page from her opponent's book and charged forward. Naruto sidestepped the initial swipe, then used the backside of his hand to smack Cinder in the wrist. Ducking under the follow-up, the blonde went for an uppercut. To the maiden's surprise, despite dodging the actual attack, she felt something slam into the underside of her chin with enough power to lift her into the air. Grabbing Cinder's leg, Naruto then spun and sent the woman careening into a wall. Moving in a burst of speed, he collected both pieces of his weapon. The durability of Hai no Ishi's blade was put to the test though, as Naruto used it to cut through the two concentrated orbs of fire Cinder had launched at him. Having channeled a hefty amount of chakra into it, the Chakudo was able to easily cleave through them with no damage to itself. Naruto grimaced as several high-pitched whistles suddenly assaulted his ears. That brief moment cost him as numerous black and orange voids spun into existence all around him. Sure dash. Beacon Tower was yet again victim to another massive explosion, gouts of flames pouring out its long-destroyed windows. Panting, Naruto held back the urge to scream in pain as he could feel his natural healing ability try to heal the now heavily burned flesh on his right arm and leg. Knowing he couldn't afford to stay down for long, the blonde called upon his partner's chakra, coating him in its shroud. His Uzumaki vitality powered by Kurama's chakra accelerated the healing process, the old blackened flesh literally flaking away to reveal perfectly unmarred skin. Taking a moment longer, the blonde decided to take it a step further, calling forth even more of the Kyuubi's chakra. The once hazy shroud began to grow far more vibrant, as several chakra tails sprouted from his backside. Feeling the natural energy of his sage mode and Kurama's chakra fighting against each other, and his own chakra, it took some effort to perfectly balance out the three energies inside of him. However, he was well rewarded for that effort. Naruto stood to his feet as his four-tailed Biju cloak went from a malicious reddish color to a much more serene and controlled golden hue. Whereas before the four-tailed cloak of chakra had literally burned his flesh away and boiled his blood, it now coiled around him protectively, gently swaying like golden flames. Opening his eyes, sharp ambers took in the remains of Ajban's office with a preternatural level of calm. Flexing his hand, Naruto could feel the thrum of untold amounts of power as nature energy, and Kurama's chakra raced through him alongside his own chakra. The moment of all was ruined as a column of flames consumed him. However, it was Cinder who felt the icy hands of fear grip her as Naruto simply walked out of the column, completely unscathed, looking only mildly irritated. Holding both hands out, Naruto easily created a Raisin Shuriken in each. Wide-eyed and knowing exactly what the jutsu was capable of, Cinder flung herself to the side, just barely avoiding the first one's blades. Rolling, the Fall Maiden then pushed herself forward with a burst of flames to avoid the second. The twin jutsu easily tore through the walls of Ojban's office before Naruto allowed them to detonate miles away. While she had escaped the S-class jutsu, Cinder was not able to avoid Naruto himself. Literally disappearing in a flash of raw speed, the sage appeared right in front of the Fall Maiden. A gasp was all that Cinder was able to get out before Naruto grabbed her face and plowed her straight into the ground. Far from done, one of his cloak's tails grabbed the raven-haired woman by her leg before sending her skipping along the ground. Struggling to her feet, Cinder attempted to shroud herself in her own cloak of flames to match her opponent's, and possibly provide her with some level of defense. Naruto's fist slamming into her sternum violently robbed her of both the idea and the air in her lungs. The following backhand thundered into her ribcage with so much power that Cinder could feel her aura shield literally shatter before she was once more sent careening into a pile of rubble. Her body screaming in pure agony, the Fall Maiden could do nothing as Naruto coiled one of his chakra tails around her throat and lifted her into the air. "Why?" Naruto narrowed his eyes at the struggling maiden. "Because I swore to myself that I would never let what happened to Konoha happen again. There's more going on here. You're defending the men who would sacrifice the people they protect for their own gain and benefit." Naruto shook his head. "I told you before, I'm not siding with anyone. My end goal is a world where true peace through understanding one another is achieved, a world that my father, my godfather, and cousin gave their lives for. She was right about you, so naive." That was the only warning Naruto got. Cinder superheated her hands, allowing her to burn through the chakra tail that was holding her up. The ember-eyed maiden quickly reached into her pouch and pulled on a pristine white glove that had an intricate sealing formula written on its palm. Moving in closer to grab Cinder again, Naruto realized too late that was exactly what she wanted. "Guys! What's going on?" RWBY called out as she and Weiss raced to meet up with their friends. Both looked worse for wear, their clothes heavily singed while patches of soot covered their faces and hands. However, the sight they came upon made them realize just how lucky they had gotten. "No!" Blake sobbed as she looked between a clearly shaken-up RWBY and an unconscious Yang. "RWBY, this is all my fault. I didn't mean for this to happen. I wasn't strong enough, and Yang will never be the same because of me." Hanging her head, the raven-haired fauness felt hot tears cut trails through her bloodied and dirty face, mentally trying to prepare herself to hear both her captain and Weiss scream at her, to hear them say that they hated her and never wanted to see her again. Instead, she felt a pair of arms encircle her. Terrified of what she might lose and shaken up by all that had happened, Blake instantly latched onto the younger teen and let the tears continue to flow. Together they cried, one for her sister and the other for a friend she hoped and prayed she wouldn't lose after tonight. Weiss knew that RWBY was the best and only person who could help Blake right now, and so decided to check up on the rest of their friends. The Shiny heiress frowned as she did a head count, noting that not everybody was with them. Seeing Nora and Ren supporting each other, both heavily bandaged in places, the snow-haired teen asked, "Where are Naruto and Pira?" Ren frowned and shook his head. "We don't know. We haven't seen them since we landed and they ran off to meet with Professor Ojban." Nora hissed in pain, her very tender ribs protesting against her attempts to stand. "There's no way we're leaving without them," Ren cursed under his breath. The unlikely duo of an Elysian paladin and Ursa Major had been too much for the childhood friends. Had it not been for Velvet's timely arrival along with help from her team and the guys of Team Jest, he and Nora may not have made it. Now here they were, too hurt to go find and help their missing friends. The Shiny heiress sighed and shook her head, mumbling to herself, "That idiot better be okay." Straightening her posture and grabbing Murden Aster, Weiss steeled herself before nodding to the pair. I'll go and find them. Knowing that dolt, he's probably in the thick of it and Pyrrha will more than likely be there supporting him. I'm coming too, RWBY chimed in, crescent rose resting across her shoulder. Sharing a look, the two turned to leave. RWBY paused though, turning to look at a still sobbing Blake who was clutching onto Yang's remaining hand like a lifeline. Kneeling down, she whispered to her teammate, "Take care of my sister for me." And just like that she was off with Weiss. No, 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 no! It was the only thing Pyrrha could even think as she sprinted back towards the tower, not even sparing a glance at the grim or fleeing White Fang members. She had just about made it to Vale proper and had even caught a glimpse of Professor Goodwitch helping to set up a safe zone, but the sudden disappearance of Kurama from the battlefield stopped her dead. The look of surprise and concern on the Biju's face told Pyrrha all she needed to know. Ice filled her veins. Without even realizing it, her body had gone on autopilot and sent her racing back towards the tower, only one person on her mind. Seeing the grim wyvern, heavily wounded and bleeding from its bout with Kurama, perched at the tower's top sent a chill of fear down Pyrrha's spine. The monstrosity had been terrifying miles outside of Vale. This close to it, it was almost hard to breathe, her heart threatening to beat out of her chest from sheer terror alone. While she didn't have the sensory awareness her boyfriend had, the red-haired teen could still feel the almost miasmic and oppressive aura the ancient creature gave off. Even still, the thought of Naruto in danger was enough for her to shake off the fear. Moving Milo and Akko into her hands, Pyrrha charged forward. Boarding the elevator, or what remained of it, the redhead closed her eyes, mentally loosening the restrictions she usually put on her semblance, knowing she was going to have to use every power at her disposal to even stand a chance. All at once, the area around her began to hum and rattle as a murky gray suffused the walls around the emerald-eyed teen. Pyrrha clenched her fists. The elevator exploded upwards. How? How can you still fight? Cinder rasped out, running on fumes at this point. She had been winded after her fight with Ojban, the old professor having proven very well why her mistress was wary of him. Fighting Naruto had pushed her far past being just tired. But she had gotten the seal off and shut off his link to the chakra beast within him, while also throwing his whole chakra pathways into a flurry. Even still though, the whiskered teen kept on going. Sure, he could no longer dish out jutsu or even amplify his striking power with his chakra, but it was clear that Naruto had trained himself to not rely solely on either of those things. Tired? No, Cinder was not just tired. Hell, not even exhaustion could properly sum up what she felt right now. Naruto simply laughed as he weaved through another shower of crystal needles. This isn't the first time I've had to fight with my chakra all screwed up, and it probably won't be the last. Using the staff/sheath of Hino Ishi, the blonde batted aside an arrow and sliced through the one that followed. Ducking low to avoid the swath of flames that Cinder launched out of her hands, the handicapped Jinchuriki caught the exhausted maiden with a swing to the ribs from his weapon's ebony staff. Cinder returned the favor in kind, blasting the blonde with a beam of concentrated flames. Naruto grunted as he was slammed into one of the last remaining walls of Ojban's office. Catching movement out of the corner of his eye, Naruto cursed as he ducked low, avoiding a gout of noxious green flames. 2-on-1? That's just not fair! Naruto complained even as he weaved around another of Cinder's arrows. The ding of the elevator, the door of which having somehow survived, caught the attention of everyone, even the grim wyvern. A second passed. The three combatants stared at the doors, waiting. They didn't have to wait long. A familiar red and gold javelin flew out of the doors. Cinder rolled to the side and avoided the weapon. The grim wyvern perched behind her was not so lucky. A hideous cry of pain echoed as the javelin pierced into its snout. Just as quickly as it had come though, the weapon was called back to its master, a murky gray aura yanking it from the wyvern even as the beast took flight once more. Cinder frowned as she stared down the couple. While Naruto was severely weakened thanks to her mistress Seal, he had proven himself to be a formidable opponent still. Pyrrha Nikos, while not as powerful as her boyfriend, was still an extremely competent warrior in her own right, and would prove to be an annoyance. Had this been an hour or so ago, before she fought Ashbin and before she had thought it smart to tangle with Naruto, Cinder knew she could have taken the two with some effort on her part. In her current state of fatigue, her aura shield now gone, Cinder had no illusions of where she stood. Squashing down that feeling, the raven-haired maiden hoped the grim wyvern her mistress had summoned would prove itself useful despite the wounds it bore from its battle with the Kyuubi. Avoiding a hail of glass needles, Naruto mentally thanked Pyrrha for her timely appearance. While he would be far happier knowing she was safer away from here, he also couldn't discredit her for being here either. Hell, had he been in her position, he would have done the same thing, consequences be damned. The blonde grimaced as Cinder blasted him with another wave of flames. However, this left her open to an assault from Pyrrha. Seeing his girlfriend slam into their raven-haired opponent's side with a kuo, Naruto was reminded of why he was grateful for her being here though. Sure, he had the stamina to continue duking it out with the newly minted Fall Maiden, but with Kurama's seal tightened yet again and his chakra pathways thrown into a dizzying mess by whatever seal Cinder had used, his entire jutsu arsenal was just outside of his grasp. Hell, his chakra was so messed up he couldn't even summon a shadow clone, something not even Orochimaru's Gojyo Fuin, 5-element seal, had stopped him from using back during the Chunin exams. All he had to rely on now was his own strength, skill with high no ishi, and good old-fashioned grit. Ducking under a swathe of flames, Naruto scored a decisive kick to Cinder's solar plexus. Pivoting on his foot, he spun back around and delivered a solid backhand to her spine that sent her right towards a waiting Pyrrha. Rushing forward, Naruto had to admit, it had been his own grit and determination that had gotten him through countless other battles in the past. What was one more? Cinder growled as she used a blast of flames to direct her away from the business end of Pyrrha's javelin. Swinging her body low, she avoided the open palm thrust from Naruto that followed. Grabbing him by the same wrist to temporarily hold him, Cinder placed her open palm flush against his right side. An explosion sent him flying. Coating her hands in a layer of flames, the maiden grabbed Milo by the shaft. Pulling a surprised Pyrrha in by her own weapon, Cinder gave the redhead the same treatment she had given to the Jinchuriki. Panting, Cinder took a moment to gather the necessary energy for her next attack. Naruto and Pyrrha weren't going to let that happen though, both rising to their feet and racing towards the immobile woman, weapons raised. Cinder roared as she let loose the energy she had built up. With her own body acting as a focal point, a literal dome of searing flames exploded outwards. The two members of Team NNPR could only brace themselves. "What was that?" RWBY called out even as Crescent Rose bisected a hapless creep. Wise shook her head in exasperation as Beacon Tower was literally engulfed in flames. "Probably where that idiot blonde and Pyrrha are." Any further quips were quickly put on hold though as the two teens watched the behemoth Grim Wyvern ram full force into the tower, completely destroying the entire top half of the structure. "That can't be good," RWBY muttered. "You don't say!" Shaking herself out of the brief reverie, the younger of the two steeled herself. "We've got to hurry!" "Pyrrha!" Naruto called out, tossing aside the chunk of concrete that had fallen on him. Forcing himself to his feet, the blonde could feel his entire body light up in excruciating pain, causing him to fall to his knees in agony. Taking a deep breath, the blonde took stock of his injuries. Any attempts at moving his left hand resulted only in a bit more than just discomfort. Looking down at the limb, it was easy to see why. "Pretty sure my arm's not supposed to look like that." Feeling a constant throb from his right arm, the whiskered teen didn't even bother to look at it, already knowing why. Trying to block a literal wall of flames with just my right hand was probably not my brightest moment. Peering around him with only one eye and feeling a warm, coppery liquid drip past his lips was enough to let him know that he was also steadily bleeding from a wound on his head somewhere. Despite the less than stellar condition he found himself in, the blonde growled as he once more pushed himself to his feet. "All in all, not the worst I've ever had." "Naruto!" Looking to his left, a relieved yet strained smile crossed his face as he spotted Pyrrha clambering out from underneath her own pile of rubble, looking pretty banged up. She was, however, nowhere near as egregiously injured as he was, no doubt thanks to her aura shield. The redhead was likewise just as thankful to see her boyfriend still alive. Seeing a chunk of his normally bright mane of hair dyed a ruddy crimson from his own blood was not what she wanted to ever see. To her growing horror, that was not the worst of his injuries. Both of his arms simply hung at his sides, looking completely mangled and lifeless. With his jacket and shirt completely burned away, she could see ugly black and purple bruises already forming on his body. Whatever part of him hadn't been bruised by the tower literally falling on them was instead charred a horrendous black from Cinder's flames. Seeing tears bubbling on his girlfriend's face, Naruto tried to put on a brave face for her. "Hey! It's gonna be fine! I've had worse than this!" Shaking her head, Pyrrha undid the clasp on the stretch of cloth she kept tied around her waist. Rolling it up, she used the soft fabric to clean her partner's face, allowing him to open both of his eyes. In response, he gave her a toothy grin. The bright smile didn't last long as another flash of pain shot through him. Gritting his teeth so as to not scream, the blonde stared into the worried eyes of his girlfriend. "Why aren't you healing like you normally do? Cinder used some seal to screw up my chakra and cut off my link to Kurama. I hate to do this, but I'm gonna need you to distract her while I try and remove it." Without even tearing her gaze away, Pyrrha used her semblance to call Milo and Akko to her. "I'll try and buy you as much time as you need. Please be careful." The two shared a chaste kiss before Naruto settled himself into a meditative position. "I've bested you once before, foolish girl," Cinder snarled, batting aside a swing from Milo. Pyrrha frowned at the reminder of their spar all those months ago. Taking a quick scan of the area around them, the redhead smirked. "That was when I wasn't using my semblance." Cinder's eyes widened as she heard movement from behind her. Ducking, the maiden just barely avoided being slammed into by one of the large gears that had made up Ashbin's office. Swinging an arm out, Cinder used a gout of flames to melt the following piece of metal into sludge as it neared her. Rising to her feet, the maiden raced towards Pyrrha, all the while dodging or melting any obstacles the redhead summoned up. Foregoing her tactic of attempting to pelt Cinder, Pyrrha readied her weapons and charged to meet her opponent. The red and gold of Milo clashed against the deep ebony of Cinder's obsidian blades. Akko just as easily stopped a strike from the second of the twin weapons. Using her superior strength and leverage, Pyrrha pushed forward and shoved Cinder stumbling back. Spinning on her foot, the redhead sent Akko spinning straight for the maiden. Although Cinder was able to bat aside the shield and regain some of her balance, Pyrrha did not let up on the assault, and was already right in front of the raven-haired woman with Milo poised to strike. Knowing she had no aura shield to defend herself from the multipurpose weapon, Cinder instead coated her hands in flames and grabbed the weapon with both her hands. With a great heave of effort, the raven-haired maiden pivoted and sent her opponent flying. Riding herself midair, Pyrrha launched Milo with all the pinpoint accuracy she had trained for. Using the same tactic she had with the shield, Cinder deflected the javelin. A cocky smirk crinkled Cinder's face as she created her signature bow and arrows, annealing Pyrrha in her sights. That cocky smirk was wiped off her face as a massive girder slammed into her. Forehead dripping in sweat, Pyrrha's entire body was covered in the murky gray aura of her semblance, as she literally bent a girder around Cinder. Panting, the redhead called her weapons back to her with nary a thought. "Naruto, please hurry. I don't know how much longer I can do this." As if hearing his partner's thoughts, Naruto grunted as he finished unlocking the first portion of whatever seal Cinder had used on him. Using his control over his own mindscape, the blonde had summoned up a geyser of water that raised him up to the middle section of the massive gate that had housed Kurama for the better part of his life. While previously the massive iron bars had been held shut by the tiny seal that represented the 8 trigram seal his father had used, thanks to his own tweaks to it, the gate had been opened partially allowing Kurama the freedom of coming and going as he pleased. Sure, the Biju could only use as much power as Naruto allowed him, but being able to move his conscious mind to a corporeal body created from his own chakra had been a much-needed breath of fresh air for the Kitsune-themed chakra monster. However, Thanks to acquiring Konoha's Scroll of Seals and his growing bond with Kurama, Naruto had been able to almost entirely wrench the gates open, giving the pair that much more access to the Kyuubi's vast powers. Whatever seal Cinder had used on him had completely erased all that progress through the gates of the Hak no Fuin Shiki, replaced by two massive iron doors, numerous locks and lengths of chain covering them. As if the numerous locks weren't enough, the chains themselves were literally crawling with two different types of Grimm. While Naruto recognized the ghoulish form of several Geist haunting the chains, something he was completely not okay with, he had never seen the other, much smaller Grimm so much as mentioned in his research on the creatures. The insect-like Grimm was so small that Naruto had almost completely missed seeing them when mixed in with the Geist, chains, and overall imposing structure that was his seal. However, he'd been forced to notice them when they attacked alongside the Geist, shooting a tar-like substance from their mandibles. While the substance in and of itself posed only as a minor irritation for the Shinobi, it was what the insect Grimm was able to do with it that was the real issue. Through some unknown, to Naruto, ability, the tiny pests were able to siphon off his chakra through the tar-like substance and filter it elsewhere, in this case being its fellow Grimm, or the very chains it crawled on. Obviously this was not a good thing at all, what with Naruto's Uzumaki heritage gifting him with incredibly potent and dense chakra. So, not only did he now have to contend with the mental task of deciphering whatever seal Cinder had used, but also combat the various Grimm trying to stop him from doing the aforementioned task. Luckily, he was a master at being able to split himself between multiple tasks, one with no parallel if he was being boastfully honest. Kage Bunshin is the best jutsu ever made, Naruto muttered to himself with a grin. That grin widened as he managed to successfully break another lock open. Umaki and their damn seals! When I get out of here I swear I'm going to destroy any and all seals I come across. Naruto's sweat dropped as Kurama's voice boomed throughout the halls of his mindscape as the doors of his seal were cracked open. Good to see you're as much of an angry asshole as ever, you dumb furball. Gaki! I swear to Kami if you don't open these damn doors right now and let me use that raven-haired wench as a toothpick for the rest of my life, I will make sure you never have a headache-free minute ever again. Would you shut your damn mouth? I'm already working on it and your screaming isn't exactly helpful. Helpful? You want helpful? I'll give you helpful. Curious, Naruto leaned over to peer into the slight crack that had opened between the gates. Seeing a familiar ominous purple glow, the Jinchuriki's eyes comically widened before he flung himself as far to the side as was possible. As the light of the Baijidama died down, Naruto surveyed the iron walls only to see that any and all of the Grimm that had been polluting his seal had been completely erased. Huh, that actually was helpful. Good. Now get me the hell out of here, you useless monkey! Naruto blew a raspberry at the single crimson eye glaring at him from the crack in the seal even as he and his clones got to work on the other locks. Grumbles of ungrateful foxes followed soon after. However, the mood was completely soured as Kurama suddenly spoke in a much more urgent voice. Shit! Gaki, you need to get out of here right now! Pira needs you more than I do! Naruto didn't even offer a verbal response before ejecting himself from his own mindscape. A cry of pain echoed across the night as Pira was thrown into yet another pile of rubble. While she had initially been able to keep pace with the weakened and very tired Cinder, any sort of advantage she may have had was reduced to literal ash as the grim wyvern made itself known once more, apparently having recuperated somewhat. Between dodging the creature's massive talons and gouts of noxious green flames as well as Cinder's own attacks, Pira had been fighting a losing battle. Even still, she did all she could, pushing her semblance to new heights as she used the rubble of Ojban's office to both attack and defend. The redhead formed huge constructs of metal that just barely managed to weather the heat of the grim wyvern's acidic flames. Rebar was fashioned into cheap Milo copies and used as projectiles against the monstrous nightmare. Cinder was forced to contend with Milo and Akko, Pira showing just how deadly the two weapons could be when used in tandem with her semblance. Despite her best efforts though, the redhead was only human and had her limits. Grunting in pain as Cinder used her signature explosions to destroy Pira's aura shield, the emerald-eyed teen could safely say she had reached those limits. Weary and eager to finally get rid of a rather pesky thorn, Cinder strode up to the redhead and grabbed her by the ponytail, forcing her to look straight into her eyes. I must admit, I'm somewhat jealous of you, Ms. Nikos. Hailed as an invincible fighter, adored by many for your beauty, a near spotless and flawless school record, gifted with a semblance of immense power and potential, and in a relationship with a man every bit as powerful and gifted as you are, if not more so. An ugly sneer crossed Cinder's face as she pulled Pyrrha in even closer. In other words, a person with everything I never had. Throwing the redhead to the floor, Cinder conjured up her ebony bow as she slammed her foot into Pyrrha's abdomen. Pyrrha screamed in pain as an arrow was launched straight into her thigh. Do you believe in destiny, Nikos? Pushing herself even further, Pyrrha used her semblance to direct Milo at Cinder's exposed back. Sensing the danger quickly flying towards her, the raven-haired maiden moved to the side and avoided being run through by a vengeful javelin. Pyrrha used this opportunity to struggle to her feet. Directing a heated glare at her opponent, the redhead steadied herself as best she could with her injured thigh. A few years ago I may have said yes, but after meeting a certain someone, I've learned that we are the ones who ultimately decide our own fate. Cinder only sneered. How naive! That was the only warning Pyrrha got. The next instant, Cinder was flying straight at her, holding what could only be described as a cheap mock-up of a raisin gun made of flames. Knowing she was in no state to dodge the attack, the redhead threw up what defenses she could muster, and with as low as she was on energy, those defenses were her own 2 weapons. A quill was tossed in its usual deadly buzzsaw fashion. Having been thoroughly annoyed by the redhead and her weapons, Cinder used her imitation raisin gun to literally burn straight through the bronze shield, cleaving it in twain. While saddened by the loss of part of her beloved weapon set, Pyrrha focused on the task at hand. With a bit of quick and painful footwork, the redhead managed to just barely twirl out of the way of Cinder's initial strike. Flowing with her sloppy spin, Pyrrha made to attack her opponent's exposed back with Milo. Despite being as tired and exhausted as she was, Cinder was still able to easily redirect herself and catch the weapon in her hand. With a strong grip and a little heat, the blade met the same fate as its brother. Weaponless, injured, drained, and in such close proximity, Pyrrha could do nothing but watch as the broiling orb of raw heat came ever closer to her chest. Pyrrha accepted what was to come next. It was an inevitability she had known could come at any time as a huntress, but one she had sincerely hoped to not meet until she was wrinkled and gray. Even still, a smile crossed her face. She had met so many wonderful people she was more than happy to call her friends, and in the case of her teammates some she dared to call her family. Hell, she had even managed to snag herself a man, who had brought a vibrancy into her life like no other, a man who saw her and loved her for everything she was. Feelings she more than reciprocated. She had hoped to see what the future may have held for them, but it seemed her visions of blonde-haired kids with emerald green eyes were to remain only as daydreams of a girl smitten. Naruto, I love you. Pyrrha Nikos was not happy about her approaching death, but she accepted it all the same. Don't you fucking touch her! Naruto! Pyrrha! 4 sets of eyes widened. From her new position on the floor, Pyrrha found herself looking up at a scene that would forever haunt her. A scream full of a horrid, soul-wrenching sadness pierced the night. In the blink of an eye, Pyrrha's world shattered into so many pieces and became so disjointed that she was completely unsure if the scream had come from her or not. Despite the tears burning her eyes and the horrible shaking that she just couldn't stop, the redhead managed to scramble on her hands and knees as Cinder removed her hand from the hole that she had burned into Naruto's chest cavity. Completely ignoring the seemingly shocked maiden, Pyrrha cradled his head in her lap, fingers shaking as she stroked his dirted mane. Naruto? Naruto? Please answer me? Bleary sapphires cracked open. Can't a guy get some rest around here? A small spark of hope filled Pyrrha's heart as a ghost of a foxy grin crinkled whiskered cheeks. I'm sorry, but you'll have plenty of time to rest after Kurama heals you, right? The grim look that crossed her partner's face caused a fresh cascade of tears to fall from emerald eyes. Ignoring the gaping fist-sized hole in her boyfriend's chest and the multitude of previous wounds that had yet to heal, Pira cupped his whiskered cheeks. Kurama, I know you can hear me. You're already working on healing Naruto, right? He'll be back on his feet in no time, right? From within a quickly fading seal, the great Kyuubi no Kitsune could do nothing but decry the gods who had put his host on this cruel path. Although he heard the redhead loud and clear, there was no way he could respond. Even if that was possible, he would have still held his tongue, unwilling to further destroy the poor girl by telling her that no, Naruto would not be getting up from this one. To tell one of the few humans he could stand that, due to whatever seal Cinder had placed on Naruto, he was unable to use his chakra to supercharge the blonde's Uzumaki healing factor. In fact, as it stood, that same healing factor and what chakra he could get through were the only things prolonging the inevitable. Angry crimson orbs snapped open as the Kyuubi no Kitsune rose to his feet and began to exert the full force of his chakra. From behind the twin steel doors that kept him from helping his partner, Kurama raged, unwilling to lay down and let his host die. Kami and the Shinigami be damned. He and Naruto had not come this far for it to end like this. He refused to let it all end here. Perhaps that infamous Uzumaki stubbornness had rubbed off on the Biju. Despite the best efforts of his Biju partner, Naruto could feel the cold fingers of the Shinigami already grasping at him. Sorry, I couldn't undo the seal fast enough. That was the last thing Pira could handle, sending the redhead into hysterics, as she engulfed Naruto in her arms. Standing over them, Cinder looked at her own hand, the very hand that she had just ripped from the blonde teen's chest. Murder and death were nothing new for the maiden. The death of her father had left her to wallow in a horrid life of servitude, but it has been an act of murder that awakened her semblance. Now, years later, it was through the death and murder of another that she gained the powers of the Fall Maiden. And yet, watching as once vibrant electric blue eyes began to dull, Cinder couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness that now hung over her. Shaking her head, the raven-haired maiden spared one last glance at the couple before looking up at the younger teen who had just arrived on the scene. Any and all of Cinder's thoughts were ground to a sudden halt as her gaze was met by a pair of hateful silver eyes. The look of pure loathing on the young woman's face was far removed from what many would agree to be Ruby's usually cheerful disposition. However, what caused a thrill of fear to shoot up Cinder's spine was the fact that the scythe-wielder's eyes were literally glowing, wisps of a milky white smoke swirling and coalescing around her eyes. Silver eyes, Cinder whispered to herself in sheer frightened awe. The distant roar of the grim wyvern ripped the raven-haired woman from her reverie, alerting her to its quickly approaching form. Knowing that the behemoth was meant to finish tearing down the CCT relay, Cinder beat a hasty retreat. As Ruby unfurled Crescent rose and made to follow, Naruto calling her name shook her out of her fury-induced trance, any traces of her eyes glowing with power vanishing with a blink. Grimacing in pain and finding it especially hard to breathe thanks to the lack of a lung, Naruto knew he had little time to do what he had to. Ruby, I need you to get Pira and yourself out of here, now. The two young women were quite vocal in their protest of this, but Naruto wasn't hearing any of it. That thing is coming to finish its job and destroy the rest of the tower, and I'll be damned if this place becomes a grave for all of us. Turning himself inward, the Jinchuriki addressed his partner for what would be the last time. Got enough juice for one last one, Kurama? There was a moment of silence before the chakra beast answered. Just enough to get them clear of here, but not much farther, and it's going to hurt like a bitch. It'll have to do. Thanks, Kurama. Anytime, Naruto. Using what strength he could muster, Naruto grabbed Hi-No Ishi and held it out for Ruby to take. The younger team captain choked on a sob as she tearfully took the weapon, knowing exactly what she was meant to do with it. Ruby, promise me you'll watch over Pira for me. Swallowing the lump in her throat, Ruby gave a firm nod of her head. I promise. Turning his head, Naruto smiled as he looked up into a tearful pair of beautiful emeralds. Pira-chan, I'll always love you. I'm sorry. Fighting through a grimace and a howl of pain, Naruto forced what chakra he could from himself and Kurama through the seal Cinder had placed on him. In a poof of smoke, a much less injured copy of the blonde shinobi appeared. With a nod to its creator, the doppelganger moved to pick up Pyrrha. However, the redhead fought against the clone's grasp, reaching out and attempting to grab a hold on her partner. In her scramble to latch onto the blonde, she grabbed a hold of his headband and held tight. Using a little more strength, the clone managed to pull Pyrrha away, the redhead taking his headband with her. Nudging RWBY away, the group moved to the edge of the tower. With one last glance back and a soul-wrenching cry from Pyrrha, the three disappeared from sight as they leapt off the tower. Gazing up at the stars and the shattered moon above him, Naruto allowed a serene smile to cross his face. So done in by someone shoving their hand through my chest. Probably some cosmic irony in there somewhere. Think Cinder is related to Sasuke or something? Kurama let out a laugh at the morbid joke. Raven hair, pale skin, some sort of power-hungry complex, and an affinity for fire? Might be onto something there, Gaki. The two began to laugh uproariously as images of Cinder wearing what they had fondly dubbed as Sasuke's purple aspel flitted through Naruto's mind. Admittedly, the raven-haired schemer pulled it off far better than the emo wonder ever had. However, imagining Sasuke wearing Cinder's signature maroon dress sent the Jinchuriki and Biju pair into hysterics. A screech in the distance alerted Naruto to his quickly approaching doom. Instead of fearing it, the blonde only grinned. Ready to see what the great beyond has in store for us? Despite the grim reality of the situation they were in, Kurama scoffed and shook his head. No, but when am I ever ready with you? Naruto chuckled at the truth of Kurama's words even as the grim wyvern plowed into the tower with explosive force. As the CCT relay tower began to collapse in on itself, the mortally wounded blonde spared one last glance at the shattered moon. Feeling himself sliding into the dark abyss below, a stream of tears began to trickle down his cheeks. Sorry everyone, looks like I failed again. Pyrrha fought with all the strength she had left in her, raging against the pair of familiar arms that were carrying her away from Beacon Tower. Despite the familiarity of the arms, though, there was something innately wrong about the thing that was holding her. There was a certain warmth that Naruto's clones lacked, a certain brightness that was unique to their creator alone, a small detail that seemed even more noticeable in this moment. Any thoughts she had on the difference between Naruto and his clones were slammed to a full stop as the grim wyvern crashed through what remained of Beacon's namesake. The monstrous nightmare was far from done, though. Hovering above the remnants of the once mighty structure, the beast spewed out a gout of vile green flames. Pyrrha and RWBY could only stare in sheer horror as the veritable wave of sickly, noxious flames consumed almost the entirety of the surrounding area, lighting up the dark of the night with a pale, emerald glow. The stench of the conflagration was something neither of the teens had ever smelled, something they could only liken to the smell of rot and decay. But their horror-induced trance was broken as Pyrrha suddenly found herself on the cold, hard ground. Blinking away the brief confusion, ice filled Pyrrha's veins as realization set in. The shadow clone that had been holding her had dispersed, because its creator was no more. Naruto was no more. Naruto Uzumaki was dead. A wail of pure anguish left Pyrrha's lips as the cold reality of the situation set in. RWBY pulled up the hood of her cloak in an attempt to hide the cascade of tears, but she could do nothing to mask the shaking of her shoulders as sobs racked her body. The two remained rooted to their spots, each trying, and failing, to come to grips with everything that had happened tonight. In only a few hours, it seemed like the end of their world had come. Their school was all but demolished. Their friends had all been injured egregiously. They had lost Penny, a life taken by Pyrrha's own hands. Professor Ajban had fallen to cinder. And now, here they were, watching from afar as Beacon Tower was consumed by an almost literal funeral pyre, a macabre memorial for the blonde Uzumaki who had brought a vibrancy to their lives. But it seemed the world was intent on continuing to run them into the very dirt. The horrendous, ear-aching roar of the grim wyvern tore Pyrrha and RWBY from their mourning. Wide-eyed and damn near exhaustion, the two could only watch as the nightmare-given physical form landed before them, the light of the burning Beacon Tower acting as an all-too-fitting backdrop. For a moment, the two only stared, paralyzed by the sheer physical weight of the beast's oppressive aura. Seeing the thing come closer to them, something in Pyrrha snapped. Enough! Enough is enough! The redhead shakily stood to her feet and glared defiantly at the behemoth before her. The murky gray of her semblance began to cover her body as raw anger and a deep loathing bubbled in her. Anger at the creature before her, anger at her own weakness, and most importantly, a deep-seated loathing for the woman who had orchestrated all of this. Her mind clouded by the blaze of fury that had consumed her, a single thought process began to race through the redhead's mind. This thing took Naruto from me. I want it gone, I want it erased, I want it destroyed. Feeling something within her bubble up and beg for an escape, Pyrrha splayed her hands out in front of her and simply pushed. She pushed against the boundaries of her broken and tired body, pushed against the beast before her, and pushed against the very world itself. Out from her hands came a hazy wave of an almost sludge-like essence, colored the same shade of gray as her semblance. Deeming whatever it was as harmless to it, the grim wyvern charged forward, its great maw opening wide. However, to the shock of everyone watching, as the wing of the grim came into contact with the wave of murky gray matter, the fleshy red membrane of its wing began to literally fade away. Screeching in agony as whatever Pyrrha had unleashed literally ate away at its left wing, the creature of grim lashed out with its tail. Far beyond exhaustion, and confused as to what she had done, Pyrrha did nothing as the massive black and white limbs slammed into her. "Pyrrha!" RWBY cried out, helplessly watching as the redhead was launched back towards the emerald forest. Before the young team captain could race to catch her friend, the rampaging ancient creature of grim moved to attack her, green flames broiling at the back of its throat. Seeing the physical personification of rot and decay racing towards her, RWBY felt overcome by the wave of emotions she had experienced in a short few hours. Fear, anger, and sadness threatened to drown her as she gazed helplessly at her approaching doom. Unbidden, a familiar face came to the forefront of her mind, an almost forgotten memory coming with it. For a brief moment, RWBY could have sworn she saw a pair of silver eyes much like her own staring back at her, untold amounts of love flowing from them. The smiling face of her mother, Summer Rose, was the last thing RWBY saw in her mind's eye before everything went white. The dull throbbing of a headache woke RWBY from her sleep, causing her to wince as she gingerly lifted herself into a sitting position on her bed. Massaging her forehead in an attempt to soothe her pounding head, the young teen took in the sight of her bedroom with no small amount of confusion. How had she gotten back to Patch? Also, why did it feel like her brain was going to ooze out of her nose at any given moment? Yuck! RWBY! Blinking in confusion, the young silver-eyed teen was shocked as the familiar arms of her father wrapped her in a hug. Unsure of why her father seemed so relieved, the young team captain awkwardly patted him on the back. Dad? How did I get home?" Taeyang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of immense relief as he backed away, keeping his hands on RWBY's shoulders. It almost seemed like he needed to reassure himself that she was alive or something. "Your Uncle Crow found you unconscious. He got you out of Vale and brought you home with everyone else." A smile lit up RWBY's face at the mention of her friends. "Everyone else is here too." As if summoned, a stampede of familiar faces barged into her room. The first person she could distinguish from the mass of people was her sister, who had thrown an arm around her and was crying tears of relief. "You're okay. My baby sister is okay. Young! Stop! I'm fine." Finally managing to pry her sister off of her, RWBY winced as another lance of pain shot through her skull. "But my brain does feel like it's gonna melt or something." Concerned for his youngest, Taeyang knelt at her bedside and looked her over carefully. Seeing no external reason for her pain, memories of a certain lover of his in a similar situation years ago reminded the father of Yang and RWBY that the latter had obviously unlocked the same power her mother had been known for. Deciding to bite his tongue for now, Taeyang instead sighed and shook his head. "It only makes sense after what you did to that massive grim." Yang butted in with her usual grin. "Yes, sis, you did one hell of a number on that ugly thing." Blake nodded along with her partner. "Whatever you did to that thing made it a little easier for Professor Goodwitch and the others to finish setting up a safe zone in Vale." Wait, RWBY interrupted, waving her hands frantically. Seeing that she had everyone's attention, the red and black-haired teen looked up at those present with confusion written clearly across her face. What did I do? No one said anything for a moment, the younger teens of the group having no answer for her, just as in the dark as RWBY herself. Turning to observe the two older males, everyone was confused to see the heated stare the two were locked in. Crow Branwen, the usually laid-back and carefree uncle, had a look of exasperation and tiredness that really showed just how old the grizzled huntsman was. His faded crimson eyes looked surprisingly dull as he looked at his technical brother-in-law. Taeyang meanwhile seemed angry with his former teammate, the look of a pissed and protective father replacing his normally goofy grin. Yang and RWBY seemed especially thrown off by the silent interaction. Sure, it had always been a sort of unspoken thing that their father and uncle disagreed on a lot, especially when it came to raising them. Despite that though, it was clear they had an underlying respect for the other, something no doubt born from the years they spent as Team Ichiraku. In this moment though, it was almost like years of an unspoken animosity came to the forefront. Tai, they deserve to know. I will not have my teenage daughter swept into this mess, Crow. Crow shook his head and let out a hollow laugh. These kids just came out of a literal war zone, Tai. It's a bit late to try and protect them from the big bad world out there. Tai all but snarled as he clenched his fists. As much as he wanted to argue, the eldest Xiaolong knew that his alcoholic brother-in-law was right. For all his attempts to keep his daughters away from it, the world that had brought Team Ichiraku to its knees and shattered it was back and knocking at their front door. He could try and fight it, but in the long run that would only hinder them. Fine. It was the only thing Taeyang could say as he crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. Shaking his head again, Crow grabbed a nearby chair and slumped into it. Reaching into his shirt, he pulled out his signature flask and took a pull from the liquor in it, knowing full well he was going to need it. As the burn of the whiskey ran its course, the dusty old crow stared straight at his youngest niece. What was the last thing you remember, RWBY? Blinking in confusion, RWBY racked her brain for a moment. I remember running up the side of Beacon Tower. When I got to the top I saw. As the memory came to mind, RWBY couldn't fight the tears that came, her voice catching. I saw Naruto protect Pira. Cinder, she burned a hole straight through his chest. Silent tears and choked sobs echoed around the room as Blake, Nora, Ren, and Yan heard the official account of what had happened. Crow had told them that he had been unable to find the blonde, and with Pira all but catatonic, they had been unsure of his fate, but held out hope that he had somehow survived. Something was off though, as everyone there all knew that the blonde had an unbelievably broken healing factor. Nora and Rin had seen the scar and heard bits of the story, and so they knew that the blonde had survived a similar wound in his past. Surely he would have been able to do the same now, right? They held their questions though, needing to hear the full story from someone who had been there. I don't know why, but he wasn't healing at all. He gave me his staff and told me to watch over Pira. Knowing that Grim was coming back to destroy the tower, he created a clone and told me and Pira to leave. So we left him there. Taeyang could only stare from afar as he watched his daughters break down into tears over this Naruto. While he had initially had his misgivings about a boy being so close to his kids, through his talks with both of them, it was clear that the kid had been an amazing friend to RWBY and someone Yang deemed just as fun and badass as herself. Looking at the crying faces of the other teens in the room, it was clear to him that this Naruto kid was someone he would have liked to meet. It was a terrible shame that would never happen. Another bright life taken far too soon by the machinations of those in the shadows. Crow, having met the teen, could not begrudge the teens their right to mourning. Hell, for as brief as their interactions had been, the scythe wielder had honestly grown to like the boy. He saw a lot of himself in the younger male, sharing the same smart mouth and disregard for those in authority. From the stories he had from his nieces, the whiskered teen had even been one hell of a prankster, something Crow could appreciate. Even Ashbin had liked the kid and mentioned a number of times that the teen would be able to help them in dealing with Salem and her group. Seeing as the kid had apparently gone toe-to-toe with Cinder, who has now the Fall Maiden, the blonde was no slouch in combat. However, It seemed like both Ashbin and Naruto had been buried under the now destroyed beacon tower. Trying in vain to stem the flow of tears, RWBY shored up what strength she could and continued her tale. We got as far as we could before that Grim attacked the tower and burned it up. Then, Naruto's clone popped. The meaning of Naruto's clone dispersing was not lost on any of the teens. Any hope they had of their friend somehow managing to survive was dashed when they heard that. Then that thing came after me and Pira. I don't know what she did, but Pira managed to wound it somehow. That only made it angry though, and it attacked her dash. Realization dawned on the young teen as she recalled the last she had seen of the redhead. Pira! Is she okay? Crow looked unsure of how to answer that question. Seeing her uncle clam up almost sent RWBY into a fit of hysterics. However, Ren, fighting through his tears, spoke up. Pira is here and healing, but she's not okay. What do you mean? Is she in a coma or something? Blake stepped up to the plate with a shake of her head. She's awake and can function, but it's almost like she's not here. She won't answer anybody. We have to force her to eat, and all she does is stare at his headband. Although she was happy to hear that Pira was alive, the apparent catatonic state she was in was worrying. However, after all that had happened to her, RWBY couldn't blame her. With her promise to Naruto in mind, RWBY decided to check on the redhead ASAP. After it attacked Pira, that thing came for me. I remember seeing Mom. Then everything sort of went white. Crow and Taeyang shared a look at the mention of Summer Rose, someone the two held in high regard. Taking a moment to take another swig from his flask, Crow asked, The night you met Ashbin, what was the first thing he said to you? Thrown off guard by the seemingly unrelated question, RWBY wiped away some tears before answering. I don't remember. I think it was something about my dash. Silver eyes. Taking note of the looks of confusion he was getting from everyone in the room, Crow continued. That's an extremely rare trait, a trait your mom had as well. Still completely lost, RWBY couldn't but to shrug. From both stories and pictures, it was clear as day that she was an almost miniature version of her mother. Why was that such a big deal now, though? So? Crow sighed as leaned back into his chair. You're special, RWBY, and not in the daddy loves his precious little girl way either. Taeyang groused none too silently at the jab at him. Crow, however, ignored him and continued. Your mom was an amazing woman. Both me and your father could go on about how amazingly kind she was, how forgiving she could be, and how much she loved both you and Yang. But Summer was also an exceptionally powerful warrior. She could do things that no one else could, fight at a level that was almost unbelievable. Here, Crow leaned forward and stared into his niece's eyes. Do you know why? RWBY blinked. Because she trained really hard? Crow laughed, a genuine one at that. As true as that is, she also had something else going for her. You see, Remnant's full of legends and fairy tales, some of them true, some of them not so much. But there's one Oz told me about, one older than any of the kingdoms. Back before Huntsman, before even Dust maybe, it was said those born with silver eyes were destined to lead the life of a warrior. They were the best of the best. Even the creatures of Grimm, said to be darkness incarnate, were afraid of those silver-eyed warriors. It was rumored that with a single look, one of these warriors could cut down any Grimm. Scratching her head in disbelief, RWBY could only ask, So you think that me and my mom are related to those warriors? Crow grinned. Well, there's currently a giant Grimm frozen at the edge of the Emerald Forest, heavily wounded as well. And here you are, safe in bed with only a little headache. Despite the oddness of being told that she was apparently a descendant of some ancient race of badass warriors, RWBY all too easily accepted that as fact. It did make sense in the context of what had happened, but Naruto himself had been from a time of even more powerful warriors. He had also had a teammate who came from a clan whose eyes gave them the ability to do some pretty outlandish things. So, to RWBY and everyone else present, this wasn't all that far removed from the realm of possibility. Still, there was something else that wasn't adding up. Blake was the one to speak up about it. Wait, how would you know what Professor Ashbin told RWBY? Crow chuckled at being discovered by the raven-haired bookworm. Good catch there, kitten. Blake leveled a bland glare at her teammate's uncle. You know those missions I'm always going on, the ones I can never talk to you about? It's been for Oz. Rising from his seat, the grizzled huntsman moved to stare out the window. But now he's missing. Something has been set in motion, and I'm gonna have to be the one to pick up the pieces. While each of the teens could tell the older male wasn't telling them everything, they couldn't call him out on it either, seeing as how they were keeping some secrets to themselves as well. Knowing that the threat of Naruto's ancestral grandmother was still prevalent as well as the threat of Cinder, and whoever her boss was, RWBY shared a look with her teammates and friends. Unspoken, they all came to the same agreement. Ren stepped forward. We want to help. Crow looked at the resolution clearly painted on each of the teens' faces, and was only mildly surprised. Quirking a brow, the caped huntsman asked, You really want to help? Heal up, take some time to grieve, and take even more time to train. After all, our enemy's trail leads all the way to Haven, and that's one hell of a trip for a bunch of teenagers. Sharing a pointed look with Taeyang, Crow made for the door. Tossing out a two-finger salute, the red-eyed huntsman left. See ya around, kiddies! Shaking his head at the antics of his once-upon-a-time teammate, Taeyang gave his daughters a hug before making to leave as well. I'll give you kids some time to yourselves. For a long moment, none of the teens said a word, trying their hardest to come to grips with all that had been said within the last few minutes. Wiping the tears from her eyes, RWBY allowed a small smile to cross her face as she took in the faces of her friends. Sure, they had each lost a lot, far too much to possibly ever quantify, but they still had each other. It would be hard to move forward, possibly near impossible, but they owed it to Naruto and Kurama. However, something finally struck RWBY as out of place. Squinting her eyes as she surveyed her room, it hit the young teen like a train. Guys, where's Weiss? Blake and Yang shared a look, the blonde playing with her hair as she tried to find the words to explain the Schnee heiress' absence. Thankfully, Blake elected to step up and explain the situation. Weiss was taken back to Atlas by her father. What? Why? Is she okay? RWBY had lost too many people already. There was no way she could also stand to lose her partner or hear that she had somehow been gravely injured. Seeing her sister about to possibly have a panic attack, Yang moved to sit at her side, bringing her into a much-needed one-armed side hug. She's perfectly okay. Blake rushed to explain, hoping to ease her captain's mind. Seeing the younger teen relax, the raven-haired faunus continued. It looks like someone was purposefully filming what happened that night. The last thing anybody saw on that recording before the tower went down was Atlas attacking Vale alongside the White Fang and the Grim. People are terrified that this could be the start of another war. Because of that, Weiss' father came to take her back to Atlas where he thinks she'll be safe. RWBY coiled her fists around her comforter, fighting back tears of frustration. For the first time, Nora spoke up, in an uncharacteristically subdued tone. This is all one big mess. No one could find it in them to refute her claim. Pira? The only sound made following that was the wooden floorboards creaking as RWBY cautiously stepped into one of her home's spare rooms. The silver-eyed side-wielder bit her lip as she observed the redhead. Stepping further in, RWBY's heart broke as she got a good look at the almost lifeless young woman. Waves of a once vibrant crimson were now a dull and lackluster red. Emerald green eyes that had shined with kindness and caring stared blankly at the heavily damaged and worn headband Naruto had worn near constantly in some fashion. Even Pira's near flawless and soft alabaster skin now looked far too pale and clammy. Reaching a hand out, RWBY sighed as the redhead remained unresponsive. Pira, I don't know if you can hear me, or if you even want to hear me, but I just want you to know that I'm sorry. I wish I had gotten there sooner. Maybe if I had been a little faster, he'd still be here, helping us get ready to fight whoever was responsible for all of this. I miss him. Tears splashed against the wooden floor despite RWBY's best efforts to hold them in. He was my first real friend at Beacon. I was so nervous and scared of how everyone was going to treat me, because I was so much younger than them. Even my own sister left me alone, but he came to help me, just because. Even when I acted like a total dork with him, he only laughed and I asked if I felt better. He helped me deal with all the stress I had about being a team captain. He never made fun of me for being so interested in weapons. He was, just, always there for me whenever I needed him. It was almost like I had found the older brother I never knew about. Ruby rubbed her eyes furiously, trying and failing to stem the flow of tears. Through the blur of her watery vision, the young woman choked back a sob as she realized that Pyrrha had still not moved a single muscle. Swallowing the lump in her throat, Ruby steeled herself as she quickly left the room only to come back a certain staff. I know you're trying to deal with all of this in your own way, we all are. But I just want you to know that we're all worried about you and ready to help you as best as we can when you're ready. Gently placing the chakra-conductive weapon against the wall, Ruby spared her friend one last glance. I know he gave this to me so you could have it. He'd want you to use it. The gentle click of the door closing echoed around the deafeningly silent room. Following that, no other sound was made. Then, the sound of the bed creaking was heard as a pair of somber green eyes stared longingly at the ebony staff that had belonged to Naruto Uzumaki. You going to be okay? Blake spared her partner a sidelong glance as the blonde took a seat next to her. The amber-eyed fauness took a moment to collect her thoughts. In the meantime her gaze returned to stretch of pure white snow that occupied the Xiaolong/Rose home's backyard. No. It hurts. I think the only reason I've stopped crying is because I've run out of tears. Yang found herself with no words. There was nothing she could say. After all, she was in much the same boat as everyone else. They all felt lost. It was almost like the very sun itself had been taken from their world. Despite putting up a brave face, she couldn't deny the pain she felt in her heart at having lost someone she considered such a dear friend. With that in mind, the usually brash blonde simply said nothing, sitting in silence with her partner. I'm catching the next boat home to Menagerie. Why? It was the only thing Yang could think to ask. When I left home all those years ago, I wasn't exactly on the best of terms with my parents. It's been so long since I've seen or even talked to them. With all that's happened, I think it's time to go back and apologize to them. While it wasn't outright said, Yang got the message loud and clear. After that night, she found herself trying to spend as much time with her own family as well. She couldn't say Blake was wrong for wanting to do the same. You better keep in touch. If I don't hear a word from you, I'm riding out to Menagerie and giving you an earful, ya hear? Blake rolled her eyes, before giving her partner a tight hug. The same goes for you and Ruby. A grunt of pain slipped past Ren's lips as his fist plowed into the trunk of a tree. Despite the droplets of blood leaking from his knuckles and the sweat occasionally blurring his vision, the long-haired teen continued with his training, wanting to push his body past its limits. Not too far from him, Nora was likewise pushing her body to the breaking point, her fists leaving indents on the poor boulder she had chosen as her practice dummy. The two hadn't spoken much since the fall of Beacon. Knowing how tight-knit Team NPR had been, everyone knew that the death of their captain and Pyrrha being rendered all but comatose had hit the two the hardest, so they had been mostly left to their own devices. While the others had only seen the two spill a few tears, it had been in private that the two longtime friends had mourned their loss. The pair had, for all intents and purposes, drawn into themselves. For as close as they had been before, it was almost like they were now terrified to leave the other's side. Unknown to the others residing in the Xiaolong/Rose household, this wasn't the first time the pair had done this. However, training themselves this rigorously, Ren and Nora were intent on making damn sure that it would be the last time. You surprised me yet again, Cinder. Not only did you secure us the powers of the Fall Maiden, but you have also put down two of our biggest threats. Well done. I aim to please. I'll be sending some Grim to secure the relic and see if there is any way we can collect any of Kurama's chakra that is no doubt lingering in the area. Hopefully we can do so before the beast reforms. We'll also need to find the boy's body. Dr. Merlot seems to be interested in using his blood in some of his experiments. What of the girl with silver eyes? You need not concern yourself with her, she will be taken care of. For now, it would be wise if you spend your time mastering the powers you've acquired. Of course. Beacon Academy had been a shining symbol of hope for many. Its beautifully designed towers and its position overlooking the city of Vale acted as a much-needed sign to the people that there still remained a light in the dark. That light had been snuffed out. The once masterfully designed and built towers that gave Beacon its name now lay in ruin. Once home to hundreds of huntsmen in training, the prestigious academy had been overrun by an innumerable amount of grim, all drawn to the lingering miasma of negativity that hung in the air. At least it seemed so to the untrained eye. What would surprise many was the fact that the Grimm seemed to be searching for something, turning over mountains of rubble to do so. One particular alpha, surrounded by other large Grimm like it, was using its hooked claws and strength to dig through the remains of what had been the CCT relay and Beacon's namesake. The creature, having lived a countless number of decades at this point, was confused when it encountered what looked to be the arm of a deceased human. Not one to turn down a free meal, the Grimm began to excavate the area around the corpse. It began to salivate at the mouth as it uncovered what looked to be an almost fresh body, somehow well preserved with only a handful of serious wounds. Reaching down, the alpha used its massive paws to lift the corpse up. Think it'll work? Not at all. To the surprise of the Grimm, the corpse moved, placing its hand on the creature's snout. A howl of pain left the alpha as it could feel its life literally being drained from it. Naruto collapsed to the floor in a heap as the Grimm that had been holding him up faded from existence. Feeling the twisted form of nature chakra course through his body, Naruto could feel himself almost overcome by the darkness that every creature of Grimm seemed to be born with. However, Uzumaki Naruto was not exactly known for being weak of will. Fighting through the darkness, the Jinchuriki put the nature chakra he had absorbed to work, using it to heal some of his more egregious wounds that remained. Actually being able to move, the blonde forced himself to his feet. Gasping for air, the blonde knew he had to get to a safe place. Although he had managed to heal most of his wounds, he still needed more time and rest to get back into tip-top form. Looking at all the Grimm surrounding him, this probably wasn't the most ideal spot for that. Let me take over. You work on undoing the last of that damned seal and I'll use what chakra we have to get us out of here. Got it. As Kurama took over control of his partner's body, Naruto's normally bright sapphire blue eyes bled into a much more sinister shade of crimson. Funneling as much of his chakra as he could through his Jinchuriki, Kurama pushed Naruto's body to the brink, forcing it to move as fast as it could without breaking any bones. Coming to edge of the cliff that separated Beacon from the rest of Vale, Kurama took a chance and leapt forward. Halfway through his freefall, the Biju managed to summon up enough of his chakra to create a tailless shroud. Confident the chakra shroud would absorb most of the damage, Kurama pushed Naruto's body into a nosedive. All that could be seen from a distance was what looked like a reddish-orange missile plowing into the water at almost terminal velocity. Using chakra, Kurama pushed Naruto's body to the surface. Crap, it looks like that was all your body could take, Gaki. Taking control of his body once more, Naruto growled out in pain as he could feel a multitude of wounds reopening. Could have warned me you were going to try and commit suicide, you ass. Kurama huffed. You should be grateful I got us out of there, you ungrateful brat. Lot of good that did us. I can't even move my body and I'm pretty damn sure I'm about pass out from pain and exhaustion. And would you look at that, we're floating on our back in the middle of a freaking lake. The irrevocably bound pair went back and forth for a few minutes, continuing to insult the other with scathing words and childish retorts. Seeing as how he could barely even move a finger at this point, Naruto accepted the fact that his course was now entirely up to wherever the gentle waves of the lake pulled him. Hopefully Lady Luck would do him another solid and send him floating back to his friends. Thankfully, Naruto felt himself finally drift into something solid. Well, would you look at that, Neo? Looks like we bagged us a new fish species. Think it'll go good with some tartar sauce? Naruto used the last bit of his strength to turn his head. He was greeted by a familiar pair of heterochromatic eyes and a shock of flaming orange hair that seemed to just piss him off. Well, shit, was the blonde's last thought before the sweet darkness of unconsciousness took him. And that concludes the final part of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Remnant's Maelstrom Shinobi, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to MothBallz, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.